All right, everybody, welcome to another BTR stream. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and today we're going to be talking about the magical world of Tantra, energy work, Kundalini, whatever you want to call it. It is great to be here with our guests. Sunny is coming really soon. We have Info Warlock to my left. We have Sophia on my right, whose username I'm going to add right now. And below, we've got Aryan Cowboy and Esoteric Atavism. Great to have you back. And thank you very much for joining this. So, in starting to talk about Tantra, I think the most knowledgeable person here is Aryan Cowboy when it comes to Tantra. So, I would love for you to get us started. Just let the viewers know what exactly Tantra is.
Well, that's the thing is that it's historically speaking, the meaning of Tantra has changed so much over time. But in the West, when most people encounter it, they think it's some type of sex magic or something like that, because that's what is carried through. But it's actually a much more complete spiritual science, and there are many different aspects to it, many of which and most of which don't include anything, like don't have anything to do with sex. It's a way to attain results, so to attain divinity or to attain supernatural powers or to get in touch with certain entities. It's just a collection of methodologies that are more expedient than traditional dogma, is effectively what it is.
And from what I saw in the definition of Tantra, it means weaving or like a joining, similar to the term yoga. So those two seem to be
Yeah,
interconnected.
that's correct. And I think that my theory is, and this is obviously not something from Wikipedia, not something from a book, but my theory is just from practice, that it probably comes from artisans, and it probably comes from people that were physically doing things with their hands. Because one thing that I found, rather than reading books and approaching it scholastically and trying to take in lessons that have been written down, it really does arrive from doing daily work, craftsmanship, even your profession, just doing stuff around the farm, around the house. Like, that's really where the information was at least communicated to me. And it just comes to you because you start to realize that everything around you is a kind of machine or kind of yantra. Because the word yantra, one of the translations is machine or machinery. And you really start to see nature as a sort of machine that it's operating continuously of itself, and you can kind of inject yourself into it, so to speak, kind of like a hacker almost. If you want to use that.
Now, when you say the word yantra, that reminds me of Sri Yantra, which, for those who don't know, it's a similar image to, let's say, if you look at the heart chakra, you see the right up triangle and the inverted triangle meeting together in the center. And there are all these triangles in the Sri Yantra as well meeting up together, and there is a point in the middle. What I found, and we could talk a little bit about this later on, but just to make a long story short, since I started meditating doing the Wim Hof method, I was able to see a light at the very center, and from that light, other shapes started to form. So, like a triangle, like a crescent moon right below that bright area. So I think a lot
Yes,
of these
yes,
things they were
absolutely.
observed. So I'm curious, like, what do you think is going on here? What is this process?
That's actually a type of yoga called pranayama, and that has to do with fire, life force. Fire that creates, fire that represents youth, fire that represents puissance and vitality. Like, that's really the fire inside the blood. And in tantra, there are multiple systems in the body, the subtle systems, effectively. And these subtle systems are like these energetic pathways, and a lot of like, I don't know that I would put it down just because of this, but like a lot of Reddit tier tantra people have kind of said that this is a prediction of neurons. But I think it's more just, I think it is literally what they say it is, a subtle system. I think that there's a subtle system in the body that can be accessed, and energy can be driven into it and up it and down it, and to every corner of the body, and the forces that emanate beyond the body as well, because it's not just your flesh, right? It's something beyond you. You're all part of this system. You're this thing inside of this system. And so when you're doing pranayama, what you're really doing is you're consciously moving energy that normally moves of its own, but you're taking hold of that and you're driving it to areas consciously, and you're allowing it to enter a space in your body that it might even not normally reach. And so when you're doing something like pranayama, like Wim Hof is, the cold shower plus the breathing and stuff like that, you're kind of like shocking your body into new sensations that it might never have felt before. And you get this prisoner cinema. You get these strong visualizations. These ancient symbols just start coming up in your dreams and even in your waking moments. It's all really crazy.
Someone wrote here, Blue Shoe, Coomer's where you at? And regarding that, there is this whole no-fap movement that's been going on for a long time. Where do you guys stand? And I think we should start from the chat in the room. Info Warlock, where do you stand on no-fap and the connection to a lot of these esoteric practices? And I would love to get esoteric atavism's take and Sunny's take as well.
Yeah, well, I had mentioned I know I mentioned to you, Lev, that I believe that there's a pernicious worship of a specific deity in Lilith. And Lilith is the anti-fertility goddess, the dark side of the goddess. And so we see a lot of anti-fertility rituals pervading our society, like pornography, but also like feminism and abortion, for example. And it's just, you would worship a fertility goddess, obviously, for fertility. You would worship an anti-fertility goddess for the opposite effect, to so that a population withers away, basically. So I think that there's some dark, nefarious, esoteric emanations, from the power structure. And I think that it should be resisted, basically. I mean, pornography, really, think about that. Like, it's obviously related to the succubus as well.
Demons.
Now, esoteric atavism, something is weird with your microphone right now. Your sound is not coming through that well. But we have a comment from Julie Farron, who asked, feminism is anti-fertility. So could you explain that, please? How would you?
Yeah, well, just the idea that just taking women out of the role of motherhood, which is their natural role, and really the most important role for anyone in society, really, to continue to carry on the generations. And now feminism, and I mean, it's obviously complicated. I'm just trying to boil things down, but it basically tells people, or women, that they should look beyond that role, or maybe that role doesn't have a lot of merits, or maybe it would be better to be a career woman or something like this. Ultimately, it just, also undermining of the family structure, not necessarily the nuclear family, but just the atomization of individuals away from the family structure. All these types of things. I mean, we can just think about how this impairs the fertility, and the fertility rates in the West have been declining, side by side with all of these other phenomenon that I had mentioned. So I don't know. I think it's just kind of, I don't want to say it's self-explanatory, but I don't think there's a need to really get into too much more beyond that.
Well, we got another comment, which I'm happy to address, from Julie, that there are no women on the panel. That is not true. We have Sophia to my right, whose handle I'm going to add right now. Sophia, I would love to get your take on feminism and where you stand on whether it is that's been talked about right now.
Well, I think that feminism it's a phenomenon of our age. It's not something that is necessarily, particularly good or particularly bad. It just is. It is a symptom of the era that we live in. And I think that it even has its utility in a certain eugenic sense. Because if someone is convinced by a psyop that's honestly like pretty basic and pretty easy to see through, then maybe it's in our best interest to let those people not reproduce. It's not a problem. The world is large. There are many people. If you can overcome certain obstacles in your life, then good for you. And if you can't, then you should maybe try harder. I know that may be a little bit harsh, but there are plenty of ways in which people do not fall for this stuff.
But it's not just like, oh, there are plenty of people on the planet. There's different communities that are both genetic and cultural. And so what are they doing to protect themselves and to ensure their continuation? That's something that every community needs to be concerned about.
Well, of course, this is something that communities are concerned about, and I think that there's a certain, tug of war going on between various factions there. Again, this boils down to individuals at the end of the day, and I think that if we're looking in the U.S., for instance, the opposing factions have done a terrible job at responding to the situation. So that's a situation that we live in.
Yeah, it's promoted from top down, all of these anti-fertility practices.
Well, it's not just top down. You have to realize that there are a lot of women that grow up and they're like pretty much traumatized. So I'm not surprised that they don't want to have kids. Like, it's probably for the best.
They probably wouldn't be good like mothers anyway.
Yeah, like just it's not like motherhood ends at biological reproduction. There's like a whole spiritual aspect to it. And if you're traumatized so badly that you do not want to have kids, by all means, please don't have kids.
Well, I don't disagree with that. But at the same time, then there are other communities, vying for resources that don't have problems reproducing it for, replacing themselves and expanding. In fact, there's an interesting book I had read. I think it might have even been the book that Tim Napier was reading about eugenics the other day. When the author, he notes that we live at a time where we have so much like death control, right? So, I mean, even Huxley argued this. He said, well, we need birth control because we're practicing death control. So, but to put it in another way, if fertility can also be a way to outcompete, right? If tribes aren't really killing each other by and large now, but they're competing with fertility, who can create the most offspring and grow larger. So that's something to consider as well.
I think the tribes are pretty good at killing each other as it is. Our systems of war are pretty efficient. I don't know if there's I can figure that there may be a purposeful psyop, but whether or not it's purposeful or not is pretty much irrelevant. Like the populations that are interested and invested in their own survival and who want to reproduce, the ones that are successful will succeed. The ones that are unsuccessful will not succeed, and they shouldn't.
Now, I want to address the elephant in the room. There's something going on in the chat right now that I just want to explain a bit for people who are not aware. My friends Julie and Kimberly, who I know from New York City, are here in the chat. They're good friends of mine. They're great people. The worlds that they belong to are very different from the extremely online worlds of Sunny's community. So there is definitely going to be a miscommunication. It's a whole other culture. I just want to make that known to Julie and Kimberly. Realize that we are dealing with something very different than what you guys are used to. It's a different, I know, it's like there's a lot of ball breaking involved. There's a lot of banter. And it's not something
hazing.
Yeah, exactly. It's this kind of online hazing that is always going to happen. And I just want you to be aware that this is something that happens today, and it's just another part of this crazy adventure that we're in here on the internet. So I appreciate you guys sticking around, but please know that there are going to be a lot of those types of things that are gonna sprout out. So there we go. I just want to make that known. But also it reminds me of this movie by Mike Judge, Idiocracy, where a lot of the people who, let's say, would have been able to impart certain good knowledge to their kids didn't end up having kids, but everybody else did. And as a result, like, I can't really speak for if there is a woman who wants to go out and who wants to pursue a career, something that she's just incredibly interested in. It's like, that's great, by all means. My concern, though, is that how much in the future are we going to have families who are even going to have time to pass on positive attributes to their children? Like, if that's not being done, then what do kids have left? You know, they have the internet, which is great, but like, I think family is incredibly important for passing on and making the next generation of people that can preserve civilization.
Oh, absolutely.
I would really quickly argue that that is happening, and that if you actually look at like statistics for fertility, people who achieve like PhDs, which I know it doesn't matter, but people who achieve PhDs and people who are doctors and people who make over, I think it's $150,000 a year, have the highest rate of fertility besides people who make like under 30,000. That's usually left out of the statistics, and they usually just cut off the fertility rates of like 80,000, which is kind of deceptive. But if you actually like look at the numbers, people who are very successful have a lot of kids. And when I say successful, I don't mean living in a big city and working an office job. I mean people who, you know, own the building that you're living in are having a lot of kids.
Interesting. I guess that would make sense if you're not being a wage slave the whole time and you do have a little bit more time now saved up. Yeah, I could definitely see
exactly.
that. But it's kind of like that scenario in the Time Machine where you have like the Morlocks, and then you have, I don't remember what else it's called, but it is something that I remember Sam Hyde also talked about in his TEDx talk, where he predicted 2070, other than the trash economy, there's going to be like two classes of people. That there's going to be like this high caste and there's going to be this low caste. And it is kind of like the stuff that, you know, like Alex Jones, for example, loves talking about, like this future scenario where the globalists are going to be on top and everybody else is going to be like this underclass in the bottom. So do you guys...
civilization.
Sorry?
Breakaway civilization?
Yeah, breakaway civilization, exactly. That's something that Jason Giorgiani also talked about in his Black Sunrise chapter in his book, Lovers of Sophia, where, according to him, and this is a very interesting take, I don't know if I buy it fully, but it's pretty interesting, where after World War II, the Nazis didn't lose, according to him. They just went to Antarctica, and all this time...
And the moon.
They've been... Yeah, oh, I don't know about the moon. I didn't hear that. I did hear about the inner Earth, which is another thing that I'm kind of fascinated with, this idea that there is a giant hole in Antarctica and it would lead to Agartha, and there's all kinds of civilizations there that are like much better than ours and much more peaceful, and they have UFOs, and that's where all the UFOs come from. I don't know if any of this is true. It's fun to think about. I don't know, like, not to switch topics entirely, because I think it's kind of related to what we're talking about still. What do you guys make out of the whole Agartha inner Earth situation? Whoever wants to start.
I think that I'm not as red-pilled as Sonny on all of these crazy theories about the Earth. So like every time someone posts one of these threads on Twitter, I'm always locked in and I'm just like, whoa, there's people out there that have all of these insanely detailed theories about cosmology and about the history of the Earth, and here I am, just a humble fucking cowboy. And my perspective is that if we go into Agartha, that shit is going to look like Second Life or some old MMORPG. It's going to be completely abandoned. You maybe see a couple of people walking around by themselves, but I don't know. Whenever I dream about this inner Earth, I always think it's going to be a little bit like Dubai at 10 p.m. in the Canyon shopping mall. You're going to have like tinny Arabic pop, and you're going to have like three people walking around the fountain, and you're just, what is this liminal space? I don't know. That's what I think it's going to be like, but I don't have any intelligent commentary on how to get there. I can't chart the course, I'm afraid.
That's an interesting take. I want to ask Sonny, but before that, I want to remind everybody, please subscribe. I did not ask this in the beginning of the show. I'm asking it right now. Please subscribe. We're counting on you. Anyway, Sonny, what is your take on Agartha?
It's probably 100% real. I'm sort of on Mongol with this a little bit, where I don't really know how you would get there. I think it's one of those theories that I think there's a lot of probably truth to it, because they are finding, like, under Antarctica, like massive caverns, and like fucking there's an ocean under Antarctica and shit. Like there is legitimacy, and a lot of the original claims that this wasn't possible stemmed from the arguments, and they keep moving the goalposts, obviously, but the original argument that this wasn't real was that, oh, there couldn't be like species living under the Antarctic, and there's not tunnels, but there are tunnels, there are species, there's like fucking wildlife in those like gigantic caverns under Antarctica. I think that whatever it is, it's probably like Cowboy said, it's probably like, I don't know, some weird liminal space. Like there's those stories, I think we talked about it last stream, about people like going into caves, and they go deep into the cave and they come back out and it's like 30 years later. And I don't fucking, that's like a really common trope. And when there's a common trope that's so persistent over thousands of years, over all these different cultures, there's at least something there to wonder about. And I do genuinely wonder if that's real. And I would say it's real. I would make the assertion that it's real, but I don't know. I don't fucking know.
In a practical sense, if I were to design the universe, I'd rather live on the inside than the outside. Just in terms
Yes, exactly.
in terms of meteors, it feels like kind of like we're in the doghouse. You know, like we're in this backyard area here where anything can hit us and does, and it just has to start all over again. I even remember reading somewhere, I don't know if it was you who posted it, Sunny, or somebody else, that the time in Agartha is supposed to be, let's see, either faster or slower. Like, I don't remember. It's kind of like
I think it's faster because there's all these stories of people going into like caves, especially in places like the Altai Mountains and like the Urals, where they'll just go in there. And if legit comes on, he knows a lot about this too. He knows like a fuck ton about this. He was telling me these stories of people going to the Altai and just like coming back, and it's just like 100 years later, and they're telling stories like everyone thinks they're fucking loony, and they're just, they were a bumfuck before and they're a bumfuck now, but they're telling stories that like nobody could have possibly ever known. I think it happened in Tibet too. There's an
That
old
freaks
legend
me
of,
out because
Yeah.
Sonny,
Rip-
when
Rip Van Winkle?
I was playing AI Dungeon one time when it first came out, it generated a story about. I started with I said someone went into a cave in the Altai Mountains, and the story led me down into this cave. This is all. If for anybody who doesn't know that's listening to the stream, there's this game called AI Dungeon where it uses the GPT-2 algorithm or the machine learning kit by OpenAI, and it generates a story. And it really depends on the input. So if you're a decent writer, you're going to get a decent story. But I was writing a narrative about going into this cave, and it literally put my character in the cave. Time sped up, and when I re-emerged, he was a 1,000-year-old man that was killed by Russian special forces in the Altai Mountains.
Yeah.
So there's got to be
And
something there.
yeah,
It's
and
just-
even on that, like stuff like the AI generation, that's 100% like divination. I don't care what the fuck anyone says about that. Terry A. Davis was 100% right. You can
absolutely.
100% divinate like the divine from computers. I mean, that's what it is. It's using a computer as magic. Like it's literally magic. And when I say magic, when I say literally magic, I'm not like, oh, it's woo woo shit. Obviously, we know how to do it because, as Arian said, it's the universe is a machine, and that doesn't take away from the beauty of it. And I think a lot of people hear that, they hear universe is a machine like it's some like liberal nihilistic cope or something, like that means that God doesn't exist or something. But I mean, you can just look at, and I'm looking at ants on the ground right now, like that's how the universe works, if you know what I mean. Like the way ant societies live, the way human societies live, the way cattle live, the way, I don't know, birds live, everything. There's a structure to it, and just because we can't understand the structure of it, of the universe, doesn't mean that one, it's not something that is objective, and two, is something that's not machine-like, and three, it doesn't take away from the validity of it, the inherent spirituality of it. And I think that people are either on one side or the other, but they don't see any of like the nuance. It's just completely lost to them, where it's like God is real, nothing makes sense, and that's okay, and it doesn't make sense at all, and there's no objective morality except what God says, or whatever their like weird Abrahamic thing is. Or it's like the opposite, where it's like nothing matters because everything's a machine, morality's not real, and it's very weird. It's like it's very hard to talk to people like that too, because it's very black and white. There's no nuance to these opinions that they have. And it's funny because both of them agree with each other, but then like their inferences from those agreements are what they disagree with. It's very strange.
Yeah,
Like they're part of a dialectic or something.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. And then you get the people that are halfway there. And I met someone like this, and he actually tried to come into that Discord once, Sonny. It's the Cloud. He's a programmer, but he's one of those guys that he has enough knowledge about Tantra, and he even knows a little bit about Zen. But he's the kind of guy that just sits there and listens to a mantra or does some kind of meditation because he thinks he's gonna go faster at work. And it's just this really weird materialistic perspective on spirituality, where they understand that everything around them is this divine machine, and there's systems within nature. And it's like Stephen Wolfram said. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he said that he thinks that there's all of these computations in nature that we can't observe yet, and we might not ever be able to. A storm might be Turing complete, right? Like it might be in a completely complete system where it can do any calculation, but we have no way of observing that yet, and we might never. And then you get these people who are halfway to that realization, but then they're just like, oh yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'll take the bonus. I'll take the fucking buff to my character. I'm not going to bother trying to find the truth or trying to, actually improve the lives of other people. And I'm just going to go ahead and work 800% faster at work. And then they burn out and they crash and burn and they don't get anything out of it other than that temporary benefit. It's just really sad. Happens.
And then like a year later, they'll be like, yeah, spirituality is a bunch of bullshit. I tried to get into it to help with my work or some bullshit. Like, and I prayed every single night to like fucking, I don't know, some random thing, and it didn't work. So yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. Like they don't even get it.
Yeah.
Well, then there's also the born again Christians. I remember seeing a Facebook post of a born again Christian who talked about doing astral projection and all this stuff, and then the demons got to her, and that's when she found Jesus and stopped doing the tarot cards and stopped doing all that stuff. So that's another interesting.
Which is so weird.
It's kind of that's kind of a normal reaction. What I mean by that is like there's a lot of people that just aren't cut out for this kind of thing, and they shouldn't. I think that most people are not cut out for it. That's my opinion. And I think that things like Christianity are kind of like safe defaults, if that makes
Spiritual liminal zones.
Yeah, they're like a big vehicle, kind of like a way to attain some kind of ascension via like a mass, like a vehicle. But and it's and you just show up to church and you do what they tell you, and you try to, which most people don't even do these days, but you follow a prescription. But then there's people that are drawn to like a very kind of like warrior priest lifestyle where they really just want to be challenged and they want to face demonic things and they want to see the truth. And then, if you're drawn to that, you are. And if you aren't, you aren't. That's just how it goes.
Right. I had a friend who had a born again, was kind of a born again, right? Because he grew up in a very Christian household. And then, he starts experimenting when he's like, in his, early 20s and whatnot. And, he's not really, plagued by these thoughts too much. But then he starts taking like acid and like really pushing it with like psychedelic drugs. And then he starts having these experiences where he sees all this imagery, right? It's like deeply embedded in his psyche, and it starts to boil up again when he's like taking his psychedelic drugs. And then he has like a very what seemed like a very traumatic bad trip where he's like seeing like angels and the devil and all these things. So it's like, it's just, and then of course that was like life-changing for him. Then he like, oh no, I can't go this way anymore. And that just kind of told me that these kinds of symbols and images, like they're deeply embedded in your psychology. Like even if you think, that you've gone past it, but something like the spiritual, doing psychedelics tends to expose you to all those dark things deep down in your psyche that you didn't think that were relevant or powerful anymore, but they are. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah, the psychedelics question is like, I think a lot of people in Sonny's community have kind of collectively come to the conclusion that they're all safe except for DMT. And that DMT...
Dude, have you ever done salvia? That shit's awful. Like, that's terrible.
No,
I wouldn't say that's safe. It's the worst.
Yeah, I haven't personally tried it because once like it sounds so unbelievable to people who haven't done it, but once you get to a certain level of meditation, you really do. And once you're pursuing some kind of yoga, you really do see these things like they're right in front of you. And you start to see these systems in your body. And then you're like, whoa, what if I make this sound? What if I do this? What if I move this here? And your visualization ability just kicks in and it feels ancient. And you're like working on your own body. and reducing joint pain from exercise, and you're learning how to breathe consciously and breathe better, and all of this stuff just comes to you out of nowhere, and it just floods. And I think for some people that's the point where they go backwards and they're like, okay, I'm just going to go to church. I'm going to stop doing all this stuff because this is terrifying, and I'm not ready for this. And I don't think there's any shame in retreat. I think that if you're terrified of it, you're better off leaving that kind of pursuit behind, because you're not going to be in the right mindset to use it in a way that's beneficial to you or beneficial to others.
I mean, Tantra is a fierce path to take. It is something that requires viram. It requires courage. It is not something. I mean, I think that Info Warlock, your friend, was quite right to withdraw if he got overexposed, especially with psychedelics. I think that that's kind of like a shortcut, and it's a very dangerous one at that, because you're opening yourself up to things that if you haven't prepared your body for them, you're just not equipped. And for me, all of this is incredibly, like, it's both esoteric and biological. Those are the same thing.
Definitely. There was
exactly.
There was a Kundalini yoga class that I attended once. No, not once, a couple of times. And I brought my friend Monica in at the last class I ever attended, and there was this dude there, kind of portly fella. He died in that class. And that was, they got the EMT people to come in there and rush him out of there, but it was already too late. So there is a lot of danger, even let alone psychedelics, just in doing these breathing techniques wrong. But also, if you're someone who has a lot of weight to you and you're doing like rapid breathing, I assume, actually the final pose that we were doing, it was the dog pose, the one with the tongue out. So that's how he died. He was doing that tongue out dog pose, and that was it, lights out. So we got to be very careful when talking about these things. And personally, I like pranayama. I'm very interested in the kind of things that it enables me to see and experience. But I'm kind of lucky in the sense that, first of all, I don't smoke weed anymore. And when we were talking about psychedelics, weed was also something that, in combination with the breathing, everything just became fucking magical. But that's a problem, because I wasn't doing all that magic by myself. It was like, it's like you have a crutch. And I felt that, if I keep doing it like that, eventually something is going to go really, really wrong. And luckily, everything's fine for now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's 64 discrete sciences in I don't even know. I don't think they're Vedic. I don't know. They might be post-Vedic, but the 64 sciences might have roots in the Vedas. I'm not sure about that. But one thing is that there's a lot of crosstalk between all of these techniques and these approaches to things, between Buddhism and what's called Hinduism. And there was like a lot of crosstalk, and a lot of Buddhist technologies came back into it. And you had the Mahavidyas, you had the forms of Kali, you had in particular Chinnamasta, who is one of the 10 Mahavidyas, and she is the self-decapitating or self-beheading goddess, and she's seen in Tantric Buddhism and in Hinduism, but she's probably a Buddhist goddess. The thing is, though, and this hasn't been researched, but my instinct is that she's far older, because there is a red goddess in Mongolian shamanism who has the same traits, and there is a red goddess in Yakutia, who is a Siberian goddess associated with the subjugation of the enemy and the subjugation of unruly women. So they have all of these same qualities.
Cowboy, sorry, I just very quickly, do you think that it could be possible at all that the ancient Greek image of Perseus holding the Gorgon's severed Medusa's head could it all be a reference to this iconography?
It could be, but I think that there's some distinctions, and I think she represents like a Dionysian force, something from below, something from the cave, because the early Greek history is all about this terror of the cave, this darkness that dwells in the earth. Chthonic.
Well,
yes, exactly.
The Medusa, the Medusa head also has the astrological correlation to the Algol, the demon star. So it's a terrifying image, right? It reminds me of like
Yes.
Kali and China
That's
Masta.
probably that there is probably something there, because once again she's also bound by serpents, just like her hair. And
Yeah, right.
she has either a serpent crown or a serpent necklace, and she represents the annihilation of duality, because she's cutting off her own head to drink her own blood to self-sustain herself,
Oh,
while
and
also,
paradoxes. That's
yeah, she's
amazing.
also sustaining her followers, because she has a host of warriors. In some stories, she has two female Dakini, two female warrior priestesses who've attained a high level of mastery, and they're both drinking from her blood, and they're paralyzed with fear because she's feeding herself, and it's this awesome divine act. Whereas in other stories, she was interrupted in the middle of bathing. There's variations on it, but what's really interesting is, I think my hypothesis is that she's a shamanic entity. She's far older than these organized Eurasian religions. I think
I think she's Hyperborean 100%.
Yeah,
And I was
I
gonna
completely
say
agree.
I was reading about the Alouette yesterday, and there's a goddess that's like, I don't remember what the fuck her name is, but the Alouette are those people who live on like, there's like Alaska, and then there's like the thumb, I guess you would say, of Alaska. Like if you're holding your hand up, like your right hand, the thumb, there's all these islands, and I was reading about their like myths and origins, and there literally was a goddess who sounded exactly like what you're describing, and that's a
Yeah.
very, very, very ancient. That's like ancient North Eurasian, ancestral North Eurasian like population.
Yes.
So that's definitely far older than any of the. I think it's a much older. You're right.
Absolutely. And something that a lot of people don't know when they first get into it is they don't know how shamanic tantric Buddhism is, but it really came out of the Bon tradition, and it came out of Nepalese shamanism, and it came out of all of these shamanic cultures where you had these shaman that carved mushrooms into masks, and they used, they created clothes out of the stuff of the land. They had palms and kelp fronds, and they had all of these unusual outfits meant to represent that they had completely sublimated into nature, and that they had left behind their humanity and had died and had come back as effectively ghosts in a human body. And
Absolutely.
Chinnamasta is so interesting because she is at the center of what the West sees as Tantra, which is this sex magic. And she represents both conquering sexuality and sexual desire, but also utilizing it as a form of power. So she's a paradox, because at the same time she says, yes, I've overcome it completely, I have no desire, but then she's post desire. I have turned all sex into divinity. All sex that I have is now holy. It's now sacred. So there's a lot to unpack with that, but she's a very interesting character to look into if you're actually pursuing tantric practice.
Yes. I'd like to add something about the pattern that we're seeing with goddesses that are relatively liminal to a certain practice, but seem to come from the outside. In old Hellenic like religion, you can see Hecate actually show up, and she's really interesting because she kind of parallels Hermes, but she never had the same popularity or like widespread attributes, because Hermes had many things going on. He was the messenger, he was a chthonic deity as well. Hecate was more strictly chthonic and liminal, and she never her worship was never widespread and never became like big with large temples, but she was extremely popular. And again, like she's like many people consider her to be actually foreign and then imported into ancient Greece. So there's something there to be said for like these goddesses that are liminal, that have specifically chthonic associations with death and with sexuality, and that are coming from the outside, that are older.
Absolutely. And something that's super interesting about her and Chinnamasta is that she's represented by the number 3 and by the 3 stages of womanhood. The mother, maiden, and crone. And it's also the 3 streams of blood, the 3 worlds, the 3 stages of life, the 3 incarnations, the Trimurti. It's all of these. You have this three over and over.
Absolutely.
In Aryan tradition.
In the Roman Greco, all of the goddesses were triple. A lot of people don't know that, but all of the goddesses were part of a triumvirate.
Yes, except, and this is the interesting exception, there's Janus, who is binary. He's 0 and 1. That's why a lot of people in computer science are obsessed with him. And the like, there's been a history of mathematicians in America, and I won't elaborate on this. This is secret knowledge. But there's a history of mathematicians in America who have worshipped Janus, and it began with the Freemasons. You can look into that yourself. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to elaborate on it. You can go down that journey yourself if you're interested. Look, it's Janus, Janus. Look at his history in the United States, and look at some of the military programs named after him. That's bonus homework for people who are listening.
There was also something that I wanted to get to, because I know that, Sunny, you have to go soon. I wanted to get your take on the problem with anal sex when it comes to reverse kundalini. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Okay, so it's the reason that like elites and stuff rape people specifically in their asshole is because it reverses the kundalini. And I have a bunch of notes that I've taken. Let me just pull this up because this is, and Cowboy can probably talk about this a lot too, because him and I were having like a conversation about this probably like 2-3 weeks ago.
I can start talking while you look at your notes.
Yeah, one second. You start talking.
Effectively, the ass, the anus, is the it's represented by the root chakra in a lot of cases, and as you were saying before the episode started, sometimes it's represented by other body parts, but in this case, one of the big downsides of sticking something up there is that you're effectively reversing the process of having this energy rise, this serpent. You're having the energy rise up the serpent, rise up the spine. It's supposed to be going up, but by putting something in there, by invading that orifice, you're opening a breach point for that energy to come out in reverse. So you're kind of like violating the basic law of bioenergetics. You're kind of circumventing the healthy natural processes that come with ascension, and so that's a big no-no. And there's a lot of tantric orders even today that forbid it and say that it's amongst the worst things that you can do to a human being is to violate them in the ass. So there's a lot of people that recommend against it, whether it's man and man or man and woman. They say don't do it.
So what happens when the kundalini descends?
So I have a list. It says disharmonious weight gain, which is something that you can actually see in a lot of bottoms. If you actually ever just know like those traps who shove like gigantic dragon dildos up their fucking woohoos and shit, like, or just random gay people that you meet that are clearly bottoms. They have weirdly kind of big hips, big asses, and it's not from like doing exercise. And I've known people like this in real life, and when they start becoming like, they're gay, obviously, like before they start having like constant fucking butt sex, right? And this happens in women too. It's not just men. It's all sexes are affected by this. Their hips start getting better, like bigger. They get really cynical. They start developing like mental problems, and let me see. Without a considerable change in eating habits, their hips become bigger, fatter, and heavier. They have like their sense of identity is completely stripped of them, where they're just sort of willing to take in basically whoever is around them. Their entire grounding, their entire sense of self, who they are, becomes completely dominated, and I guess because the kundalini is going outwards, so they're just taking everything around them in, and the person who's doing it is getting energy from it. So they're actually increasing their sort of like kundalini, their life force. And some of the stuff that I've read has said that one of the reasons that elites will do it is because you can get a kundalini awakening from fucking people in the ass by sodomizing them. And let me just state, this isn't against LGBT people. This isn't like, oh, God hates fags or whatever. Like this, there's plenty of ways that homosexuals can have sex, and it's been practiced throughout history for men and women who are attracted to the same sex and have sex with each other. It's not It's literally just sodomy. It's just putting stuff in your ass, and it's even if you're by yourself. If you're by yourself, it's probably a lot worse. At least if it's like a partner doing it, it's probably not as bad because they're not really aware of what they're doing, right? But if you're doing it by yourself, then you're going to be opening yourself up to whatever is around you, and who knows what's around you, spiritually speaking. In regards to that as well, when people are doing it consciously, like when they rape kids, I mean, that's one of the MK Ultra things. They rape kids, and then they're like all the Hollywood people, they get raped in the ass, and they're just completely subservient to like they're essentially their handlers, and they don't have any sense of identity. They just kind of do whatever they say. And then, but the thing is, if you have a normal life afterwards, if you stop getting sodomized, you will go back to normal, but it takes about 10 to 20 years, especially if it was done a lot as a small child. And what happens a lot with these Hollywood figures is that in their 30s and 40s, late 20s, they start to go crazy. They get sent to mental hospitals. They're talking about like pedophilia in Hollywood. I don't think they really understand any of this, but there's clearly a pattern here. And we've seen it like a lot just in the past 10 years of just random celebrities going fucking cuckoo in their late 20s and early 30s and talking about pedophilia. I think there was what is her name? The Amanda show?
Amanda Bynes.
Amanda Bynes went fucking cuckoo and started talking about like
Dan the Man Schneider.
Dan the Man Schneider, yeah. Dan Show Me the Toe Schneider. That guy.
Wow.
He is a fucking pedophile. And there's been multiple people who've reported that he like fucking raped them. And I'm pretty sure it was anal, because this is what happens to them is they just become completely subservient. And it's funny. Speaking of the Amanda Show, you can't find. Wait, no, it's not the Amanda Show. Is it the Amanda Show or is it the skit show that they had? What was the skit show called?
All that.
All that.
They had Kenan Mikel. They had all that.
You cannot find that anywhere. The VHS tapes have been pulled. It's not online. You can still find some videos of it on YouTube, but like it's so fucking creepy. And the way that the girls act around Dan Schneider is like they're like desperate for his attention. They're like all over
they're
him.
like fawning over him.
They're like fawning over him weird. Like he's like a fucking like alpha. And the reason is because he's fucking raping them. That's why. Yes. There's no other explanation for that. And that's also
common ritual abuse in there's been a lot of problems with Zen, like modern Zen. When it came to the West, there's a lot of masters that are secret tantric practitioners that do this to their students, and they're part of like really bad lineages. They because there's the idea of a lineage in Dharma, that you have a progression of teachers that pass down techniques and just safe methods, not even necessarily safe methods, but methods that have been tried and tested by people throughout time. And there are alternatives in Tantra to this. I mean, Gendun Shompel, who is a Tibetan mad saint, they call him. He wrote tons of poems about how many women he fucked. He like wrote poems about it, and he was a priest. And he his thing was that he would never ejaculate. He'd never come. He'd just hold it. And it's funny because that's an energetic thing in Tantra, is that if you hold it, even if you are having sex, then that you're retaining your energy, and it makes the act more divine, and it changes the energetic dynamics completely. And that's going back to Chinnamasta. That's one of the things that people that undertake an initiation into her, one of the things that they have to do is they find a woman, and then they don't ever ejaculate into her during the course of the initiation. And it's just funny to think that this whole time in this age, this people are just frivolously doing what they want without even thinking about, oh man, this has serious implications, not only for my spirit, but for the health of my body, that's all married. That's all part of the same machine. But it's just interesting that you see people that live similar lifestyles, and it should be obvious, but you see people that live similar lifestyles, and then they have the same calamities and the same health problems come up. And it's like nobody pays attention to, oh my God, this could be coming from some kind of energetic dynamic in my body. This could actually be something that I'm doing to myself, affecting all the other systems in my body. And I just think that it's important at least to keep that in mind, even if you don't pursue this kind of thing and you're not practicing it. It's important to understand that everything that you do in your life and everything that you undertake becomes a part of your body as well. It's not just this armchair Reddit psychological sorcery where you're okay, I'm gonna imagine something and it comes true. It's like if you start changing your thought process, even if you're not doing something sorcerous, you are literally changing your body, and that includes anything up to putting something up your ass. It's like you need to be careful in life.
It kind of goes back to the meditation that I told you about earlier, where if you are able to visualize certain things coming to fruition, I mean, I didn't want to visualize like a triangle, it happened, but you could see in a way a process of growth, where, for example, you do this technique, and then you put your head on the pillow, you're about to go to sleep, and all of a sudden, your third eye area starts vibrating like a little motor, like that, and then all of a sudden you're getting a DNA helix around which all these lights are spinning and creating a three-dimensional structure that you can then rotate and, you know, zoom in, zoom out like you're using Maya or something. So
wait, can I bring up something really quickly? Mm-hmm. The DNA helix was discovered by a guy doing like tantric meditation. I just want to, like, he was doing hypnagosis. Just thought that was an interesting tidbit.
No, that makes sense. I mean, all this stuff seems to be very perennial inside of us, but also I've been noticing that in the dreams I've been having, it gets kicked up a notch. So in the dreams, I'm seeing like all these strange Germanic-looking letters floating around everywhere, and at the same time, it does feel a little bit painful. So I'm in this in-between state between dreaming and being awake, where I feel like all this buildup of psychic energy around my forehead area, and there's a little bit of fear that also seeps in, like I'm in uncharted territory. And then the strange...
Yeah, there's a theory about what you're feeling there. There's the Mahayana perspective on this is that those are called, when you're on this path for enlightenment or for whatever, you're pursued by various types of demons, and they represent various fears, and they also represent just like you're almost there but you're not there. And there's a lot of people that fall into these things. They're called skanda demons, and these demons will say, okay, you're almost there, but I'm going to make you think you're there, and now you're going to proselytize to people and tell them you're a god and tell them you have godlike power, and you're going to intimidate people, and you get stuck in that cycle, so you never really attain it. And so when you're like feeling these changes in your body and you're exploring Tantra and you face all of these new techniques and tools, it feels so complex but so simple at the same time, and it always feels like, wow, I could go a little bit further, but then you're like, wait a minute, what happens if I do? And so you get you're second guessing yourself the whole time. And yantras, so these diagrams, these machines, they're both a map, they're a depiction of the deva or the devi or the entity or the god, they're a depiction of their body, they're a map to their cosmic plane. There are a lot of things, and they can also be they can also show you how to put your limbs in different directions, or what this means or that means. It's a really interesting science, and a lot of it isn't published or written down, and a lot of it is you have to meet some freaky people who are part of a lineage and then end up showing that to you in some way or another. But you'll meet a lot of people online that tell you have to find a guru, but I don't think you need to do that. I think that's a little bit dogmatic.
Yeah, it's 100%.
I don't like the dogmatic suggestion where they're like, oh yeah, you absolutely need to find someone to read the Vedas, and you need to find someone to like pass this down to you directly. I don't believe that. I think that if you're going to find it, you're going to find it, and there's nothing that's going to stop you from finding it. And if you're not, you're not.
And there are all these shysters out there as well. There's this one guy from, you remember the Japanese guy who headed up Om Shinrikyo? This guy showed off his ability to induce Shaktipat on a woman who then just started shaking everywhere, and he was met with very prominent people in Japanese society, like very famous TV show hosts. He even met the Dalai Lama.
The same thing happened in Korea. Oh man, Lev, you got to look this up. So I'm not sure if you've seen the drama in South Korea.
Yes, 8 Goddesses. Is that What do you mean?
They're part of a shamanic lineage, and so they're part of an old shamanic lineage. It goes back 1,000 years at least, and they literally made her sacrifice those kids. So when that one boat went down, when that boat capsized and all of those students died, they told her not to send in people to intervene and to delay the police and to delay the paramedics. It was like a big scandal in Korea. They told her to do that because they said, no, the water is drowning them, because this is a sacrifice that you need for your power to carry this government forward. Like this is very public. Like,
there's written documentation that people can look up that's going to say this.
Yeah. Yes, just look into the whole Korean cult thing, and literally it's going to be on every comprehensive story about it. The student, I don't remember what the name of the crisis was, but it was when the boat capsized and all those Korean students died. The shaman that ruled her said, yeah, just let it happen. This is natural. So they quite literally told her to hold her forces back. And there are dark lineages that were once good. There were once pure dharmic lineages in the world that are now poisonous, and these people will take advantage of you and sexually assault you and get you to give up money. And Shinrikyo is interesting because he was showing off a siddhi, he was showing off a supernatural power, and those kind of things do come to people that pursue them legitimately. And sometimes they come really easily, because you find out that your entire life was to just be a magical showman and become a vehicle for a demon to make something happen or something like that. And so yeah, do you get weird powers if you pursue this stuff? A lot of the times, yes, but then it's more about learning how to not use them and learning when they should be used, if ever. But these lineages are bad news, so they do exist, they're real.
Yeah. I want to add something about gurus and the importance of them, because while on one hand, like, you'll see, like, through, like, the dogma, quote unquote, of Tantra, which seems to me like almost like self-contradiction, that they'll emphasize the need for a guru, but a guru doesn't necessarily need to be even a person. I read recently about a sadhu in I think like the Bengal region, and his guru was his dead grandfather, who, like, he was able to contact through meditation and just by, like, being possessed occasionally. Other examples of gurus can even just be directly gods.
Well, when it comes to gods, one thing that I'm very interested in finding out here is, if you take a look at all these Tanka paintings, including the one that's right behind me over here, it's very flat, similar to, I guess I could say, like, iconic art in the Middle Ages. But what I'm curious about here is, what are the stories of people, monks who are practicing, who actually go into the states where they visualize such beings? I don't imagine for a second they're going to be flat like that drawing behind me. I'd imagine that they would be...
They're in three-dimensional space. And what's really interesting is that's one of the reasons that yantras were made by tantrics, is that they said that unless you know what the hell you're doing, you shouldn't contemplate the true forms of these gods. And so these images only reach us because Google exists and because the internet exists. But a lot of these would only be hanging in temples and special, sequestered areas, or they would only be accessible through other means. But now these images are available to everyone. And one of the downsides of that is that there are procedures, and it's not just dogma, but there are actual biological reasons that you kind of have to limit the mind until it gets to a certain stage. And when you visualize the god at a beginner's level, they tell you, just picture it as a color, or as a basic geometric shape, or this yantra, and then place it in your stomach or put it in your heart, or whatever they're asking you to do. But when the god is incarnate, when it's murti, that's a word for like an incarnation of the god, when it takes its true form, whether that's a statue or a piece of art or whatever, it can be as effulgent as the sun, is the word that they use a lot of the times. It can be so bright that it removes your vision, that it kills you, that it cuts your head off, that it takes away some power from you, or it just changes the dynamic of your life, reverses your fortune. Inauspicious things just start coming to you. And so they always warn you, before you start contemplating these gods, be very careful and understand their nature. There's an entire science about the natures of gods, about which ones are fierce, which ones are merciful, and which ones are in between. Because there are fierce ones, and do they initiate you and bring you to like a more expedient enlightenment? A lot of the times, yes. Chinnamasta is one of these that's often called fierce because she, she's a fierce, striking image. She's this tall, red, uh, youthful warrior, and she cuts her own head off. And she might do the same to you, is what they say. So they say, there's gentle and fierce ones.
Do you know
And you just have to be careful.
who's the god behind me?
That is that Bhairava? Or I'm not sure. I'm not terribly familiar with the yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but either way, I guess it's very interesting for me to think about the actual form that this god would take from a purely, let's say, I don't know, physical anatomy level, where if I look at my hand from far away, I don't really see the cells. I just see, the skin, the folds, various imperfections. What I've been very curious about, and I've been to various conferences and I've asked people who have had various DMT experiences, can you describe what exactly the anatomy is of this? Is it just like bits of light? Are there pixels? Because like even our eyes, as relatively good that they perceive things, at a certain point, I remember when I was still doing cannabis, and I was at the Russian Turkish baths, which is a great place if you ever visit New York City. This Hasidic young dude gave me a kosher joint, and then I went to this stage where I started seeing my eyes like just as this dome, and I started seeing the imperfections in this dome as if it was like this computer system. And at the same time, I was able to generate things at will. For example, I was able to generate like a little red ball that I was holding in my hands. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is we're so used to this skin and flesh world, and we see these abstract images like the god behind me. What I'm curious about here is, in this DMT, astral world, whatever you want to call it, what are the actual forms that these beings take, as far as would they have their own cells, blood vessels, or would they be more of a Plato's theory of forms, kind of like perfect shapes that are just made out of light?
You know what's really funny, and I don't want to take up too much time because I know other people have stuff to contribute as well, so I'm sorry. I'm just going to elaborate on what I think about this. So one of the things about the Kali Yuga is that the age we're living in, this age of darkness, ignorance, whatever, is that they say that the gods don't like to come here very much because they're disgusted. And when they do show up, it's a rare event, and they don't show up in their full incarnation. They're not walking amongst us, but they're in everything at the same time. Because I think the perspective that I think that Tantra is just animism. I think that it's just animism brought forward into the future with Vedic, with Dharmic science as an abstraction. I think that's all it is. I think it's just animism. That being said, if you're familiar with, like, I don't know, Neuromancer or these cyberpunk like grid, these grid realities where everything is this geometric shape and you're reaching out into cyberspace and you're touching these tools, kind of like, okay, when you use a computer now, if you're programming it, you're just in the terminal and you're just seeing text, or you're just using a GUI, you're just clicking on things. But when you're dealing with these gods, I like to think of them as these geometric shapes, as these colors, or as these procedures, these subroutines that are happening in this grid space, because that kind of makes it easy to understand. Oh, this force is something that removes files from the universe. This is Bhairava. He destroys sinners, or he destroys people that are trying to access something that's way above what they should have. Or you have these basic. It's really easy to understand in this kind of age when you pitch it to people that way, that there are these machines, these forces that have specific roles in nature, and maybe one of them makes you get into a car accident if you do something. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's this god, and it lives inside of a mountain, and it kills you in a car accident because you were trying to pursue something that is not in alignment with your dharma, or not in alignment with someone else's dharma. Or maybe you're just unfortunate. And so I like to think of them as these abstract forces, if I visualize them in their actual body, not only am I spending more energy in my brain to kind of like hold this image in my mind, but I'm also allowing them to manifest in their most terrifying form in my mind. And that carries, I think that actually does carry a risk, and I think that there's a reason that they wrote that down. I think that visualizing all of these fierce entities with all of their weapons, with their tongues sticking out, standing on a corpse, crushing skulls beneath their feet. I think that that's something that you should reserve for something intense. But I don't know. Every day, sometimes I visualize them as a flower or as the color red or color purple. I like that idea.
There is also something to, let's say, the process of sigils, where you have these strange-looking shapes, lines with points at the end of them. And like I was saying before, in the meditation process that I go through, there is a third eye area in the middle. There is a periphery that's spinning around, like light spinning around. And there is room right in the central area for shapes to emanate out of. And those shapes take the forms of lines and circles, and like an interplay between those two, like the DNA helix we just talked about. And I'm very interested in the concept of angels or demons being associated with these sigils, which is almost like freezing in place a certain position where there would be a ray of light, connecting it to another one and connecting it to another one, and all of a sudden it forms this very simple shape, which nonetheless seems to have some kind of significance. So I was wondering if you or anybody else would be able to touch on what exactly is going on here with these sigils.
If someone else has something to say, I'll happily let them say whatever they want, but I'm just going to put in one little connection here, is that the last shamanic tradition in Europe, so the last shamanic tradition that we know of in Europe that was extant with an unbroken lineage was in Iceland in the 1700s, and that was the last living European shaman in Europe. And he and many others were forced converted or killed or prosecuted, and we have very little left of what you would call a European tantra, a Western tantra. But we do have some, and one of those interesting things with sigilry is that we have the helm of awe, and we have these Nordic symbols and these runes that we know that people inscribed on things to give them qualities or to protect cattle, or they would put on a helmet and say, okay, this is going to make me win against my enemy, or this will terrify the enemy into submission. And so it's funny because sigils being associated with entities and angels, it makes perfect sense when you think about an entity or an angel serving some kind of role within nature. Like the angels, a lot of what they do, I think that they kind of keep magic corralled, and they kind of keep humans corralled. They kind of stop people from doing things and from going too far. And they have many other roles too, but I think it's the same concept behind inscribing property with a fence with runes, or putting a brand on cattle or something on your armor or clothes. I think it's the exact same thing. You're imbuing something with a quality. You're putting an intention into something.
Same could be said for corporate logos in a way.
Absolutely. In Catholicism, you see something that's very consistent with this, which is the iconography of saints and of Mary and of Christ. Those are considered, I think that there's actually like a very interesting correlation here with the concept of the murti, because these icons are considered sacred. They are like actual embodiments of the people and entities that are drawn there. And when you look at the cult of Mary in Poland, for instance, you have all these different iterations of Mary, for instance, iterations of her as a mother, iterations of her as a military protector. And those are all different manifestations of the same entity. I'm using a very general term here, but it's the same idea of having representation be the entity itself.
What's interesting about Mary, and you did a very nice post on Twitter where you were comparing Mary with child to, I think it was Kali with child. Yes. The interesting for me about that is if we also look at the symbol of the crescent and the star, which is also present in the Kabbalah as well, it's a foundation. It's a support. In fact, I think that separah of the Kabbalah is called foundation. it is a support like this, like a crescent, and then there's a star right on top of it. And I know that people also associate with astrological alignments. But what's interesting for me is that when I see it in meditation, there is like this curve that occurs right below the central point of these little bright dots create kind of like a smiley face, almost like they're supporting it. And it is almost in a way like a mother supporting a child. And that makes me interested in kind of like an as above as below situation when it comes to simplifying a lot of these gods and goddesses into their most, the simple most possible abstract forms, and what kind of connection develops between that.
Yeah. Well, I think that any cosmogony that lacks in the concept of the mother is a cosmogony that is going to have a tragic ending to it. It is extremely important to have it's a womb essentially. And I think that when you see people that renounce reality and are very dissociated from the reality that we live in, our bodies, the objects around us, our lives, that's misunderstanding the fact that we are living inside of we're living, first of all, on top of Earth, which is, if you think about it as an alchemical element, it is a feminine element. But also this is like the womb of reality. We live under the vault of the stars. This is like where we live. We are entirely within the mother. And if you do not understand that, then of course you hate it here. But when you see that you are inside of the mother, when you realize that we are like inside of this massive womb of reality, then you can kind of understand like why Christ was born. Why did he suffer? Why did he die? For me, like understanding the fact that Mary, by giving birth to Christ, also is responsible for his death in a way. This all came from like an antinatalist text post that I saw somewhere, but it made me kind of realize that the whole concept of reality and the separation from the Godhead that is like emanation from the center of a mandala, it really makes the most sense when you understand feminine energy.
It's the same way that Kali can both be this caring mother in one of the forms of the Mahavidyas. She can be this one that cradles, and then she can turn into Dhumavati. She can have this prana or this Dhuma or this smoke rise up inside her, and she has this hunger, and then she eats her own husband. It's like all of these different manifestations of female energy. And that's why in so many different cosmologies and in so many different occult systems, you have this idea that a man cannot really have any power unless he understands the subtle female energies, the Shakti, the mystery, the earth, the cave, the Dionysian, he's delving down into the darkness of the female. He doesn't understand it because it's too subtle, it's too asymmetrical, but then he attains understanding of it, and then he becomes a warrior priest. He takes in the female energy, he takes in the Mahavidyas, and it's just this story you see over and over about delving into the feminine. And that's one of the most interesting things about Tantra, is that it feels so much older, even than, in my opinion, it feels older than the Rig Veda. It feels primordial. And one of the names of Chinnamasta, she's called the primordial Buddha. She's called the oldest Buddha. She was the first. And that's why she could do this awesome act of self-beheading and still survive it and still be divine.
There was, and I would love to get to everybody, but I want to say one thing real quick, other than subscribe. You know the drill. Please subscribe. But anyway, there's this Indian girl who I know. She's amazing, and she, from a young age, was gifted. She could see certain things that other people couldn't. Anyway, I was talking with her about the Sri Yantra, and she described how this circular energy that emanates around the Sri Yantra, that's representing female energy. And it's chaotic, so the squares that are around it, like these straight lines, are supposed to create a harmony where they're able to be like a containment vessel for this energy. Would you say that that's a correct way of interpreting the Sri Yantra, or at least that portion of it?
Absolutely. And the Sri Yantra is such a, that's of all of the yantras, it's probably the most powerful, in my opinion, because it also represents the entirety of the universe. It represents all of creation, and it represents all of the mechanics at like a very abstract, like a very high level. And so it is contained to some extent. Yes, it's bound in by the yantra itself. And another thing I haven't seen on Wikipedia, but I was taught this. So I had someone directly teach this to me in a very granular way, and he told me that the four little poles, or the four symbols, or the four little gates coming out of all the yantras, represents not only the four directions but the four forces in nature. And the map of a yantra shows the position of all of the lines and shapes within a yantra and how they relate to these four doors. Also shows where they sit in the universe and how they interact with the four directions, which direction they tend towards. And the four gates are at the base of Mount Meru, Mount Sumeru. That's the basis of reality, is these four gates through which energy exits and enters the world. And the Sri Yantra is this complex network of basically neurons throughout creation, kind of like the myelinated fungi of nature, carrying all of this energy from all of these gates to the center, up towards the mountain, down through the earth. So that's my perspective.
That's really nice. I would love to get everybody else's perspective who has not talked, especially we have Grib below. Grib, you have not said a single word so far, so let us know what your experience is in these matters of energy work. Grib, do you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Well, my experience with it has been mostly with a bit of just personal practice and was kind of studying it just from the internet. And I went on a Sangha with a Tibetan Buddhist group and everything. And I think to a large degree, it's just been trying to intuit the whole thing. And I've been listening close to you guys. And from my perspective, whether you're talking about the material, if you're talking about the flow of Kundalini, or the material of the gods, or sigils, how they associate the Sri Yantra and all, it seems to generally be a matter of the energy itself and the process that it follows, the flow of the energy. Your mind, for example, or a language, it's not the things that are within it. It's not the sounds, it's the pattern that it follows. And if you have a god, then the god is representative of a certain aspect of the ultimate process, which the Sri Yantra represents as a sigil. And so a smaller sigil would be basically a manifestation, a representative of a particular aspect of those processes. Like if you go into a cobra yogic pose or something where you got your head tilted all the way back and your feet pointed all the way back and you're pressed to the ground with your tongue hanging out, you've got an entirely different energy coming through you than if you're sitting in the lotus position with your hands folded.
That's what killed that guy, by the way, the pose he just described.
It feels pretty deadly.
Well, as far as those kind of poses, I've been doing these live streams for a long time now, so I have not done as much yoga, but there is something to the idea, absolutely 100%, that we are made in the image of God, like I was talking with Sophia about earlier, where even our body is in a way a microcosm of the entire universe, the process of creation. Starting from like our generative organs, going to like our stomach, our heart, balancing things out, to then our vocal cords to be able to communicate, and then all the way to our mind and beyond, the crown chakra, crowns like kings wear. And what's interesting is if you look back at the Sumerian artwork, where you see these headdresses that the kings wear, they look a lot like a penis. And in a way, there is this in Kundalini, my friend experienced it at least, this feeling that you get at a certain point where the energy goes all the way up the spine, shooting through the head, and you feel like your consciousness is several feet up And I have not gotten to that stage. I don't know if anybody here, either in the chat or in this dialogue we're having, has. But right now, I'm at the stage where I feel like it's moving around the spine, and it's kind of like a liquid energy that sometimes is gentle, sometimes it does like swirls in the back and, crazy stuff like that. But it's not giving me a hard time, which I am really thankful for, because I hear these horror stories of people like Gobi Krishna who meditated one time and then he got, for the next several months, just intense burning pain, the whole time, and then eventually that subsided. He attributes that through the energy going through the wrong nadi. So I was wondering if anyone who is interested can elucidate on that. What exactly is this painful process that Gopi Krishna went through, and what exactly is going on when the Kundalini seems to be pretty nice and gentle, watery, just moving around?
I mean, I can elaborate on it if you want. There's a lot of how do I put this? There's a lot of stuff that happens with the body during the process of the rising of the Kundalini. And the first thing, once again, we just keep getting back into Chinnamasta, and that's because she's super important, especially to initiates. Because one of the first things that you experience when you start meditating and when you start pursuing some kind of tantric practice or yoga is that you get really vivid sexual dreams. And that's because it rises from the root into the groin, and the energy for a lot of people just stops there, and then they literally become a Kumar, and they get out of there, and they end up a pervert for the rest of their life. And that's one example of something that can happen really early on in the process, is because if you don't conquer that feeling that you get where you're like, wow, this is it, now I'm a god, and now I can get any girl I want, now I can get whatever, and you have to like let the energy rise. But that's a lot more difficult in the modern world than it seems, because it hits the chakras, and there's more chakras than are listed on the typical diagram that shows the main chakras. There's a lot more. There's chakras in fingers, there's chakras in joints, there's in some cases hundreds or thousands of them, depending on which system you believe is shows the most accurate layout. But the thing is that when it's rising through the main ones, it'll get trapped, and it has to free itself, so it has to be open. Because when it gets to the throat, one of the things that Chinnamasta symbolizes is that she symbolizes the folly of some people pursuing it for a power. Because when it gets stuck in the throat, there's been people that have said throughout history that some people that almost got to the third eye and then almost got to the crown, and they almost let the energy rise, it courses up, and then it blows their head off. Like they'll literally either light on fire, or their head will just explode, and it blows out their throat, and their head is severed by the energy, or they cut their own head off in some kind of like mad dash to kill themselves. And it can be as mundane as just changing someone's personality, or it can literally be your heart stopping, or catching on fire, or having a suicidal dream that ends in suicide.
Now here's the strange thing. Right now, it's around the shoulder blade area, and at the same time, it's also like in candy cane mode on my head, if that makes sense. And
Right.
Those are the main areas. As far as the place in between, I wouldn't say so much.
Yeah, so it's like everybody has different problems in life, right? Everybody has different problem areas. Some people might be a little heartless, and they might do things without considering other people, or some people might talk a lot or have difficulties with public speaking. They're all of these systems in the body are also associated with the psychological associations, like people with a lot of solar plexus chakra issues. They tend to have bad instincts, bad intuition. They can't see people's motivations. They tend to be gullible or cowardly. And people with a little bit too much in the gut, so you can have too much as well. People with a little bit too much tend towards violence, and they tend towards showing physical strength and muscling people in situations when they didn't have to, or they might just be arrogant and they might just try to surmount everything, and then they take on too much and then everything collapses. So it can manifest in abstract ways. And whether or not you believe the stories about these physically impossible things, to the modern mind, it's impossible to imagine someone lighting on fire of their own accord, just from meditation. But I truly believe it's possible. I just think it doesn't happen as much now. But whether or not you believe those stories, or think that they're just about warnings against various psychological problems that come as a result of it, I think that there's definitely a cause for concern and caution. I think when you pursue this type of yoga or this type of practice, I think you should be careful.
When you say it's too much, though, and welcome Serpent Mound, great of you to join us. When you say it's too much, how does that necessarily manifest? Because if there's energy that's just like you slowly breathe, it goes up and it goes down. Sometimes it swirls a little bit. Nothing too bad. Like, what would you say that is in comparison to what you would say is too much?
At that point, you might not have enough input. Like, you might not have a strong enough current going through you to even worry about that. Because if you're just like drawing it up from within yourself, it's like pulling up. It's like in the I Ching, when you have a well, when you have water bucket. 1 second, I'm sorry, there's something going on.
No problem. People are saying, yo, Serpent Mound. It's the Mongolian Serpent Mound. Great to see you again. And
good to see you too.
And what do you before we get back to Aryan Cowboy, what is your experience with tantric practices?
Honestly, not much. I would say, like, and I've always said that in my experience, fishing is sort of like my meditation, but it's a sort of active meditation. So it's the same way that guys talk about when they're boxing or doing jujitsu, where you become so involved in the motion of your body that you can sort of disconnect your spirit or your soul from your corporeal form. And for me, fishing is kind of like that, because I don't know if you saw the video I uploaded even yesterday, but there's a lot of times, especially when you're doing microfishing, where you got to stand just completely still, laser focused in one spot, just, holding the rod. And after a while, it does sort of start to feel very meditative. But tantric specifically, I Ching, I'm really out of my depth here. I mean, I know the terms, but I don't have much experience with it.
Well, I Ching.
If you want to talk about Vril, I can do that.
Well, Vril is supposed to be Kundalini, right? Like, the two are supposed to be one and the same.
It's the same thing.
I mean, it is very interesting how we had these various theosophical societies, and then we had the Vril and Thule Society, and we were talking about Agartha before you came on.
Oh, were we?
Yeah.
That sucks.
But it is interesting just to think of how these things have been passed down. If we look at just India, you have a lot of gurus there and a lot of people praying to the gurus, praying to the various idols, but the actual focus on these practices, it seems to be, I'm sure that it's done there. I also don't like the fact that you have someone like Gopi Krishna's dad. From his book, he wrote about how his dad abandoned the entire family to go off somewhere to become a monk and to gain these, these various powers. But that's just...
I know it's not Vedic, but in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, which I know, Sonny, you're gonna have something to say about Krishna is not Aryan, which I agree, but it was interesting. And he said that when Arjuna asked if he should be that sort of incredibly ascetic, leave everything behind, or if he should sort of just do action, and Krishna said, well, it's in the middle. You have to live in the world, you have to do actions, but you also have to be in touch with that, the ephemeral, the spiritual side.
Yeah,
which I agree with.
And hey, Serpent Mound, how's it going, buddy?
What's up, man? Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, Serpent?
Yeah, and the thing is that fishing is actually probably closer to what Tantra really is, rather than like practicing all of these forms of meditation and doing all of these abstract things. I really do think, I don't know if it was Dogen that said this when he brought Zen to Japan, but he said, like, the Dharma is what you do every day. Like the Dharma.
Yeah.
The Dharma is what you do. It's what
I can't remember the name of the philosopher, but there was a story about a guru who there was you've probably heard this before, but there was a scorpion that was it was like drowning in the water, and he kept picking it up and he kept getting stung, and he kept picking it up and getting stung. And then one of his acolytes was like, hey, why are you picking up the scorpion, like it's just going to sting you. And he said, well, it's the scorpion's dharma to sting, but it's the humans to try to save it.
Right. Yeah. And so when you're doing like the first thing we said, I think, was the definition of tantra, which is like, weaving. There's so many translations. It's one of those words that just doesn't translate well, but it really is. I think it came from craftspeople. I think that's where it came from. I think it came from people that were making things, working with their hands, and I think that it's kind of intellectualized by the Buddhists and kind of given out as a mystery, but just kind of like koans, it's like it's only there. What you see is not necessarily what you see.
So you would say it's more just the perfection of living your dharma consciously.
Right. A really wise person once told me something that I love, and I always, whenever someone asks me for advice, which is a mistake because I don't really know what I'm doing, but whenever someone asks me for advice, I always repeat something that this really wise man told me, and he said, "There's only two things you need to do in this world. That's do what's next, and observe the passing of the seasons." And he said, the people that are holiest on this earth are the people that sweep the leaves and that just do what they're doing and just do what's next.
Well,
and
that's
so,
like
that's
just from a psychological perspective, like anyone who, and I know people like this who are very neurotic, very, I don't want to say anxious because that might not be the right word, but they just can't be comfortable in the moment. They always got to be doing something or looking forward to something or looking back at something. And I think you're right. It's just being in the flow, just trying to be as in tune as you can with the rhythm of the world around you. That's what matters. It's not, I mean, obviously preparing, you got to prepare for stuff. You got to be ready for stuff that comes your way, but there's no point in worrying about it. It's like the way I always equate it to is, so this is just personally for me. So I have a food allergy. I have a pretty lethal food allergy. I'm allergic to nuts. And this is like, if I was to eat it, if I was to be somewhere and I consume it, if I've already consumed it, I'm gonna have to go to the hospital, die, whatever. But you can worry about consuming it, but after you've already consumed it, you just have to accept that and move on. You can't go back in time and change. There's no point in being stressed about it.
Yeah. And it's immediately visible when you see like these people that like the Reddit occult group is a mess. I've had the displeasure of dealing with these like Reddit occultists, and they are some of the most like easily stirred up and just horrific people
on Reddit. No way.
Yeah, it's even worse.
Look at that laugh. I can see it.
It's even worse than your typical Redditor. It's, these people they'll get baited by someone who knows more than them, and then you have people camping the Reddit occult chats, and you have deliberately malicious people like drawing them into cults, and it's horrific to watch. And sometimes I would just go in there and say, dude, you said your mom and your dad need help with chores. You said you live on a farm. Like, what's your problem, man? Why are you here? Like, what are you trying to learn? And he's like, I want to do magic. And I'm like, dude, you're already living magic, man. You live on a farm. Go help.
Yeah.
Go help your parents.
Having kids, that's as magical of an action as you can do.
Yeah, that's really what it is about. I think at the end of the day, I mean, like the systems are nice and everything, and Tantra is really, it's really interesting, and some people are just drawn to it. But I really do think that it's just best to just live a life full of meaning and live a life full of doing things that are just putting you in touch with nature. And I know nature is a bad abstract. It's just like, it's not like it's so hard to define, especially in this day and age, but just go fish, man.
See, I'm and you're totally right. I'm of the opinion, and I don't know if it's just because I'm a hubristic asshole or what, or I'm too self-confident, but I personally believe, excuse me, that systems of Tantra or even systems of sympathetic magic are sort of like organized religion, in the fact that they're designed and I guess designed. They're designed and formulated to give helix or hylix. I've only ever read. I've never heard it pronounced, but they've.
I say hylic.
You say hylic, okay. So to give hylix sort of a glimpse into the world of, dharma, spirituality, where people who otherwise wouldn't be able to understand these concepts, it kind of gives them a framework to work towards maybe grasping it one day.
That's
And
a
I feel
great way
like,
to put it. Yeah, because
yeah,
some of the things, like when you're running, or when you're lifting, or when you're doing something physically challenging, and you see God for a minute, and you're just like,
mhm.
wow, I'm here, I'm alive. This is
Well,
me.
think and the way I think about it, I'm a atavist, a
Yeah.
primitivist, and it's like a lion. When a lion takes down its prey and eats its asshole, like it doesn't think, oh, like it doesn't have thoughts in the way that we
Right.
understand it. It's just acting, and that's what that's what dharma
Exactly.
and to a better extent, that's what everything is, and that's what humanity's lost. I mean,
Yeah.
it's important to think, but we're animals.
That's really salient what you said
Yeah.
about it kind of being a glimpse for Hylics, because I really do think it gets you in the framework of thinking about everything being divine. Because you think about it, the average person pursuing this probably is not feeling very fulfilled, or at least they want to pursue something that's unknown, and they want to see it for some reason. They want to see.
That's why we see the sorry to cut you off, but that's why we see the zealotry of Catholic and Orthodox converts, because they're someone who usually, not saying all, usually they're trying to fill some spiritual or emotional void within themselves, in my experience. And then once they find something that sort of roughly approximates what they're looking for, then they just become the most radical evangelists of that belief.
Yeah, they have these
Absolutely.
autistic arguments over scripture.
Yeah. It's like they're inside and they're seeking something outside, when really there's no difference between inside and outside. Just tear down the wall already.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like all of this stuff that we're discussing, it comes unbidden into your life. That's my experience. You don't have to read a book and then practice like a workbook. It's not like learning, you can learn a technology like you learn a programming language. Yes. But often what happens is you'll figure this stuff out as you live. You will have intuitive moments. You'll have instances of synchronicity. You'll have things just pop up. You'll have a weird dream. All of these things come together under one constellation of what you're doing, what you are. And the idea of becoming is often, I think, a bit of a scam, because it gets people in this idea of like there's something lacking in them. You're already there. You're already at the end line. There's nothing to reach.
Yeah, it's emergent from life. It's just vitality, right? It's just like that's what it is at its best. It's just this vital force that pervades everything, and you just know it when you see it. I never read a book on Tantra. Never have I once read one. I have one that I got from a half-price bookstore, and it's on the Skanda demons, and I just bought that as an impulse buy. But everything came into my life quite directly, because it was taught to me,
Well,
and so it's.
You could argue like even like Sunny and just the whole Kaliak sphere, like there's a really good argument to be made that you put yourself in a position where you were for me personally, where you were exposed to these ideas. Like, because you really think about it, I mean, how many people does it reach? 10,000, 20,000 people in the entire world, and you put yourself sort of unknowingly into a position where those ideas could come into your life.
That makes sense.
It was instantly communicated. Like, that's like the thing is that you see a lot of these people come into this sphere, like these, in Twitter people, and they'll just be like, what the hell is this? Could explain, Sonny, explain your cosmology to me. What are you talking about? Like, you have these people that are just clueless, and they come out of nowhere, and they think you're they think you're like Hindutva fucking nationalist that happens to be white, and you're whatever. They have like all of these images of you that are inaccurate, and it's
Hindu nationalists fucking hate us, man.
Yeah, no, I know that. but how many people have accused? Like, there's been this argument over and over of people going, "Oh, you're just a white Hindu," and like you're trying to like shoehorn yourself into this, but that's not what it is at all. And if you see it, you don't have to ask Sonny, like, what do you mean? Because you've seen it. You're already there. You have, like, that's how I got here. I remember seeing like a random post on Twitter going, oh, hey, someone's got kind of a similar perspective. That's interesting. And it just, whether it was the algorithm that led me there, or whether the algorithm was the gods leading me there, or whatever else, it doesn't really matter. I just saw it. And now
That's
I mean,
one of the
yeah.
things that I've always said about sorry, on a phone call. That's one of the things I've always said about organized religions and why I'm generally not a fan of them, because I grew up in organized religion. I was in Catholic school my entire life, and I see people who have never been Catholic, let's say, and they decide to get into Catholicism, and so they get baptized. They go get involved in a parish. They get baptized. They read the catechumen. They get confirmed, and it's like I don't think that spirituality or religion should be this arduous process of here's what we're telling you to think, here's what we believe, and you're trying to prove your loyalty as part of that. It should be something that you are that fits into a greater whole, sort of without any extreme outward outward change, outward expression of loyalty, if that makes any sense.
Like a cult, because you don't have to come out of, because people have accused various people in Kaliak of, oh, you just have a cult, you're taking advantage of people, and it's not that way at all. When you really just hang out with these people, get in the Discord and talk, it's literally just people that have come to the similar or same conclusions about nature and about reality and about life, and it feels zero tension, zero resistance. And the only people that feel any kind of tension are the people that feel mocked by it, and they don't understand it, or they fear it. And that's a lot of people, because I was talking to Sunny once, and I said, and I know this isn't directly related to the conversation we're having on the podcast, but I talked to Sunny once about how the breach of Chan culture into Twitter is just like kind of like a step tribe breaking down the walls of a village and just deciding to like come in there, and just there you are, now you have Mongols in the village or whatever. And it's just funny to think about that dynamic and how that must appear to people on the outside, and how that's going to eventually appear to like the poor Vice journalist that has to write an article about it.
Has Vice written about Kaliak? Not yet.
I'm surprised, but no, they
Not
haven't.
yet.
I think they're still processing it.
Apparently someone DM'd me, and they were like a normie account, but they follow me, but I looked at their profile and it's completely normie, and they said that someone is writing an article about oh god, what are they doing? Can you hear that? I'm not gonna feed you. You get fed later. Fuck off. There was a person saying that someone's doing an article on it, and they're using like Mia's account, and they're using my account and some other people in Kaliak as like a weird thing on like a right-wing Buddhism or something, like assuming that we're all like Buddhists, which is not true. I mean, obviously sometimes people will say like
you got the
funny,
wheel,
like
that may have been
we got yeah, and like even like a few days ago, because I have the Kaaba, the black cube in my name, which is I have like a little like totem. My name is like a totem, and I don't really want to explain it, but like these not these Muslims, they thought I was a Muslim. These like Hindu nationalists that I was arguing with because of the Kaaba in my name, because they don't see any of the actual like significance of the actual symbol. They're just like. Or they can't read it. They're just like, oh, you're a Muslim. And they kept saying like shit like, oh yeah, Aisha was a kid. And I'm like, I'm not a Muslim. And they're like, yeah, you're not a Muslim. You're trying to LARP as a Hindu. I'm like, I'm not a Hindu. And they're like, okay, Muslim. And I'm like, okay.
There's no winning. But
Sonny, go ahead, love.
No, go ahead.
It's just totally not related to the conversation at all, but we had a duck and a chicken get eviscerated, and I'm wondering what you do for defenses.
Okay,
so for your chickens. Well,
there's really not much out here. We have about like 30, I guess. I mean, I'm looking at them right now, and we have like 30. I can go walk over to them. We have a lot. There's not really any protections. I mean, we had a chicken die. We've had like, I don't know, 3 or 4 die, get picked off by like coyotes or bobcats, but we're pretty dedicated to the whole concept of like just letting them go free. We don't keep them in cage except at night, obviously, so they don't get massacred. But I think you should just kind of have to accept death from chickens as sort of a loss and just do whatever you can to stop them. I think last year we killed like a coyote or a bobcat. I think it was a bobcat. I think we killed a bobcat. And I think I joined a stream. One of the days I joined a stream, I had to bury a chicken that just was dead. It was kind of mangled. I don't know what the fuck killed it. But I don't know. There's really not much. I mean, you kind of just have to fence everything off. We have like, the whole property has I guess chicken wire everywhere, but like long stakes, because we also have cows and horses. So it's sort of safe for them. They just kind of, and I think the horses probably and the cows scare off any sort of predators. But sometimes
that's what we were thinking about, getting a donkey, because a donkey would, like, they're like guard donkeys. They can defend your chicken.
Yeah,
farm.
totally. They'll defend everything. I mean, really, when you start doing like animal husbandry, you just need to get a lot of animals, because they all have uses and they all sort of synergize with each other. If you just have chickens and you just kind of let them do whatever, and there's nothing else in the thing, they're obviously going to come and pick it off as an easy picking. But any sort of big animal, even if you get like those dwarf cows that people get, they'll scare the fuck out of a coyote. They will not come anywhere near it. And again, just, you ever see one? A few weeks ago, I saw a bobcat, and I don't know, just shoot at it, shoot at the area, and do it, maybe an extra 5-6 times, and I don't know, it doesn't seem to come back after that. They're pretty scared of getting killed, and they're very scared of guns. So if you have guns and you can actually fire off rounds, just if you fucking see a bobcat, you say a coyote, just be crazy, just shoot in that direction. It will get the message, and it will not come back for a very long time. I guarantee it.
Cool, thank you.
It's just completely psychological. You have to consider that they're like,
you have to mog them.
You have to mog them, because it's not like they're fucking non-sentient. I mean, obviously they're animals, but they're still intelligent, and they're still just trying to get food.
Right there, that's Tantra. That knowledge that just got shared about bobcats, that's something granular from experience, from the natural world, from day-to-day living. That's the Dharma right there, my friend. That's it.
That is well put. Krang God wrote, "They will not come. They will never come." I don't know if he's talking about the donkeys, but that reminds me, what do you think of sperm retention as far as prostate cancer and all those types of things?
Oh, I had something really important I wanted to say about this. I'll actually go in the car right now. Someone can talk in a minute.
Subscribe. While we're waiting for Sunny to get into the car, subscribe right now. I'm going to appreciate it so much. This is an amazing stream. I'm having a great time talking with all you guys.
Yeah, this stream / podcast / whatever else it's going to be. I don't know. You were talking about RSS earlier. I mean, it's not that hard to set up. But whatever this becomes, all I know is I was extremely entertained at the battle between Sunny and our transhumanist friend. That was extremely awesome. So I think this podcast has a promising future, especially if you can get more moments like that, just exploding out of.
We're gonna have someone who I'm gonna contact. His name is Yohanan Ben Zion. He was kicked out of the U.S. Transhumanist Party for cloning his own flesh and eating it.
Oh shit!
Nice. That's funny.
I'll send you guys the video later, but I would love to have him talk on Anprim versus Transhumanist Part 2.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
I'm in the car.
And we're going to get Helios Logos on that too. Helios wants to come on to
fuck
that
yeah.
one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Helios needs to get his
Helios
podcast back up and running.
We're going to invite him to CaliCast. He's going to come on.
Oh, yeah, me too, hopefully.
Yeah, you too, duh. Everyone here is invited to that. I don't care, dude. Wait, okay, I'm in the car. Semen retention topic. This is really interesting. I don't really want to go into the whole, like, no-fap, like I don't really believe a lot of this stuff. So I'm going to tell you my theory, and I'm going to explain why I believe this. So orangutans have this function where the male's face flanges up and they get bigger. They get more muscular. They get more aggressive, and females just naturally want to have sex with them. Lots of females. They're not monogamous. And we thought for a very long time, because people just didn't do studies on them, that males were flanged, they sexually mature, then they flange, and then that's it. And we thought that if they didn't have a flange, they were a female. And we thought that for an extraordinary long period of time. Until recently, when the rainforest and the jungles and all that shit in Indochina have been getting deforested for like palm oil and all that shit, we started to make these like little, I don't know, I want to say if you look it up on YouTube, they're called playgrounds. They're kind of like little concentration camps. I'm going to be honest, they're kind of horrible. The people in that region refer to them as jungle people. They humanize them like they're real, like they're humans. They're just jungle humans.
And we got to talk about the orang pendek sometime as well.
You can talk. I don't know anything about that.
Oh, that's just like real quick aside, in Indochina, and I think specifically in Indonesia, they have something called the orang pendek, which they think is a relic Homo floresiensis, where it's a very small red-haired humanoid, bipedal, and they see it, like the villagers and sort of the locals take it as a fact of life. But it's still like unknown to modern science. But there's
that's cool as shit.
Very good chance. Yeah, there's a very good chance they're real.
Well, yeah, and exactly going into that is that we tend to treat other hominids as like they're like dumb monkeys, but any sort of like animist culture pretty much reveres them as if they were humans. And orangutans are the only hominid that have human blood types, and they're exceptionally intelligent. They use tools much more intelligently if they're taught, and they can pass the knowledge down to their children too, more than like bonobos or chimpanzees or gorillas or anything like that. They're extremely intelligent, and it's not sort of I see a lot of people when they see this shit where they'll be like, oh well, the monkey only does it because someone trained him to do it. Like, what the fuck do you do every single day? Like, you really think that's not like, I don't like, well, the human only can drive a car because someone taught him to drive the car. Like, that's the argument that they're making, which I don't know.
Have you seen the orangutans that spearfish?
Yeah, there's orangutans that spearfish. Someone taught them to use a saw. Like they use like their hands to like use tools to scrape out
Didn't
ants.
one make a key to its cage and escape?
Yes. That literally, I've completely forgot about that, but yes, that 100% happened. And it's like, because it wasn't that sophisticated of a key, but he figured out how to do it, and he unlocked and he escaped, and they had like footage of it or whatever. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, I have
an orangutan story, real quick. Once again, on the side, because I want to get back to Sonny's line of thinking with this.
Yeah,
I got to tell you something crazy. When I was a kid, and I went to the zoo with my family, an orangutan came up to the glass, pointed at my mom's shirt, which had a flower on it, and then he pointed down at flowers he collected.
Dude, that's awesome.
That was a moment where I was just blown away.
Yeah, man, and it's so fucked. Yeah, it's so fucked that we keep them in like these like little internment camps. Like, we don't even give them the same reverence as like native people of like, you know, of like indigenous aboriginal peoples. I think it's really fucked up.
It is.
Like, if you go on YouTube, I suggest anyone do this, because what I'm about to talk about, you have to understand this, because if you don't understand this, you're going to be like, well, we're not talking about monkeys, we're talking about humans. That's going to be your sort of line of argument, and then I don't know what to fucking say to you. So you have to go on YouTube and just look up like orangutan zoo. There's a documentary that has a ton of videos, and I think like the first month is free. It's like Discovery or something. It's like an hour each, and it's just like 12 hours worth of content of just videos of orangutans, and you can just see how they interact with each other. They're probably the most sapient animals I've ever seen besides humans, and I think that a lot of them are honestly probably more sapient than like the average. You take an average human, they're probably more sapient and like empathetic and loving and kind, and it's not even, and those aren't even prerequisites for sapience. There are very evil orangutans too. That's what I'm going to get into. So, NoFap. There's a lot of studies that claim that masturbation reduces testosterone. Now, I think that this is true in a sense. It's not controlled for porn watching. And porn watching, I think, is very important. Now, obviously, if you just think about this for a minute in like a rational way, it's not going to make any sense. Like, how could just watching porn lower your testosterone levels? Wouldn't it be masturbation, because you're, you know, releasing chi, you're releasing like vital nutrients or whatever? And I think that definitely could play a part in it. But I think that people, especially like if you have sex a lot or if you masturbate while thinking about things, you can have an orgasm that doesn't have that horrible after effect, which is what you would call like a sapping of chi. Like there is chi leaving your body. That's what like the post-fap
physically and
horrible.
spiritually.
Yes, physically and spiritually,
That's
because
why
they're
you feel
they're
so
one and the same.
detestable and gross after it happens.
Exactly. And I think that it's definitely possible to masturbate, to have an orgasm, or to even do like the Taoist thing where you please yourself or your partner, but you don't have an orgasm and you don't have that horrible chi feeling. And unrelated to that, sort of esoteric part, with orangutans, we learned that the flanged males are flanged males because they're not around other males. There are no males around them. But when we put them into these internment camps, it's like a mile radius or something where only one flanged male can exist.
What's a flange?
And so a flange is
They
their
have the big
face.
like face.
Yeah, their face becomes like huge and they get really big. But the flange specifically refers to their face flattening out and becoming really big. If they're not flanged, they look more like just regular, I guess, apes. They look like, you know what I mean? Like they just look like chimps or something. Yellow, orange chimps. But when they flange, they have that very unique orangutan look that everyone associates orangutans with. And they're all different. They're all very like, it's very cool that how much diversity is in those. Like it's very, very interesting. And I think they probably mean something too, in some sort of like physical as is above, so is below sort of sense, because I don't know, there has to be physiognomy with those. I don't know.
It's like
That
the
just
spreading
seems
out
logical.
of a flower.
Exactly. And what happens with them is that we thought, oh, well, that must just be because their testosterone levels are lower. But it's actually not true. The orangutans who are not flanged, their testosterone is not lower. What's different is that their cortisol levels are higher and their estrogen levels spike a lot. They actually have really high estrogen. So to put that in perspective, or to wrap that up, essentially what happens is if a male orangutan is around a alpha orangutan for his maturation, he will still be able to procreate, but he will generally only be able to do it, not even generally, it's only been observed this way, by cornering females and raping them, essentially.
Oh, this is what you were talking about today.
Yes. So I thought it was really important. With the flanged ones, the females just sort of feel comfortable around him. They always are around him. They always will, he has a lot of wives essentially. And the other orangutans just kind of hang around him, and then they'll wait for their chance to be near one of the females that the flanged male is, and they'll corner her and rape her, or they'll do it through some sort of like coercion, or just it's not a willing reciprocal sexual thing. And what I think is really interesting is, think about this: if orangutans were humans, like just imagine that they were 150 IQ, they could do everything that humans can do, they had society, and the internet just got invented with orangutans. And up until this point, orangutans live 1 mile away from each other. When you reach sexual maturity, your son goes off into the wilderness and he flanges like a good boy, and then he gets wives, and that's generally how it's supposed to go. Imagine if they had internet, and imagine if they were exposed to orangutan porn, where they had to, not even had to, but where they get sexually stimulated by watching orangutan males fuck, like flanged orangutan males fuck orangutan females. And this is actually something that happens with orangutans. The unflanged orangutans will watch the flanged orangutans fuck the female orangutans. And this increases their cortisol, this increases their estrogen, and it completely saps the desire for them to breed. They essentially have no desire to procreate at this point. And there's not really much that they can do until the flanged male dies. And then there's like a little power struggle, and whoever becomes the dominant one flanges, and then the cycle repeats. If they were able to go out, they'd be able to flange, right? And I think this is a very good parallel to humans, because they're very similar to us, and this can't be understated. And I think that with porn, most people, as much as they don't want to admit it, I mean, I see a lot of people on these circles talking about like, oh, I only jerk off to hentai. I only jerk off to guys fucking girls drawn. Like, I think that's still doing something to your psyche, and it's probably doing something to your like cortisol levels. It's probably doing something to your hormonal levels, and I don't think that can be understated at all.
Yeah, that's funny.
I've noticed that the people. Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, it's an anecdote. Is I haven't watched porn in ages, but even when I did, when I was younger, when I was a teenager, it was always a solo female, and I always felt like watching a guy do it to a woman was just made me feel gross. And it wasn't like, oh, dick, on screen. It wasn't something like that. It was like it is like I was having something drawn out of me and taken by someone else, and so I was never attracted to the idea of watching that. But if it was just a woman on the screen, that's different, because then she's just like, it's more, I don't know, it was more inviting, didn't feel so dynamically weird.
To this day, what attracts me a lot is still like those 1950s pinups, like the ones that they had in Playboy. I know,
like the ones they used to put on the side of like a plane or something.
Not those as much as the ones that Playboy ended up coming out with. Like, I just think that whatever psyops may have been going on back then, the actual look of the 1950s females, like with that curly hair and the eyebrows and the lipstick, it was kind of like a Western geisha or something. It was a very specific look, almost like a flower girl. You know what I mean? Like the hairs was kind of like, it was nice. It looked really good. And there is something to that where, okay, so that's also something that's attractive. Let's say next step, they're naked. Where would the line, like, the Victorians were covering the, I believe they were covering the piano legs because they were supposed to be eroticized. So where is the line drawn? Or is it just like a gradient where every little bit more skin that's introduced, the more power is going to be sapped, and the less you're going to be able to,
Well, I think it has less to do with the iconography itself, and it's more to do with what you're doing with it, because you can even look upon a naked figure. You can go to a museum and look at statues, and there are plenty of statues of naked women there. You can look at artwork of women lounging in various states of undress, and I don't think that that's going to damage you in any way. Again, it very much comes from how you react to that, how you are in possession or not in possession of your faculties, and what decisions you make.
That's a good point.
I think it definitely has to. I think definitely the most poisoning thing, I think, would be like watching, like, or even just seeing drawn men fuck women. I think that is because in orangutans, that's specifically what stops them from having sexual maturity, flanging, developing like confidence. Because it's funny, because the way they act is completely different than flanged males. Like in the internment camps that they have, I like calling it that, in the concentration camps that they've built for the orangutans, they have flanged males that they've retrieved from the forest, and they interact with each other in like a very like normal way. But the unflanged males are fucking like, they're crazy, especially the ones born in captivity, because they're subjected to watching these flanged males just have all these women and have sex with them. And if they were like technologically advanced and had the internet, I think that them watching orangutan porn, even if they were 10 miles away from the nearest flanged male, would still sap their ability to develop that flange. And I think what you see now with porn being so popular, especially because I've noticed that one of the memes on 4chan, and I don't know if it's other places, but people will say like, oh, watching lesbian porn will make you gay, or watching softcore stuff will make you gay. I've seen that like a lot. And then, but it's the people that are saying that, oh, I just self-insert as the guy, I self-insert as the guy, self-insert as the one doing the fucking. And I'm like, okay, but are you really? Because it's not.
Anecdotally, I've never found that to be true. I've found the opposite to be true. The guys who are like, yo, bro, look at, like the gooners that we always joke about. Yo, bro, look at her. She's getting fucked, bro. She's getting fucked so hard. And they're always like,
what are gooners?
Really, Gooners are a Reddit. Once again, we're going back to the darkness of Reddit. Gooners are a culture of men who get into video chat rooms and they all jack off to hardcore pornography, and they call each other pornosexual. They actually came up with their own terminology. They say, "Oh yeah, oh bro, I'm pornosexual. Yeah, I that's my sexuality, bro." And they sit there and they all jerk off together in a big horde of Coomers. It's just horrific. And if you ever get the chance to see it, which I don't recommend,
but if you want to, there's tons of Discord servers. Just look it up because it's horrifying. There's also a lot of YouTube videos that go into
like
it of
MK
people like
Ultra.
infiltrating them. It's literally MK Ultra, and it's funny because hypnosis is one of the things they'll play, like these like porn hypnosis clips. You can go on YouTube and just look up like porn hypnosis or something. It's like, it's so surreal. And the thing is, it seems like a joke, but there's like the community on Reddit that I've seen is so active. It's like mind-boggling. Like, it's like you see, any other porn subreddit, someone posts a picture, once a month or whatever. It's not really active, but these like fucking like porn addict ones, dude, they're just filled to the brim. Like every day there's like posts like every fucking 5 minutes. It's horrifying. And their Discords are fucking horrifying too. If you're like an internet, if you don't have like if you're very online, just please go look at it, because
be a cyber anthropologist, because it's extremely interesting. You can infer so much from watching them. Like,
exactly.
The demography of the gooner is super interesting, because what I've noticed is that a lot of them are married guys that are doing it in secret, and they're either inserting their wife and they're into cuckold stuff, or they're just a strange type of man. And to think that so many of them exist, and that it spawned out of nowhere and a bunch of people agreed to make a gooning culture, like, that's just a strange phenomenon. And I think that the orangutan line of thinking, I think there's something there, because
these are unflanged orangutans. That's what they are. But there's a gradient, obviously, where these people all at the far left end are I don't know, they've just accepted it. They're in the internment camp, and they're the ones that watch it and jerk off, because again, that's something that happens. It's recorded. You can find videos of like flanged orangutans mating with or like female orangutans, and they'll just be like 3 or 4 unflanged males just sitting there jerking their fucking orangutan dicks off. But that's what these people are doing, 100%.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And if you remember that BuzzFeed video where they have this theory that testosterone correlates with attractiveness, so they all get their testosterone levels checked.
Oh, I've seen this.
and all of their testosterone levels are under 300.
So if you, just to give context for what he's saying, like, if you don't understand like what testosterone levels like a normal one is, so testosterone is measured in like nanoliters per decagram, I think it is.
Something like that,
it's some weird unit of measurement. But anyway, like 300 is like an 80-year-old male. It's like
an 80. You're an old man.
It like not even old. You're like a decrepit, like can't even shit by himself. Like, man, that's the testosterone that these guys have. Like 1200 is like, I think, the average. So 4 times, or like a healthy male would be like 1200 or something.
Yeah.
These guys are low, like obscenely low testosterone.
Yeah, and there's a continuum with these guys too. And you can go look at this if you want. You can go be an anthropologist just like I was, because I'm fascinated in fringe cultures online. So even if I don't like what they do, I take a peek sometimes. And the funny thing is that you can literally observe a progression with these gooners, where they start out first with let's just watch porn with the bros, and then it gets into inserting their wives and female relatives, and then they become the female. They literally start saying like, I'm gonna wear my wife's clothes, I'm gonna be the sissy, and it's just it actually happens. And the ones who escape, God, if you're like a goon survivor, God bless you. You got out before it got too bad.
See, and if you want to, go ahead.
No, go on. I don't know what I was going to say.
Well, it's I'm a kind of a Luddite, so I've only recently got into internet anthropology like that. But this kind of thing outside of even these weird group chat things and even the orangutans and all that, like swinger rooms and group sex clubs and all these kinds of things where you have people who describe themselves as voyeurs just sitting on a couch and watching another couple have sex on a bed. It's not uncommon at all. So I mean, this is and I have, there's no reason to think this hasn't been going on forever. So I mean, it's a part of us for some unholy reason.
Yeah. And I think it's definitely like a biological thing that happens in humans. And I think that a lot of people don't want to admit that because they're so addicted to like porn or whatever. But I've even faced backlash for this opinion because people will just be like, oh, it's just monkeys, or we're not animals like that. Like they'll concede that we're animals, but we're not animals like that. Like I don't really get it. I think that there's definitely something very serious there because I think even in bonobos, there's a similar process for the males, even though it's sort of like a matriarchal sort of system that they have. With orangutans, it's not patriarchal or matriarchal. It's just sort of like, it's more similar to humans, I would say, because throughout history, that's always happened. There will be like a top dog, and then there will be tiers below it. And I think the bottom tier in like a sexual way is like the goon caver, the person who lives in the goon cave or whatever. If you go on Reddit and you look this up, goon caves, these people, they have like, they put porn all over their walls. Their entire walls are just filled with porn, and they'll have 6 monitors, and they'll all have porn on it, and they'll go to sleep and they'll be listening to porn hypnosis, and these pictures are fucking, people talk about art being like, oh, I saw this painting from the 1600s about a war I wasn't a part of in Africa, and it was so, just go to goon caves or whatever the fuck it is. You will feel emotions you have never, it's so disgusting.
It's absolutely awful.
It is absolutely awful.
Wait, you should see what these swinger people look like.
By the way, we have Jillian in the house, and definitely legit. Welcome, both of you guys.
What the fuck is up, legit?
Hey, what's up, my dude?
What's up, dude?
Hello. What's up, man?
Wait, is Goon Caves like neckbeard nests? Is it like a similar situation?
I guess in a way, it's worse. They literally worse. Like, they tape out pictures of like hardcore pornography. It's not, and a lot of the time it's not just like women. Like I know sometimes guys like put images of like women that in like bikinis or whatever. I don't know.
That's high test. So you go to like the boomer cave and they've got like that.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah,
from
the 80s.
That's like a weird aesthetic.
Yeah, they're just putting straight up hardcore like dick in pussy pornography all over the walls. They get like 5 monitors and they take pictures of every single screen. There's like one with an OnlyFans and like one with fucking like porn or whatever. And they also get off. Yeah, and what's really weird is that they get off onto paying for porn subscription services. So I think a lot of this is probably like
a fandom thing.
So
like professional porn. Like they get off on like giving money to professional porn
like
people.
Cinematic.
Cinematic, yeah.
It's kind of related to what we're talking about, but me and I guarantee any other bodybuilders, like Twitter bodybuilders, like I know Atavism was in here, and I know he can vouch, but ask any of them. I've had at least 3 guys, and they're always guys, DM me and be like, I would love to like pay you. Like I would love to like what's your PayPal? Like I will pay you any amount of money. Like you don't even need to give me anything. I'm like, what the fuck? Like that's, you're right. Like that's all they care about is just paying people. Like
well, the question
so
is,
weird.
did you take it?
No, I did not take it. I did. I don't take blood money.
Yeah,
it's not blood money. That's cum money.
There was a woman on OnlyFans that was selling one of these goon hypnosis things. I don't remember her name. I don't even know if she's still around. The only reason I know about her is because the goons were going crazy for her for a while. And circling back to Tantra, she literally put up hypnosis videos for destroying your masculinity. She had a hypnosis video where she was like, you pay me $5 a month and I hypnotize you into destroying your masculine energies.
Is that Bambi Sleep you're talking about?
I don't know. It might have been.
That's some sort of like weird, like, yeah, masochistic thing, right?
Yeah, and she made these really high production audio clips where they were like 2 or 3 hours long, and she's like, put this on right before you sleep, and then there's this really
You'll be a
excellently
in no
produced.
time.
Yeah, but it's got music, it's scored, it has sound
This is
effects.
why you. I know you guys are familiar with Zero HP Lovecraft, and he asked the very important question: why is there no Chad Hypno? You follow Proud PWAM Kriegbra. If you want to watch Chad Hypnosis, he puts out the best proud white alpha male hypnosis you could ever find.
I think Deja Vu 22 also has like Exterminate or something, which is like Chad Hypno or something.
Yeah, he does. He has Chad
I heard
Hypno
about
as
that.
well.
It turns you into a Terminator or something like that.
Terminator, yeah.
This woman was the opposite, though. I listened to one of them, and I had to shut that demonic shit up, because she was literally making these low, bassy noises, like these dubstep swells, and she was like, "There's your balls crushed."
What were those old things where like pre sound effects? They had like a little like metal sheet, and it would like wobble it to make those noises.
Yeah, she was making all of her own sound effects, and she was making money hand over fist. She got banned because there was, I don't know why she got banned, but she made some hypnosis where I guess it was just too crazy.
It's too real. It's too crazy.
But she was like, she's literally vampirically assimilating these men in her like goon horde, and she's eating their energy.
Dude, it sounds a lot like something called Bambi Sleep, which works pretty much similarly.
Yes, I've heard of that, man. That's fucking creepy.
God, but that one actually has like a full-on cult following, and they have their own subculture, and it's
Wait, what is
like
that?
There's Bambi Sleep. It's like it's sissy hypnosis, but it's about like becoming a bimbo. And it's not just a sissy, but it's a bimbo.
Is that it turns you into like you become Bambi at the end.
Yeah, you become Bambi, and Bambi's supposed to be like this bimbo sort of, slut that just all she does is please men, and that's it. And these dudes, they listen to this, and there's like an actual regimen where you have to listen to certain episodes in a certain order at certain times to become Bambi. And the strangest thing is that the way this works is basically they're having like an egregore or a tulpa sort of grafted into their brain. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So that's the future. They're all going to be domestic terrorists and just like MK Ultra it into like.
Yeah, one day they're gonna release a content patch. Bambi's gonna put out a content patch, and she's gonna be like, shoot up every religious site in your town, and then they're all gonna.
No joke. I mean, who knows?
Sissy one day, domestic terrorist the second. Dude, that's how it's gonna work.
There you go.
Deep. It's like Dune style deep hypnosis.
That's like the future Peter Watts like sci-fi meta is to have a goon force that you just call on OnlyFans, and you have an OnlyFans interface to send out all of your terrorists.
There's a trigger word for them.
Well, also, wait, going back to the reverse Kundalini thing, that also goes because all these things, like, well, the biggest thing they purport is anal. They say like you gotta put stuff in your butt. You gotta do that.
Sure.
And all the goon people on Reddit, they all talk about this. They're like, I just bought a dildo. I just bought like a fucking butt plug, and I wear it all day and shit like that. It's so fucking like.
Sonny, I heard
my cave with my plug-in.
Sonny, I heard a guy, a very masculine sounding Texan. I heard a masculine sounding Texan guy on that goon Discord, and he came to the channel. He said, "Guys, today my wife's punishing me. I got to put the butt plug in."
Oh my God.
I asked him. I turned on my microphone and I said, "Did you have a good day?" And he's like, "Stop it, man. You're jacking up the flow. Stop it." And it's just like these people are completely. They're this self-hypnotizing stuff is so weird, and I just kept asking him questions. I said, "How are your kids?" And he's like, "Don't ask me about my kids while I'm jacking off, motherfucker."
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
This is wonderful.
And this is like an intentionally inverted tantric practice too, because it's I mean it's like a spiritualized experience. So you're actually trying to bring an egregore, change yourself, and become Bambi.
100%.
So I mean, you can. It's people still practice all of these things. They just go about it in the most perverse and inverted way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the movie Bambi, he grows up to be a deer with like these big buck horns. So now it's like the inverse. His
Yeah,
mother
it
never
really
gets
is.
killed. She gets reborn, I guess, as a demoness who sucks all his energy away.
As I see it, essentially the Bambi sleep
complex too. Okay.
the Bambi sleep technology basically that's being used is it's the same mandala, but it's actually like instead of using the actual mandala of reality, it's one that's constructed, and then you force people to come into the center by doing this hypnosis process.
There is also, by the way, in Jewish mysticism, at least Ari Shafir said this, the comedian Ari Shafir. He also said that when he took one of the drugs that somebody mentioned was like really fucked up. What was that drug that was mentioned? Does anybody remember? Salvia.
Oh, is that the one where like salvia, where you like live like months at a time?
Yes.
Oh, like
yes.
that one's fucked. I don't like that.
Well, he says
I don't
that
like thinking about that.
he lived as a seaman, like an underwater humanoid creature with a family, with friends under the sea. He had, a job, and he just lived this entire life, and then he woke up. But anyway, he talked about how in Jewish mysticism, if you go to heaven, there's going to be a door you have to enter where Lilith shows you all of your unborn demon spawn cum children.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, is that every time you masturbate, like all the cum that you've put out, it makes a child with Lilith. And yeah,
it's the same thing with Ishtar in some myths. When she opens the 7 gates, she's opening up the womb basically for a sacrifice of semen from the male pursuer or whatever. And so this is in a lot of cultures, this idea that by masturbating a man is like fathering demon children. Basically, this is something.
I mean, it is like if you look at it from a purely like energetic perspective, you're basically like shooting a load of energy out into the world, and it's not directed. It's just going somewhere.
Is
so
that a? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's usually filled with intent. So and it's why they just do it, because then the that it would eventually warp since it's not used.
I don't know if anybody heard that. I think something happened.
It got a little robotic.
Yeah.
How do you think? Because I know you're pretty well versed in the Jewish mysticism. Do you think that sort of relates to what Sabbatai Zevi was talking about as well?
I gotta look
at a lot of his sort of sexual.
I gotta look into him. I'll be honest. I have not looked into Sabbatai Zevi as closely as I will later on. There is a list this big, including some stuff that Sunny sent me that I have to get to, and I will get to it in due time.
Dude,
but it's
Sabbatai was accelerationist, man. Doomsday accelerationist.
There is an interesting thing about that where there is an idea that some people have that the elites want to bring about like a very quick end of the world. But what I don't understand about any of this stuff, and perhaps people can enlighten me on this, if you know you're doing bad things karmically speaking, that's going to result in a lot of people being killed or raped or what have you, you should be aware that there's going to be some retribution along the line that's going to balance things out.
This is a really deep tantric knowledge right here, but there's actually ways around. Like there's no ways around karma, because in Zen, I think there's a Zen koan that really deals with karma in the best way, where there's a story about someone believing that they're outside of causality and that karma doesn't affect them, and then they're cursed with 10,000 or 1,000 lifetimes as a fox. So they just keep reincarnating as a fox because they believe they're outside of causality, and that's ignorant. But there are actually procedures in Tantra that specifically deal with like these really difficult things like rape and murder and like destruction of people. And there's aesthetic qualities. So there's this theory of aesthetics called rasas. And there's a particular rasa called virama, which means heroism. And when someone is denoted or believed to be the reincarnation of a great hero, or possesses like supernatural, like preternatural heroic qualities, there's certain concessions for things that would normally have a negative karma impact. And so there are actually mechanisms for circumventing these moral quandaries. And the belief is that there are these special people born once in a while that have imbuements, that have siddhis, they have magical powers.
Would that be like in Buddhist thought, like a bodhisattva?
Yeah, like someone who is really above the horde and who is really a holy, a sacred birth, basically someone who's born to bring some kind of knowledge or to restore the dharma. And one of the prescriptions, for example, in in Tantra, is that people who are pursuing tantric practice, they warn you that certain gods and goddesses, you can't worship them, or you can't take in the power unless you have these heroic qualities, and they warn everybody else against it. They say this leads to your destruction, but if you're absolutely certain that you're a hero, go ahead with it. And then they say, go ahead, if you're strong enough, if you're a hero, go ahead and do human sacrifice, go ahead and do these things, but you have to be a hero, right?
It's kind of like in the Bible where you have this birth of these Nephilim, of the earth women and the fallen angels. And
That's what we were just talking about today, too.
Exactly. And what are they called in the Bible? Heroes, men of renown. So I wonder where that fits into all this.
Well, also in all the Mediterranean thought as well. I mean, obviously the demigods would be stuff like Heracles, and they're all sons of gods and men, or gods and women usually. But
yeah.
But the strange thing about this to me is that when I look at all these reliefs, the Sumerian reliefs of these giants, compared to which like a lion is just like the size of their arm.
Yeah, the one with like Gilgamesh is like holding the lion, like in this, yeah.
Exactly. So when we have something like that, I could imagine, especially if we compare those stories to the ancient Greek stories of how these were jealous gods, like these were in some kind of, like you have Shiva and Shakti as certain principles, but these seem to be more like humans that may embody certain archetypes, but like Enki,
right,
Enlil, Anu. So I could imagine that there could have been people like that who came from
Enki
who knows
especially.
Where. Yeah, he was the one who's supposed to create people.
In Tantra, there's functionally very little difference between a person who embodies a god and an actual like metaphysical god that exists outside of human understanding.
Yes.
That's why the guru is so important. It's because the guru is a god. Like there's a saying that you can be protected by your guru from the wrath of Shiva, but nobody can protect you from the wrath of your guru, because the guru is Shiva. The guru is God. He's on this earth. He is an avatar of God, functionally speaking, and there's no difference between the two.
Yes.
It's why, for instance, Bhairavi is both the name for the goddess and also the name of an adept.
Yes, and it's extremely interesting. Something else that people always find fascinating when they find out, that I found, is that there's so much like the pictures that you see of the gods and the goddesses in Dharma, in both tantric Buddhist and tantric Hindu practices, or tantric Vedic practices, whatever you want to say. The paintings and the images are kind of a guide. So it's not just a depiction of the god's form, but it also communicates really vital information to the person that's pursuing them. So for example, if there's an image where the god's eyes are open and they have a fierce expression, that's actually a physical warning that you need to be specifically imbued with this heroic quality in order to pursue the worship of this god. Or if they're holding a sword a certain way, or a noose, or if they're holding a sacrifice like blood, like a skull full of blood or a skull full of food, that means there's specific procedures, and that information is encoded. And the only reason that we know about it in the West is because there have been people that went over there and learned this and wrote it down. So all the tantric texts, not all of them, but the majority of the tantric texts that were written before the 80s were from anthropologists that went over there and they were taught this stuff. And they came back and they brought probably what is their own interpretation of it. It might not even be accurate, because these orders, so a lot of the tantric stuff out there is that's secret. But the chakra system and all of these other tantric technologies, they came out of Buddhism, shamanism, Vajra, specifically Vajrayana. But it's just funny, the idea of repeating a mantra too. The idea of repeating a mantra for magic was not, I don't think it was a Vedic practice. I don't think that repeating a mantra to get an effect was actually Vedic. I think that came later, and I think it was a tantric technology, because I think they went back and they retroactively like re-engineered the Vedas to have this kind of secret power.
Well, that's also how you know that Hinduism is somewhat of an aberration from the Vedas, is because they have the Om as their symbol, which the Om would be sympathetic magic, I believe. But yeah, you're right. That you're absolutely right that the sort of repetition of a phrase or a syllable, it doesn't really vibe with a lot of the Indo-European or a lot of the Aryan sort of.
Well, it's because the ancient Aryan thing was on a higher path, and then
exactly.
These people, they brought it down to a more material level because they are of a material level. So they had to take these sort of higher practices and make them practical, because in a sense,
that's what we were talking about earlier with Hylux.
Yeah, there you go. To them, these things are kind of irrelevant. And to go back to what we were talking about earlier with the avatars is, if you look at history, if you look at the way the world works, there's a lot of recursion, a lot of echoes. There's a reason for that. The world is a fractal. And you'll find that in time, certain archetypes have to be reborn and sort of brought back into the flow of things because their presence is necessary. So you look at these, the archetype of the warrior king, of the huntress, the sage. These, they come back and across many cultures. And some might say that this comes from, it stems from a one or original myth. That might not be necessarily true, or rather, it is both true and also incomplete. Sure, it may stem from an original myth, but it also is echoed throughout history by, subsequent myths that are necessary to make the world work as it's supposed to. And so you sometimes have these people who are born, or I guess you could say they're bound to this destiny, and they're born and they have to fill this archetype. And to fulfill this requirement, I guess this prophetic requirement, you'll have a couple of them born at the same time. And they'll all have to.
And they're all in this stream.
Yeah, they're all, well, yeah, sure. And they're all in the stream, and then only one gets to survive. So buckle up, boys.
Uh-oh.
But no, I mean, what I'm saying is, let's say the universe needs a Messiah. Like, the time has come for a Messiah to come on Earth. What's going to happen is the Messiah will be prophesized, and there will be this either quite complex or very simple prophecy. And then when the time for the Messiah to appear will come, I'll arbitrarily say, let's say 100 years before, you'll have these precursor messiahs that'll start appearing, but they'll be failed messiahs. So they'll either achieve 10% or 20% or 50% of the prophecies, and then they'll fall off.
Or someone like Sabbatai Zevi, he would be, let's say, a failed messiah or like an inverse messiah.
Well, in Christianity, you have John the Baptist and the Antichrist, which would be the example of a like precursor Messiah, and then you have the like theoretical anti-Messiah.
Mm-hmm. And then between them, you would have the Messiah, I guess, who would come. So then, as closer as you get to the time where the Messiah actually has to be there, things start to get wackier because you'll get more and more messiahs because the universe needs the Messiah there. So it'll stack the deck in its favor. So it'll say, okay, we'll have 12 people be born who fit the description of the Messiah. And then I will throw them into these prophetic sort of situations that may not be the same thing, but you can describe them the same way until only one succeeds. And the first one who reaches that sort of point of being the Messiah, he's the Messiah, and the rest of the other ones fall off.
And you could argue that's the point of incarnation.
Right. And he has achieved his sort of, avatar state, and this is it. He has fulfilled the archetype, and then he does what he needs to be done, and then he will be reborn when the time has come.
There is also a question that I was wondering about in relation to cycles within cycles, where even though I know that Sunny, you're more in favor of the cyclical world that we were describing, like this.
I think there are cycles within cycles within cycles, recursion, like
it's a fractal.
Recursion.
It's definitely a fractal.
Yeah.
Well, with that kind of fractal, the thing that's very interesting to me, especially considering the age that we're living in right now, very different to at least history that we are aware of. What makes this very interesting to me to think about is I was reading, or started reading, a very interesting book called The Ever-Present Origin. I know it's flipped the other way around, by John Gebser. And what he talks about is the sense of perspective of time and space in, let's say, earlier people who are also like Julian Jaynes talked about in the Bicameral Mind book, how they received instructions from the gods in their right hemisphere, and that's how they interpreted what exactly they need to do. And then we have people who finally have an understanding of perspective, according to this guy, around the Renaissance, that brings people to another level of understanding, where they're able to see their space as something exterior to themselves. But then the next level of understanding would be, according to him, a perspectival understanding, which from what I understand means that people would be able to perceive time in a much different way than we're perceiving it right now, where just like we're able to perceive this depth, this space that's outside us, we're going to be able to perceive time. And in a way, like, my interpretation of this whole thing has been, we were taken care of, at least in these early post-Diluvian stages, by Mother Nature when it comes to deciding what we have to act on. The ego started developing after that, and now the question is, could we use this ego to reach another level that's going to be a cycle beyond the cycle that we were going through for a very, very long time?
So I just want to speak on that really quick. So in a lot of like mythologies and a lot of the things like I'll use Catholicism as an example because that's kind of what I was brought up in. But we were always told that that in a Catholic perspective, that evil exists in the world because of time. That all negativity, the only reason why bad things essentially exist is because we experience time. And the thought is that in heaven, there is no time. Time doesn't progress so that you're in this sort of constant state of bliss because nothing changes. And time is implicative of change. And in the Egyptian tradition, along with many others, where they say, you know, in Zep Tepi, when they were ruled by the Necheru, which is the first time, and the gods themselves, that there was no time, that people didn't experience time the way that they do now. And that when the gods left and when it was ruled by, I don't remember if it was after they were ruled by the Shemsu Hor or men, but right after the gods left, they started to experience time as a linear perspective, which is what you're saying, where maybe people like the perspective and the viewing that we experience time has changed, which is why we sort of have a lot of the malaise that we have now.
That's really interesting because I was raised Catholic, but I didn't know about this idea about evil originating from time. But it connects a little bit in my mind to how in like dualist Christianity, there's really like an undervaluation of like the divine feminine. Like we have Mary, which is a vestigial element of that, but the cult of Mary is relatively limited. I mean, it's pretty common in Poland, but it's not like universally accepted in Catholicism.
Funny story. I was actually brought up Marianist. So
interesting. Well, what I wanted to add is that in terms of like my own personal understanding of it, when you look at the Shakti and Shiva, you basically have the divine feminine being actually the equivalent of time and the masculine being equivalent of space, which is why when you have Kali treading upon Shiva, like that's only possible because she is time. She can outlast him because she is time itself and she consumes everything. So this idea that time is evil would make sense if you're like in this dualist perspective. But if you take it from a non-dualist perspective, of course, it just becomes part of this natural cycle.
Well, also it sort of ties in with the black cube and Saturn, because obviously Saturn is time.
It definitely is time. And another interesting thing here is that, at least in the meditations that I see, things do look a little bit conal, if that makes sense. Where, like I was mentioning before, the periphery, everything is spinning around really, really fast. And to me, it's always been like a ring, which symbolized like this Ouroboros, time, nature, just like everything moving cyclically. But it's a cone in that the perspective goes all the way to the center. And in the center, what do I see? I see a cross. Sometimes I see a 5-pointed star. Like, it manifests in different ways, but that's the center out of which this cone comes out of. And it's almost like if there are different cycles within cycles within cycles, there is still a way to get up this cone and back into the center of this time that is timeless. So that may be a reason why when people talk about engaging in all these different spiritual practices, the Dharma is the Dharma, but for those who may want to experience that sense of timelessness, I guess there are techniques of doing that. At least that's what the visualizations are showing me as far as somewhat of a understandable pattern here.
See, I think speaking along with this and what you were saying before about how you could use the ego to sort of expand beyond where we are now. I personally have used Walt Whitman as a sort of a guru, and if I think it ties in pretty well with this. In his chanting the square deific, he says the square deific, out of the one, advancing, out of the sides, out of the old and new, out of the square, entirely divine, solid, four-sided, all the sides needed. From this side am I, old Brahm. I and I, Saturnius, am. Not time affects me. And he goes on throughout each four sides, giving a different deity to it, but he himself identifies with each one of these.
Grib, your sound cut off right now. Can we still hear you?
Archetypes, each one of these aspects of being of the whole of the world.
Sound cut off again. So I don't know what's going on right now to your audio. I'm going to take this opportunity, like I always do, to ask everybody to subscribe. This is how I make use of all the technical difficulties. So, Grib, you're back.
Still hear you.
No, the audio is bad. You may be in a bad place right now. You may be somewhere where the connection just gets lost. So my recommendation is to either locate the issue, find what exactly is going on, because I want to hear what you have to say. But anyway, Grib, you're going to be working on that, asking everybody to subscribe once again. And I wanted to also get the thoughts of people who have not really spoken up. Info Warlock, you have not said a lot at all during the stream, so I would love to get your take on what's been talked about.
I've been absorbing it, but there's a few thought strands going around. So what specifically did you want me to comment on?
So I'm very curious about this ascension process, and one other thing that I wanted to mention before I forget is in the Kabbalah, at least the way that this guy Michael Lightman defines it, there is this process of creation, of giving and receiving, where the energy source of everything gave the ability to exist to us, like a collective us. And since it was so much energy, we wanted to give something back in return. And it's just become this undulating process of giving and receiving, where right now the state that we're in, the human beings right here, right now, we have a very developed ego. And that's an important process. But our ego wants to constantly receive and receive and receive. And the process of the Kabbalah is supposed to be one where you transmute the receiving into giving. And not just giving for the sake of receiving, where, according to him, even if you love somebody, even if you do good things to somebody, you're still getting pleasure out of it. And his idea is to go beyond that egotistical search for satisfaction into a state where it's closer to the Creator, where you're giving for the sake of giving. And it's always been an interesting thing for me to think about. I just wanted to quickly throw that one in.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, I guess I'll just comment broadly on the topic of Tantra. Like, for me personally, I haven't gotten too involved in it, but from what I understand of it, I have been very inspired by this idea, this dualistic idea of, it kind of has a yin and yang, its own kind of yin and yang with Shakti and Shiva. And I think that's a very useful heuristic, the dualistic heuristic. I like to look at the universe as such, under the principle that there's the kind of dynamic tension between polar duality. Is kind of a fundamental, animates the world. And so I think I definitely see myself as a dualist. I'm not a monotheist at all. I think that's a little bit beyond. I think that's kind of the realm of the master, and it's not really practical for most people. So anyways, if you try to meditate on that, you might think, what's the ultimate logical step for this dualism? Like, what's the absolute limit? And I like the tantric answer of Shiva and Shakti. And by the way, also, I think it's relevant to view this as the feminine and the masculine energy as well, because that's how it manifests in human beings. So it's close to us. It makes sense that we would characterize things in those terms. But in terms of kind of a universal term of Shakti and Shiva, you have Shakti being the kind of energy and Shiva sort of consciousness, or another way of saying it would be that Shakti is the substance of the universe, the substance, right? Like everything is composed of Shakti. So what else is there besides substance? Well, it's structure. That's the other element at play. You have substance and structure, describing a very fundamental kind of duality in the world. And I really like that. And I think that you can also state, from those terms, and see that the kind of the idea of the Platonic forms. Oh, sorry, just one concluding thought. Just meaning that in how it manifests in this world tends to be in this negotiated state between these two, the tension of these two sources or directions, wherein you have the very specific and you have the general. The general rule, like trees, for example. We all know what trees are in a Platonic sense, but in the real world, they manifest in specific ways. So every tree is totally different. So I think that this is something to keep in mind, that we actually live in the negotiation between these two sets, because people tend to get fixated on one or the other, and they either zoom too far out where they can't see the trees for the forest, or they're looking at, they're dialed into minutia where they can't see the forest for the trees, as it were. So I think it's an interesting heuristic and one to keep in mind. And that's what Tantra kind of means to me personally. So yeah.
That's really interesting, but I would like to point out that what you're describing when you're talking about Shiva and Shakti, that's not dualism, that's polarity. And fundamentally speaking, when you take the two together, that's what constitutes creation. It's not like one is like, I understand that you're getting at something, and language can be like really frustrating to handle when you're talking about metaphysics and stuff, but it's to say that one is substance, they work together. You can't have one without the other. And to discuss, like, to say that it's dualistic, it's not really the appropriate terminology.
Dualism would be something like two opposite and very separate absolutes. Like, for example, the Christian concept of good and evil, right? That is actually a very good example of a dualism. Is they're opposing, not complementing, and very separate concepts.
Well, I think where I was coming
as a singular entity is sort of the nature of tantric sex in and of itself.
Exactly, like the whole idea of union, and that's why like tantric sex is honestly not as prevalent a practice within the context of Tantra in general, but it is still like an immensely useful image to keep in mind, that the entirety of creation is that moment of union that you can actually replicate when you are embodying that the center of that mandala. When you are embodying Shakti and Shiva, that's what you're doing. You're embodying creation itself, and that's union. That's not duality.
Well, I actually don't agree. I mean, sorry, I don't disagree with anything that any of you all have said. I think that I was really describing more of like a way of analyzing the world instead of trying to make actual, claims about like truth claims about how the world is. It's more like this is a heuristic, a way of like looking at and learning and viewing the world. But yeah, I know I would say that it is a union of opposites, but it's also dualistic in the way that you can look at it. And Lev, like you're cracking up over here.
It's the chat. It's the. I'll be better. Okay.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I would just say, yeah, no, I just disagree. I would say that I say duality. I'd like to be pro duality because I think it gets a bad rap, because I realize that monotheism has been so influential on the consciousness of people that we all tend to, I think there's kind of we're like overly enthusiastic about this idea of like the oneness of the universe. It's like maybe we can glimpse this in you know, at moments of enlightenment or something. But for practical terms, I don't think that that's how, like the Hylics, you know, they shouldn't view things that way, because it doesn't make, yeah, it's the realm of the master, you know.
What do you mean by the master?
Yeah, when you say the master, are you talking about Gentleman Luxury on?
Yeah,
Twitter?
the master.
He's talking about me, baby.
By the way, Lev is just fucking gone. He's dying in a corner somewhere.
Actually, it's funny. We were discussing on Discord a little bit earlier about maybe it was yesterday. I don't remember anymore. Time is kind of wonky for me. But we were discussing about making a drinking game with the Break the Rules stream. And basically, every time the chat makes Lev laugh, it's a drink. And if Lev walks off the stream because he's laughing too hard, that's just finish your drink.
Oh man, my glasses. I don't even need my glasses. I don't know why I'm wearing them right now. But yeah, this is a very interesting concept for me. How we can ascend, why we should ascend. I mean, Shakespeare always said that all the life's a stage and we are all actors. So I guess living our dharma would be living whatever role we end up in this life, whether it means to ascend or to stick around and rake the leaves. And it's like, it's all good.
Sweep the streets.
Yeah.
Well, there is a thing with ascension that I guess ascension is a bit misunderstood in many ways, and so is enlightenment. A lot of people think it brings it to sort of a next level, something beyond, man. But there's really nowhere to go beyond man. Transhumanism, sort of the material transhumanism and spiritual transhumanism are both sort of wrong concepts, because you can't go beyond the human experience. And I've said this a lot, and people who talk with me either on Discord or whatever are probably going to groan, because I've mentioned this many times already, but you can't go beyond the human experience. And even if you sort of ascend and reach some sort of godhood, you are still a man, in the sense that your experience as a man just continues.
If you're an animal, you're also a man.
Well, all creatures have Buddhahood.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, there was that story about how the jealous gods, it's like it kind of keeps going up and down, right? Like you get to the realm of the heavenly gods, then you go back down to the jealous gods because you're bored of just, being in the state of bliss. And with the jealous gods, you like fight amongst each other, but then that gets boring after a while. So it's like you keep going down and down and down, and you go back up, and it just undulates like that. And that's, I guess, the point. There's no escape from seeing dissatisfactions in any of these processes, including the process of being timeless. But that still makes me wonder, as somebody who makes animations, for those who don't know, by the way, I do animations. I'll send you all Only Love, this film that I did in a third year of SVA. I highly recommend, for those in the chat, look that up. Only Love animation, and you'll see it. I think it's really, really good. But anyway, that's just patting myself on the back. But anyway, what was I even talking about? Okay. Ascension, yeah. So there is still something, I think, to the astral plane. Being somebody who likes to draw cartoon characters, I could imagine wanting to be in a scenario where I could just close my eyes and then I could picture in front of me with my mind's eye, just like a dream world that I can create and sculpt and just just have fun in. And I think that there is something to that in this plane of creation.
Well, it goes back to like one of our favorite memes in Kaliak. It's the occipital bun, which is your, there is a correlation between that and being able to visualize things, but also sort of with a higher thought. And that's really what separates Hylics from non-Hylics. It's that little thing. And if you're able to visualize and do all this sort of, abstraction, then yes, definitely in a setting where you have full control of everything, like the astral plane or lucid dream, you definitely would thrive and feel extremely at home, because this is sort of pure manipulation of what, what you can imagine.
Well, the dream world. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, I think that the malleability of that world is certainly something that we can debate. But I also think just walking around with your eyes open, you kind of, I don't know, you can kind of make out whatever you want to make out, but also kind of just observe the archetypes and what you see just in day-to-day life. And once you start making those connections, you, at least in my opinion, I don't feel like you need that sort of world where you can like a Halo Forge map just change everything around. I feel like you can just observe it and I don't know, draw your own conclusions from that. And I feel like to me at least that's satisfying enough.
Well, it's being in tune with the world around you, for sure.
Yeah, the symbols are there to kind of initiate you into that process, but really once it's part of your life, it's just there, and you don't have to go onto Reddit occult Discord and say, guys, today I saw a god manifest in my house. It's more like it's just there.
Jesus in your
it's
toes.
just there.
Yeah. I mean, it's
just there.
You can, I think, actually a really good metric to understand like how comfortable, like if you see how comfortable you are with events happening in your life, like you realize that is your normality, and there's kind of like this sense of like belonging. I think that that's a really good sign. This is like a very like just experiential thing, but you can have this situation when you start having things happen and they're extraordinary, and these synchronicities can be really startling for people that are not used to them, but for you that is now your bread and butter. That is part of who you are. And it's not like the idea of becoming starts to become obsolete, because then you can look back at your past and you realize you've never changed. You were born with the same substance that you have now. And there's really nothing but understanding that's changed. You haven't improved as a person. You haven't deteriorated. You just understand a little bit better.
It's a question of balance, really. You've sort of not even achieved it. You've assumed your balance. And balance itself is also a very interesting concept, because a lot of people have a very Hollywood perspective of what balance is. And sort of this, they see balance as equilibrium in sort of the most sterile and stereotypical way, where everything is equal. And you're sort of the Zen monk, and that's the idea of balance and sort of this enlightened equilibrium. But balance is a relative position relative to the insane chaos of the universe, and balance itself is a position that changes, and it's a question of you changing with it, and it's going with the flow. So when people say, ride the age of death, it doesn't mean, it just means that you find your balance in it and you stick with it, whatever it is. And this is why I often say that, an ascetic and a hedonist are just two sides of the same coin, because one is overindulging in overindulgence and the other is overindulging in underindulgence. Sure, being an ascetic or a hedonist could potentially be somebody's balance, but it's from person to person. It's extremely relative to them, to their situation, and to, the universe at large.
I just couldn't imagine living the kind of life where dishes get thrown everywhere. Like, we've seen family members, not our family members, but just like people we visited, we've just seen them become animalistic in the way that they would talk to each other. And it just seems like living that kind of personal hell, but you don't even maybe understand that it's a hell if this is like what you're used to. Like, it's a very strange thing for me to think about. Like, again, I'm just feeling really fortunate that it was a good roll of the dice that I got this time around. But there does seem to be, I think, a level of consciousness that's at a lower state when it comes to people who just love arguing all the time. Like, they just live for the sake of arguing, and they just, banter back and forth, eat processed junk all day, and there's no pressure that they could fight against at that point where they actually have to team up and stick together. In a way, that's what I see right now in America that I could point to as being a pretty big decline in a lot of people, where there's just this disconnection, but at the same time, just more junk food, more cookies, more chips, and more oxys. More what?
Absolutely.
More fluoride.
Yes, more fluoride, exactly, the fluoride stare. And that's another thing that it should come to a head eventually. I mean, there should be a moment, like people always talk about the apocalypse, revealing something. There may be some moment that we're going to have to go through, but it's all very dramatic in our heads. Like, when people think of the apocalypse, people think of fire and brimstone and the meteor crashing down. And sure, there was a meteor that I'm pretty sure crashed down 11,000 years ago. But, I wonder, how exactly is this one going to go down? How far away are we now?
Well,
one
it depends a
thing,
lot on. Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to say really quickly that what you said about the fluoride and like the decreasing quality of life that people are experiencing is directly linked to the cruelty that we see in factory farming. It is very much necessary in terms of when you think about the cycles of reincarnation and the age that we live in. That type of quick succession of life that is simply brought in only to be snuffed out immediately afterwards. It's part of this whole system. It's necessary.
It's completely materialistic. There is nothing
Yes.
sacred about it. And if you think back to how things used to be in the past, everything people did, their day-to-day life was very sacred. We live in a world where we somehow separate the spiritual from the mundane. And we make a clear distinction between, you go to church on Sunday and that's your sort of spiritual thing, and the rest of the time is not a spiritual experience. But in truth, everything is a spiritual experience. And when society abandoned that, it's when we started to, or rather, abandoning it was a symptom. It goes both ways. There's no such thing as a one-way street in spirituality. Everything is two ways.
It wouldn't even occur to that. It wouldn't even occur to a person living in that world that there was a difference. Like they wouldn't.
Exactly.
It wouldn't even register because everything you're doing is that, right?
It is, exactly. So like when you hunt an animal in the woods and you kill a deer, for example, it is an extremely sacred and spiritual experience. And then the hunter would then,
well, and then eating it as well.
Yes, and they would eat it. And yeah, just the meal itself is an extremely spiritual and personal experience.
Well, like you kill a deer, every meal.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And in this part of the country, still it's considered a necessary ritual that the first time that you kill a deer, you're supposed to eat it, at least one bite of its raw heart.
Yep.
Yes, and to forego that is very dishonorable. And I mean that maybe we don't use that term. We just call you like, a little baby, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, I did that.
Same.
There was
blood instead of heart.
There was this book, Initiation into Hermetics by Franz Barden, and it talks about how each meal is also just like you breathe in. When you take a breath in, you're supposed to have a certain intention with this breath that you breathe in. Same thing with the food that you eat. Before you eat something, you have a certain intention that you want this food to bring into your life, whether you're like, the health of your family or financial success or whatever. And
for sure.
It's a very interesting process that when we think about it, people just go on doing these things that they're used to doing since they were born, not realizing that there could be so much more depth into just like these commonplace things that we have the ability to do that we just, negate. And it would make our lives so much more fulfilling every single moment rather than just getting all sugared up and just being like a hungry ghost. And in a way, by the way, what you mentioned about the factory farms, that is like a hell when you think about it. Like that would be, I remember reading somewhere that certain hells, they're very painful, but they last for a short time. And that could be an example of that. Being in a factory farm, like it's not like 90 years, but you are suffering and then you're destroyed. And it's just something to maybe balance out whatever happened before. And maybe you didn't even live there. You lived somewhere else, like in another timeline.
Yeah, like one of the things that I always tell people about reincarnation is that it's like Euclidean, and you have to understand it as that. So you have to understand like these factory farms and shit like that as sort of like you could definitely reincarnate in there. And I always tell people that just by eating factory farm food, you are contributing to your karma, and by participating in those people who are reincarnating as chickens in factory farms, pigs in factory farms, cows in factory farms, you're participating in it. And obviously they're still being punished, but by aiding in their punishment, by eating them and aiding the whole system, you're still putting yourself in a position where, who knows, if you're a really shitty person, maybe you'll reincarnate as one of those. And you should think about that every time you eat a hamburger or every time you eat anything that's factory farm, because it's hellish, but it's a necessary hell. And because time is Euclidean, it's not really ever going to go away, but it's still, you know what I mean?
This is something that I'm pretty passionate about with the nutrition and the diet and everything. And I think in a spiritual context, at least from the way that most people approach it, I feel like you were saying, if people do these basic things, it would feel a lot more fulfilled. They would feel a lot happier. And I feel like when people sort of they get that sense of needing to change, whether that's physically or spiritually, a lot of people they immediately gravitate to the most drastic option. They immediately gravitate to, okay, well, I guess this means that I need to go through, Catholic initiation. I need to be an Orthodox. I need to be an ascetic monk. And a lot of people, I feel like it makes sense, but it's a little bit misplaced, because I feel like people need to start. It's a pyramid, right? You need to start from the base, where what are you doing on a daily basis? What are you putting into your body? What are you thinking about? And if you start analyzing and making positive changes in that, everything else sort of falls into place. You can't just get into this really broad, specific spiritual context or initiation without evaluating and changing things that you're doing that impact you negatively on a daily basis.
Well, that reaction is it's actually very symptomatic of the time, because most people are dopamine junkies. And not only are they dopamine junkies, they are dopamine junkies with fried dopamine receptors. And so to them, the only time they feel or they experience something, it's with extremes. So when they feel extreme, negative effects of their prolonged, bad decisions or whatever, they revert to an extreme medicine. So what they perceive as an extreme medicine. So their reaction to being extremely depressed, or and I don't mean depressed in the sense like the psychological thing, but I mean like purely in a spiritual, physical sense. Their response is to just go and, well, I guess to put it in meme terms, they're so black-pilled, their only white pill is a suppository. And it's funny to say, but that is how it is. And to bring it back to the factories.
So true. That's why it's funny.
Wait, do suppositories, by the way, inverse Kundalini? What's the?
Yes, absolutely, exactly. Absolutely. If you force something, it's like an inverse Kundalini.
I think it's about intent, because I had a surgery once and I had a suppository, and I definitely didn't feel that energy drain on my ass. But maybe that was just wishful thinking.
Constipation. We'll have to repeat it and find out.
Water.
Yeah.
What? I have
prostate tests are adharmic.
I have 3 glasses of water here that I've been drinking this entire time.
Yeah.
Water's sacred. Sometimes I even make a wish.
Absolutely.
Nice.
5%.
Life from water.
Good water.
R.I.P.
Or rather, life comes from water. But yeah, to bring it back to the factories, this is not only food. This is everything. To the things you use, the clothes you wear, the house you live in. A lot of it is very mundane and superficial. It's not. The era of craftsmen is pretty much over. So everything you get is mass produced. And obviously, if it's made by soulless machines, there is no soul in the craft you're using.
Thank God my dad's a craftsman.
There you go. When he makes something, a part of him is in that thing, because he worked on it. There's a lot of intent, and Cowboy said this before, but this can't be stressed enough. Intent is everything. And even in karma, a lot of the time people say, oh, well, karma doesn't work because whatever guy who does a lot of awful shit didn't get what was coming for him. Well, it's a question of intent. If he is 100% fully convinced that what he's doing is righteous, and he's following a righteous path as far as he knows, then he technically is righteous.
So somebody like Osama bin Laden, let's say.
Yes, if Osama bin Laden believes 100%, well, he doesn't, because he's a mercenary. But
well,
take, for example,
somebody in ISIS, I don't know.
Yes, some jihadi, right, who is 100% convinced that what he's doing is the righteous path, and that, beheading an infidel is the most righteous thing. And this is important. He didn't convince himself to do that. He actually believes it, because you can convince yourself, and then that technically does carry a karmic debt, because deep down at a certain level that it is wrong. But if you are 100% convinced on a purely natural way that something is right, then it is right, because intent is everything.
So what if you're somebody who's like a standard American burger, and you don't really know about these factory farms for whatever reason, and you just happen to love eating burgers all day, would that have the same karmic reaction as somebody who is aware that this is where this piece of meat came
No.
from?
I don't think so. And I think that where the karmic debt comes in is like, for instance, I get in arguments a lot on Twitter where I talk about this, and people will just sort of dig their heels in the ground and say, "Oh, you sound like a vegetarian," or "You sound like some sort of hippie." And I think that's where the karmic debt incurs, is when the information is presented to them and it's
And they
sort
don't
of
accept it.
irrefutable, and they don't accept it.
Because deep
And-
down, when you're presented with the truth, you know that it's a truth. You can cope and deny it, but on a certain level, you know, on a spiritual level, you know. And it is forgivable if you don't know. But like Sunny said, if the evidence is presented to you, or if the argument is presented to you, and you get that response, that anger response of like sort of this instant revulsion, because you know that it's the truth and that you're wrong, that's where the karmic debt comes in, for sure.
Yeah, because that's basically the battle between like ego and truth, where you're unwilling to sacrifice yourself. And that's why the imagery of Chinnamasta beheading herself and her devotees, you know, like, because through tantric,
or Odin hanging himself on the tree.
absolutely, the concept of self-sacrifice is extremely relevant to this, because yes, there is a price to pay. And it's like it's not the ego in the sense that like I'm talking about ego death, but it's this understanding of like the value of like your pride. Because surely I think the idea of pride, I think, is like really more descriptive of it.
Yeah,
If you're addicted to your own past, then
Even if
you're
it's like
unwilling
a
to.
burger. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that like if you're addicted to your own past and to your own like opinions, and you're unwilling to change those opinions because of new information, then you're holding on to an illusion. There is no such thing as a past. There is no such thing as a self that's you know, connected to your opinions, or like what your favorite color is. That's superficial.
It is, yeah. And I also think that even if you have your hypothetical burger straw man who learns about factory farming, and you know, there's a difference between the burger who's like, okay, I'm just gonna keep eating this without thought, you know, whatever. Okay, now I know this is true or whatever. But if you have a person who is in an economic situation or a station in society where they can't afford, or they don't have the means to go get these things, but they're eventually planning on trying to acquire meat in a more holistic way, I think that the intention is what really matters. So even if someone has the knowledge, I don't think there's like a negative karmatic impact from someone who's still eating a burger.
I totally agree
aiming.
with that,
Yeah.
because
There's
it's all about intent. And if when you eat, like, even honestly, like, I do this, like, whenever I go out, if I'm going on like a date, or I'm going out somewhere and I'm eating something at a restaurant, it's 100% not going to be reliably sourced. It's almost always, unless they advertise it. And if it is, they'll advertise it everywhere. They'll
Even
they'll
if they
put
do
grass
advertise
fed.
it.
Yeah, and even then, and when I eat it, I always, you know, I remind myself about what I'm eating. I'm very reverent of that, and I think that doesn't feel bad. There's no like bad
It's a
feeling,
fact,
but if,
for sure.
yeah,
Morality
exactly.
stems from inside, and if you feel bad about an action, it's wrong. Like,
Yeah.
It's sort of like,
That's-
imagine if, I mean, this is just like sort of my thought on it, but imagine if you were that animal that's been factory farmed, you know, your whole life. That's exactly you, like what Sonny's saying, like that's what you would want the person consuming your flesh to be and understand. You would want them to understand, you know, okay, like at least someone,
It's a sacrifice.
yeah, at least someone understands what is happening here and consumes it in a way that they understand it. And when we talk about intent, like it's one thing to have the intention of like someone this archetypal like villain mindset of like, I love the destruction and wastefulness of factory farming, like I love consuming its products. That doesn't really exist. But the intent, I would say, in this context would be the gluttony, or even the not caring, the intent to not even attempt to understand where your food comes from, I would argue that is negative karmic intent.
For sure. If you know what's happening,
there's some precedent in this. With Tibetan Buddhism, of course, Buddhists in general aren't supposed to eat meat, but in Tibet, there's no grain or anything for them to eat because of the tundra that they live in, so they have to eat meat. And so they
Grib, your audio
just
cut out.
practice some revenants for
He's in
good Lord. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
No problem at all. It's just.
It's interesting that you brought up the Tibetan thing, because there is a similar thing in Islam, where you're not allowed to eat pork unless you're on jihad, and unless you're forced to or you're tricked into it. Then it is acceptable. It's not okay, but it is something that can be forgiven. So an imam would tell, let's say a group of jihadi, of mujahideen are stuck somewhere and all they can eat is pork. It is okay for them to eat the pork. It is a situation that is beyond their control, so it's acceptable. And people that are like, oh, we're going to trick Muslims into eating pork and then they're not going to go to heaven. It doesn't work. And in the Quran, it specifically talks about this, or maybe not in the Quran, but anyways, it is a thing where it is talked about.
It's in the Hadith.
Yeah,
it's in the Hadith, yeah.
Yeah.
But basically, it is okay if they don't know about it. If it's something they need to do, like there are situations where it's okay. And just to bring it back to what Sunny was saying, with if you're in a restaurant and there's no other alternative, I mean, you're not going to be the guy who's like, this is not grass-fed, and
But what?
Yeah, because that feels wrong.
Yeah, because that's wrong, because you're being disrespectful to the.
And
is
it more wrong to eat the meat or to not show up to someone who loves you, like to not show up to
exactly.
Yeah.
Like if someone cooks you food and it has something like that, you just have to pay reverence to what you're eating, and just it's a relationship. Like guest and host have the same etymological root, ghosty. Like there's a oneness there. It's reciprocal.
Robot Bob says, if you want to block them from heaven, you have to cook them the ultimate bacon to tempt them and make it voluntary.
Yeah, that would be.
Well,
that would work in their religion.
Well, don't they say in the Quran that Satan is like the ultimate tempter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Well, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, please go on.
Well, I was going to say something that's a little bit unrelated, so if you want to finish that thought, go ahead.
I wanted to say something really quickly. I'm sorry, Lev.
No,
I just want to say something really quickly about how our European ancestors were animal herders. And I think with animal sacrifice specifically, something that doesn't get brought up a lot and is like literally never talked about is how all of our ancestors were herders and they were shepherds.
Pastoralists, yeah.
Yeah, they were pastoralists. They practiced transhumans. It's not transhumanism. It means like they have a settled area and then they go somewhere else to herd half the year, and then they come
semi-nomadic back. Basically.
They're semi-nomadic, yeah. And our ancestors were shepherds, and the vibe of what a shepherd is really can't be understated here. We protected the animals from natural predators. It's not like with my chickens, I protect them from natural predators, but sometimes, right, they get taken, and that's a loss, and you have to pay reverence to that, but you have to make sure that their life doesn't go in vain. I don't eat the chickens, but if there was a situation where I had to, I would sacrifice the chicken because I've taken care of the chickens. It's the same thing with people who herd cattle and who herd goats. You take care of them. You form a relationship with them. And in a situation where you are shepherding these animals, you are protecting them, it's a give and take relationship. Sure. By protecting them, you are essentially giving them a prosperous, loving life. But once in a while, you might have to kill one so you can survive and so the whole pack may survive, as opposed to if they were living on the steppe where they would have low numbers and they'd be tracked by animals all the time, and it would be a lot more not a pleasant life for them. And so this relationship between shepherd and animal is where the concept of animal sacrifice comes in. And
Well,
the way fucking Christians and shit portray it, like you're just like ripping an animal out of the thing and you're just like slitting its throat and ripping its heart out, and like, well, like in like a weird bloodlust thing, is just, it's not. If you eat an animal, you are sacrificing it. And if you don't accept that it's a sacrifice, that you are eating an animal, then you're not paying reverence to what you're eating. That it was a living, conscious being that you are killing to sustain yourself.
One of the biggest things that I think people misinterpret about animal sacrifice is, in order for a sacrifice to be viable, it has to mean something. You can't sacrifice something that doesn't mean anything to you.
Yeah.
And if you, like you're saying, like if you are a true practitioner of animal husbandry, the animals that you take care of, they mean something.
You love them.
Yeah, you love
Yeah.
them. And when you
Like,
sacrifice,
I've known farmers who go down to their barn at like 4 a.m. and they stare at their cows and they pet them and they kiss them on the nose. Like, it's funny to say, it's really weird, but it's a thing. Like, they love their animals.
Yeah. Oh, and then when you decide to take one of your flock for sacrifice, that is a major decision. It cannot be, like you're saying, it can't be understated how important it is emotionally that you taking something that you've taken care of and sacrificing it for something that you believe to be even greater than that.
Absolutely.
And
there's
it's also, sorry, go on, Sophia. You can go on.
What I wanted to add is that when you love an animal dearly and you dispatch it, and there's an emotional weight to that, you are conferring honor to that animal. There is something like really, really important about the intent behind someone like dispatching you.
There's an exchange happening.
Exactly. Yeah. And there are good ways to die and there are bad ways to die. One of the best ways is to be like, have your life taken by someone who actually cares about you.
Well, it goes back to I guess in a sense, it kind of mirrors the samurai, right? They had, when the samurai committed seppuku, he opened his stomach, but he had a close friend who would stand next to him and behead him.
Yeah.
And that is like a very important thing. You have given yourself the mortal wound, so you technically have killed yourself, but the final blow is brought down by somebody you respect, and somebody who respects you.
And also, another deeper sort of aspect of that is they only cut your head off if you show pain, which sort of implies that if you show that you're suffering, then they put you out of that suffering.
Mm-hmm. And it's also, they're saving, like, they're helping you save face.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is that if he sees that you're struggling or whatever, actually the person that does the beheading, there's more than just them beheading the person. So they actually have to bring the person that is committing seppuku to the place where it's going to be committed. They also have to talk with them and sort of be with them and make that final connection. And if the person that is supposed to commit seppuku starts to falter and is afraid, then the person that cuts off his head is supposed to sort of
like reaffirm.
Reaffirm him. Like make him regain his honor, basically. It's an extremely intimate relationship between these two people, especially considering that one person is about to die.
I mean,
sorry, go on.
It's like the point of death is a point of liminality that's really similar, or in fact you could say it's synchronous with that of life and of sex. Like those are all connected. And also another thing that I wanted to add is that when you have this relationship of mutual respect, you can also see that in more general Martian culture amongst warriors. If I don't know like who has experience with like combat, but if you engage in combat, if you've ever tried sparring with boxing or whatever martial art, you'll realize that the feelings that you have when you're fighting someone, there's a lot of respect, there's a lot of love for your opponent. And that's why you give them a good fight. It's not because you hate the person. It's not because you're angry. If anything, any kind of anger, any kind of negative emotion gets sublimated into this feeling of like there's this selfless like devotion to the art of war and to your opponent. You want to give them the honor of a good fight. And that's why you do your best. Mm-hmm. It's not because you want to hurt them, but it's because you have the opportunity to teach them either through your victory or defeat.
This makes me want to go back to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I used to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu several years ago. I even made a logo for them, Ronin Athletics in New York City. In case anybody's listening here is in New York City, I recommend you go there. It's a great place. But anyway, at the end of the class, everybody shook each other's hand. We just kind of like went in this circle, and we shook each other's hand, and we thanked each other for doing it. And it does feel in a way like when you do it, you become part of this temporary super organism that wants to lift itself up, and there's something very fulfilling about that.
So
And
I can
you
just
come
say
on the
for
veto.
sorry. For me personally, like, you know, like I'm a bigger guy. Like, most people, if I said, hey, do you want to fight, to be like, fuck no, I'm not going to fight you. Like, and for me, if I actually get to, and I fought like with my friends and people that are sort of on the same footing, but that's sort of what it comes down to as well, is not only are we doing this for each other, but if I agree to fight you and you agree to fight me, it means that on some level we are standing on the same footing. We agree that this is something fair that we can engage in. Because if you're obviously just going to thrash somebody, that person isn't going to want to fight you, and really you shouldn't want to fight them either. To agree to fight someone is sort of like an acknowledgement of their equality to you.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah, and I've been through periods where I was engaged in combat sports and where I wasn't, and the psychological difference is insane, where you get used to physically dealing with your problems, and you get used to having some kind of way to like work on that with other people that are trying to pursue the same goal in life. And you notice that when you're in like when you're, you know, if you're walking at night and someone comes up to you, if you've been, at least for me, if you've been involved in some kind of combat sport recently, it's not like an experience where you're even on edge, because you're so used to intuiting body language and dealing with someone physically that you just don't even think, oh yeah, he's about to take me out or something like that. Or if he is, you can tell. But if there's like, I went through like a 5-year stretch of just not doing that kind of thing because I was so involved with my family and my job that I just didn't, I just let it slip. And I noticed that when I was walking places at night, I would get more anxious about someone's going to jump me, or something's going to happen to me. And people can smell that fear. People can see that kind of thing on you. And so it really does serve you defensively to get involved with something like that. So yeah, absolutely. And it just changes the way that you interact with the world at a very granular level.
When you say smell fear, sorry, I just wanted to say one thing real quick. When you smell fear, are you saying that people would be able to actually smell it with their nose, or is that does that mean
just
with
just
the
an
eyes?
Expression, like I don't even know where the sense comes from. It might be preternatural, or it might be beyond the senses that we're used to dealing with. But you can definitely tell, like even the most non-intuitive people can generally suss you out, and they can sniff whether or not you're a pussy. Like that's just something that people can generally do. Everybody knows.
I mean, we're still animals, right?
And you look at everybody in the room, and you know which person would probably be not very fun to fight, and which person would be, easy to pick on.
Well, there are only two actual people present on camera right now. I don't know
that's the funny part about
what you guys look like behind the avatars, but yeah.
I'm a dog.
Yes, you're a dog. You could probably bite one of us, and I don't know, like human versus dog. I guess it depends on like
I feel like it depends on the dog. I could probably kill a dog if it attacked me.
Well, this is
not my dog.
This is what the Maasai warriors did with lions. They had these vats full of psychedelic chemicals that they drink and go into this dream state, and then they would like run and like chase down a lion and kill it with their bare hands. I don't really know if they had any tools, but yeah, that's an interesting ritual. Sometimes I think so many of these African tribesmen are just constantly in DMT land the whole time.
The Aboriginals were.
Definitely,
Aboriginal Australians were.
Yeah, that's dream time. Isn't that what that's called? And they also
Yeah,
talked
time.
about. They also talked
Rama,
about.
Rama.
What?
They call it Rama Rama.
Rama.
Rama
Nice.
Rama.
Well, I don't know if it was them or another tribe talked about how they sensed when the hunting party either was going to come back with loot or without anything, and they prepared accordingly. Like they
also taught through they also taught through that layer. There's like their number system is interesting too. But what's really interesting about Aboriginal people, a lot of them, especially the ones that haven't had as much contact with society, and they just kind of sit out there drinking all day and just chilling out and
Puff and
hunting.
gas.
Yeah, exactly. Is that they see that layer 24/7 over reality. They see it all like, oh yeah, there's a great spirit crossing, and like there's a storm coming, and the spirits are crossing. And when they're learning to hunt, they see the old hunters that died. They see the old.
They're
they
just
see
following
what
whatever
worked.
they see.
Exactly, and it's
extremely
just pure.
instinctual. It's very interesting.
It is. It's pure instinct, and that's once you get into that, like and I've been there. I've been animalistic and nutty, and I've been out in the woods, and I've laid on my back and slept for 5 days and acted like a total fucking freak. And when I was in that state, I felt so alive. I felt my instincts. I felt my intuition just fan out and superimpose itself over this like superficial sense that we have, and everything became clear. You could see yourself in the trees and the creeks and the mountains. You can just see yourself everywhere, and you understand all of these phases and states you go through in life are reflected in everything that you see in the forest. Everything.
That's why I advocate people just spend as much time outside as possible. Like, think about really how much exposure to, like, I know nature is like a weird practice, but like, go out and experience it. Like, if you're not out and experiencing things, you can theorize as much as you want. You can be a fan of the American Romantic movement when it comes to like nature and the wilderness, but being out and experiencing it is a completely different I guess experience. It's a completely different mode of being when you're out there and that's all you care about. That's you live in a totally different world.
It's different priorities. It really restructures your priorities. And what's interesting is when you're doing it with a group of people and how the dynamic changes from the first day to, let's say, if you're out for a month in the woods, to the 30th day. It's completely different. And also another strange thing is hygiene. Hygiene changes a lot, but not in the sense people get dirtier. People just wash differently, and and especially with women, right? Greasy hair is like the end of the world. But if they're out in the woods for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and they're gonna have sort of greasyish hair, but that's like natural. That's very natural, and they accept it, which is very interesting to see especially for people who are extremely self-conscious, who have these shackles of expectations on them that society put there in terms of how they're supposed to be groomed. A lot of that changes, and it's extremely refreshing to see somebody who starts to accept themselves, like fully, truly themselves, not how they're projecting themselves in society, but how they truly are on the inside.
Well, and that's kind of something as well, when you're out in nature versus being in sort of like being in modernity, like when the soma changes, when you have a different somatic experience, like when you're out in nature, especially by yourself or even with other people, you really find out who you are. You find out really it's weird because you would think you would be more in tune to external stuff, and you are to an extent, but in my experience, the thought is mostly internal. It's mostly not overcoming, but acknowledging and understanding how you react and how you think and who you are, rather than just acknowledging everything around you.
Absolutely. And like as a starting point to anybody who really wants to pursue that and have some kind of thing to do outside, whether it's fishing, whatever it is, one of the things I always recommend to people, and I've had so many people I've told this to come back and just have all these positive changes come out of it, and I'm not a guru, and I'm not pitching a fucking self-help method, but I do have direct experience with giving people this one piece of advice. Learn plants in your area, forage, learn like what grows. Even if you're in a city or a suburb, you can find mushrooms, you can find lichens, you can find all kinds of edible stuff, medicinal stuff. Just go learn what grows and learn how.
You are absolutely dead on there. Like
eat what comes from the earth.
And for me, like I fish, but I don't just fish. Like I learned the Latin taxonomy, I learned range maps, everything. Like And it's the same thing. I used to be really into birding, into herpetology, into botany. When you have a accurate picture of what is in an ecosystem and how an ecosystem functions, it's much easier to insert yourself into that.
I'll add something else onto that. We are not prey animals. We are not meant to live in burrows.
Mm.
And the fact that we live in large houses and the fact that we don't go outside very much is very much and like against our nature. It is much more, it will come much more naturally to live outdoors, to go camping, to go backpacking. That's why we go on holiday and do these things. You know, it's not necessarily like a directly pleasant experience in some cases, and sometimes you have like these really like crappy days where it's like raining all day and your feet are sore, but bottom line, when you come back, those are like the best memories that you have, because that's what we're supposed to do. That's where we're actually at home.
And if you can do it, bring someone with you and just go out there, camp, like even in a suburb, just like illegally fucking camp. I'm not a lawyer, but just go, go find someplace and just make a fucking campfire, or just talk in the darkness and just talk about and if neither of you are good at talking publicly or privately, or you're introverted or whatever, you're just not, that's even better, because that's really, you get into that zone where you're just telling stories about your family or just talking about stuff that you've seen around you. One of the best days I ever had in my entire life was when I crossed 12 miles on foot of forest in England. And I just went out there and I just walked and walked and walked. And at the end of that 12, I didn't even have any goal in mind. I just said, you know what, I'm going to see if I can find some blackberries. And I walked for 12 miles, came out on the other side, and I saw this arc of lightning and this rainbow show up in the clouds. And that just gave me so much meaning, and so much that came at the right time in my life. And those kind of things, for people, for anybody that's hopeless, especially for anybody that just feels beaten down, like go do that. Just go walk, go learn the lay of the land. Even if you're in a suburb, it's all buried there, man. It's even better in that case, because you're finding secrets.
I agree with that absolutely. Like, even if you're I grew up very, very rurally, but right now I live in a much more urban environment, and I still go out and I try to see, like, okay, well, even in this very concreted, very asphalt area, what is the biodiversity? What does find a way to live here? And I've been astounded looking around. Like, I found very like substantial breeding populations of certain salamanders that I had never imagined would be in this area. There's different hawks, kestrels, like things that like things that most people would say, like, oh, like, what's here? Nothing. It just honeysuckle or whatever. But there's tons and tons of biodiversity even in these areas.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I found miner's lettuce growing in Seattle, like out of the cracks in the pavement. I found morel. I found a patch.
You found a morel?
Secret,
really?
Yeah, I have a secret patch of them here, and they always come back every year. I can go back to the same place, and like those local secrets, they really put you in touch with stuff, and you start learning the names of the plants in your area, and amazing stuff starts happening.
It's a mastery of your local environment.
Yeah, and for anybody,
that's the thing you should do as an animal. As an animal, you
Absolutely.
should know your local environment.
And if you want to, this is if you're interested in communicating with other people who know about this stuff, try that iNaturalist site where you submit pictures, and they have people that will identify stuff. If you don't know where to start with, like, identifying mushrooms or plants or animals, you can put pictures up on there, and there's literally people who camp out all day on iNaturalist, and they'll just say, oh yeah, this is this type of mushroom, you can eat this, or that's this is this type of bird. Just give it a shot. It's really fun. Just taxonomize stuff in your area.
Mm-hmm.
You should also try random nodding.
Yeah, I've heard that's fun.
Yep, definitely.
What's random nodding?
It's like I don't know if it's GPT, but it just sends you to a random location within walkable distance, wherever you are. And people who do it always report finding like really weird stuff, which makes me think that it's GPT, like it's some sort of neural AI algorithm. But people will do it, and they find crazy shit, or just shit they've never even seen in their city. And also there's a few apps that you can download that's like a fog of war map, like, and it'll be like a GPS, like you're looking at Google Maps, but all the places you've never been are fogged out. And I downloaded that, and that's really fucking cool. And I think I don't know what the fuck it's called, but
You suddenly realize the places you haven't been to, which are extremely close to you.
yeah, exactly.
A couple of more recommendations out there. There's a documentary called The London Perambulator, and there's a book called Scarp and Edgelands, and they're all about England, but they apply everywhere. They're under a field called psychogeography, which is about like learning how to. It came out of situationalism, so it was a left-wing thing about how to break the slave mindset of living in a city and going along routes that are set for you. But it's really interesting because it's all about finding the history and the psychological qualities of like the genius loci of places, like finding the spirits of like a city or a town and trying to find what's been paved over and what secrets are there and what unusual routes can I take. So look into those books. Anything that psychogeography people are interested in is a lot of fun.
I like one of my favorite things that I recommend to people is look at the land. Like it's like you talking about geography, and it's absolutely true. Like I like looking around and seeing don't look at the trees, don't look at any plants, don't look at any buildings. Just look at the actual physical landscape. Look at the terrain, and just try to think what caused that to be that way, and what has this place look like in the past, and what'll it look like potentially in the future. And to me, that's always mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's amazing how much volcanoes changed the Pacific Northwest throughout. In this region, the volcanic activity completely carved out some of the geological features here. And if it wasn't for volcanoes, it wouldn't look anything like it. And so there's so many interesting stories. Like in New York City, there's Minetta Creek buried underneath NYC, and it's called the Devil's Water. And Jimi Hendrix claimed that the devil spoke to him through Minetta Creek because it runs under his studio. And he claims that he spoke to it and that it gave him inspiration for melodies. This is a real deal. Look it up. Minetta Creek and Jimi Hendrix.
Wow, is this kind of like similar to ley lines? The idea that there are these
places of power. There are places of power everywhere.
This is also
water, especially because riverbanks are a liminal space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, liminal places are extremely important. Thresholds and boundaries and what have you, extremely powerful places, because they're not only boundaries physically, they're boundaries on a spiritual level as well. They're boundaries all across the board. And obviously, if it's a boundary, then a lot of things can jump in and out.
That's true.
Another book, Invisible Cities by Italo Calvino. It's about places that places that may or may not exist, dictated to Kublai Khan by Marco Polo. Yeah, fantastic book. And it really opens up your imagination. So even if you're in an urban or semi-urban area, you can start to really get some inspiration for liminality and finding these unusual places and cities, because they do exist everywhere.
It's actually funny too. When you fish, that's one of the things that you look for is those liminal spaces. Like when you read a depth finder, and depending on what you're fishing for, a lot of times it'll be very, very, very flat, and then you'll have like a hump, or you'll have like a ridge where the original riverbank came through, or like you'll have the current, and then you'll have the area next to the current where it's calm, and that in between area, that's where all the fish are, because that's where they can have access to the food that's being pushed down the current, but not have to deal with the current proper. And so that kind of teaches you to look for those areas in between spaces, and because that's where all of them are. And ideally, I think that's where people should sort of cast their gaze, in those sort of in between spaces where you never know exactly what's going to be there.
Yeah, it's amazing how sensitive fish are, especially salmon. One of the things I did when I was a teenager is I volunteered working at at salmon areas in the watershed, like critical salmon areas, and we learned that something as simple as the lack of huckleberry bushes was enough to basically kill them, because they didn't have enough shade. And the native plants take well to the soil and they grow high very, very quickly, so they shelter them with shade. And it's just, you find these little things and they give your life so much meaning when you realize wow, I'm part of a local system, and everything that I do affects every other living thing here.
Everything is connected.
Yeah.
I want to ask.
Sorry.
Sorry. I want to ask your advice on moving to either the Catskills or somewhere upstate New York. This is something that I would love to do, to just get some land, get a house, get somewhere where I would be able to, feel much better. Even though I like certain aspects of the city, like I said before, I like a lot of these different dishes you can eat at restaurants. I think that's the most important thing about Manhattan that I like. But anyway, other than that, I wouldn't mind just living out in the countryside, having a nice fire pit, fireplace.
Also having a family.
Exactly, a family, having a bathhouse there, like a traditional Russian banya, so that in the wintertime
Oh, hell yeah.
I can whip myself with those the birch branches and then come out and roll in the snow. So that is the kind of lifestyle that I would personally love to have beyond anything else.
Experience
Yeah,
is missing out. It's the best feeling ever.
Yes, it is. I do go to the Russian-Turkish bath. I mean, now it's closed, I think, but back before I used to go there, and that was a great experience. Even though it was in the city, it was kind of like a secluded place away from all the noise, especially because they had the upstairs deck where everybody got high. And it was a nice place, and they whipped me with those birch branches. Everybody there knows me now. Like, I've become a regular to the Russian-Turkish baths. And anyway, just having that sense of, I don't know, maybe it's a sense of homesickness as far as some ancestral thing, I don't know. But the point here is that is the kind of life that I would love to live. My question, though, is practical advice as far as buying a place, what to watch out for. Like, I don't know if this is the right time to even ask this, but if anybody has anything that would come to mind, just from my own practical ends, I'm curious if anybody has anything to add.
I could drop like a bit of a secret in terms of housing. Houses are overpriced. They're extremely overpriced, and you can actually, but they're also extremely easy to build. If you're building, there's something called the American Standard frame house, and there's a reason why your 2x4s are cut 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, and 12 feet, and there's a reason why your plywood is 4x8. This is all measured specifically so that an architect could very, very easily plan a house using those measurements with the least possible loss. So you're not cutting much. You're just, putting things together. If you learn this system, and it's very simple, you can build a house very easily, and like by yourself. And I've done it before. Building a house is not hard. It is very simple, but you can also go even cheaper. And it's going to be extremely easy for you, Lev, because I don't know, do you speak Russian?
Да, я говорю по-русски. А вы говорите по-русски?
Да, конечно.
Хорошо.
But since you speak Russian, then it's going to be extremely easy for you, because you can look at Russian websites that sell log home kits in containers. And take like a small house, 5 by 6 meters, right? That's a very modest house. But you can buy that, and that's like a full log house with the logs are 25 centimeters thick, so almost 12 inches. This is a thick log. So you take all of this, and you can buy with wooden framed doors and windows, which are extremely expensive in North America, with a metal roof. All this is included in your kit for like 20 grand, 25 grand with delivery to your place.
That's not bad, but to be honest, the kind of house we're looking for would be a house that, let's say, because I'm thinking of having a really big family, like I'm imagining having a house that eventually would expand to having like 6 bedrooms, maybe even more, a lot of bathrooms.
There are 9-bedroom houses you can buy like that. They just come in like 4 or 5 containers. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but you can definitely make that happen as well. And it's still
cheaper.
It's still much, much cheaper. Like it's kind of stupid, because for a continent that has so much good lumber and good timber, North American like log homes are stupidly expensive. They don't have to be, but they are.
And you can also go just the white trash route and like buy the land and put a trailer on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then build the house with whatever materials you can find or whatever tradesmen that you can work with, and sort of live in that as a temporary sort of transitional home while you work on, you sort of have the land in your hand and you have somewhere to live, but then you can sort of formulate what works best while you're there. And that sort of works well from what I've heard as well. I mean, obviously I haven't done this, but from what I've heard as well is when you're there, you kind of have a better idea. Like you live there, you know, you have a better idea of what would work well where you wouldn't want to do things, how you would want to do things. You kind of let the land speak to you, and then you sort of act on that.
There's a caveat to that. If you don't have building experience, building with used materials can be a little bit challenging. And once again, this comes from experience. If it can be more complex to renovate something or to use materials that have already been used than it is to just use new materials, simply because you're going to be spending a lot of time measuring and cutting, as opposed to just to make things fit, as opposed to just mindlessly slapping standardized building material.
And as far as gas goes, from what I understand, if there's already no pipeline that would give us natural gas, we would have to rely on the propane tank. There's no other choice there.
Propane tank, a lot of people, there's a lot of like conflicting opinions, I suppose, in regards to the propane tanks. But 3 big propane tanks should last you through like a cold winter if you have, or sorry, through a month of cold winter. No, wait, what am I talking about? One tank per month. So 3 tanks would be 3 months of cold winter, and like actual cold winter. So you're heating every day if your house is insulated properly. So that's what it comes down to. If your house is well built, then it's going to be cheap.
I want to have one of those houses that you see in that painting of the Hyperboreans, where there's all this all this wood everywhere and like these nice looking carvings that are painted.
Yeah,
like,
no, you can get that. You can get that. You can get it shipped to you by container, pre-built, and you assemble it like Legos. It's stupidly simple. I like a crew of 4 guys can build a really big house in 1 month.
Wait, so what's the website? Is there a website?
I'll send you some links, but you'll probably have to look for on your own a little bit more, because just to get some prices, because the site I will send you went up in prices a little bit, but there's more that are cheaper. They went up in price because they got greedy, because they started to hit international contracts. And so they can afford to raise their prices. But there's other ones that don't have that easy to access clientele that's overseas, so they still operate on Russian prices. So it's quite cheap. 1 million rubles for a like a full house, fully done, is extremely cheap, and 1 million rubles is 20,000. So
in terms of the property, so not building the home, but I don't know anything about the East Coast in terms of the land and what you have to watch out for. But I do know that a lot of, for example, my buddy built a house, and he built it just from stuff that he got from taking the barn apart. So he had like these ancient barn posts that were just so strong that he could use them to hold up a large part of the house. But during the process of getting the land, because it was a clearing attached to a forest with farmland as well, so it was quite a big property. But you can get 3 hectares, 4 hectares of forest in Washington State for not that much. But what you have to watch out for is, you want to do, if you're planning on doing any kind of agriculture, or if you're planning on doing it like working the land at all, you should, this is a big consideration, you should get pH testing, nitrogen testing. You should test all the water table, and like look at maps of like the entire like all the watershed systems, and you should make sure you're not getting mosquito infested land. And you should make sure that if you're getting it near a creek or a river, which a river property is going to be expensive, but if you're getting it,
watch the floodplain.
Yeah, watch the floodplain. There's just so many considerations, and you might also be able to get your land at a discount if you are willing to, or at least get your land paid back to you from payments from the government, because at least in Washington State, there are ways to buy up a piece of land that's near like a sensitive area, like whether it's an old growth forest or a salmon critical area. You can actually tell the government, okay, you can have the Park Service out to my land if you pay me a certain amount of money for maintenance of my land. So you like the government can actually have like a partial agreement to come onto your land and like test local wildlife, or like tag wildlife, or check the health of the land, and they'll actually pay you money to do that. So just check your local, get in touch with like a local ecology group or something, and ask them if they've bought land, and like what the regulations are, and so on and so forth, like that, because you can actually circumvent a lot of expenses by just doing a lot of research.
For sure.
This is
And
amazing.
now, I think that it's important too to realize that although you can always go to a second or third world country and get lots of land, or you can go to more uninhabited portions of America and get lots of land and do whatever you want on it, there are also areas just outside of smaller states in population wise. Like, for example, my family owns 10 homes in a area just about like 5 miles outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma, on about a 10-acre plot of land, and it cost us $50,000. And I lived in one of those houses for 5 years, and I'm certain that there's similar things around Boise and anywhere in smaller Midwestern towns or Western towns in Arizona, especially. I'm sure. So it depends on what you want, but really, and I'm fairly certain you're in New York, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, my mama went up to New York a few months ago and met with somebody. A cab driver said that he made like $100,000 one year, and he was barely able to make it. If he'd have taken that $100,000 and just kicked out to Oklahoma, he'd have a nice house, all paid off, own 10 homes, and it's not a great neighborhood, but it also kind of lends to knowing those sort of small unknown places in cities and things like that, and also cities expand no matter what, and so you have to take that into consideration too, because it's right along this expressway that's fixing to come up, and be able to sell it for probably quite a bit of money here. And
Well, I'm looking at the Catskills. That seems to be a place with a lot of mountains, and it's still like 2 hours, 30 minutes away from the city. So that could be a potential.
I only know that from country songs.
Those mountainous sort of areas, to me, I find that a lot of times the land is a little bit cheaper, because I like obsessively look at land prices and different houses around my area, at least, and the ones within like 100-mile radius of me covers most of the Appalachians, and like land actually that's sort of in that it's not listed as being agricultural land, and it's generally a lot cheaper than land that could potentially be at some point bought up by some farm. Because I feel like a lot of people around here that buy land, that's sort of what they're banking on, is eventually some farm will expand or come to that area, and then they can sell their land to that company and make a lot of money off of it. But those real hilly, sort of almost like gravelly soil kind of areas, a lot of times they're much cheaper, but they're just as nice a property, if not nicer.
Well, it's funny because they're useless for conventional. Well, they're not useless, but they're more expensive to turn into conventional farming land. But if you're going for an unconventional farming route, they're just fine.
Oh yeah, you can grow.
Like if you're going for like a permaculture thing, whatever land you have should be fine.
Oh yeah, if you want to farm a forest, grow mushrooms, man.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a fella in the Appalachian Mountains who grows lemons, has lemon trees.
Oh, I know him.
Way
Yeah.
of arranging those rocks. Yeah, you can do all kinds of crazy things.
Wow.
And one thing Grib brought up that's really important is a consideration when you're buying land is a potential resale value and what you can do with it, and like where that land's value is going to go, because you never know what's going to happen. You might have to sell it. And if you buy something extremely cheap, but that is then unsellable, it could potentially put you in a jeopardized situation. So it's always good to keep that little exit strategy out there. And another thing is keep in mind that when you're buying land, location is everything. So if potentially at some point you or somebody in your family decides to do a home business, location is really important for that. So strategically placing your land somewhere between two cities, or along a well-traveled road, or make it somewhat easily accessible, or kind of something that it's going to be easy to find if you start advertising it, is definitely a smart move.
Well, right now the business. I mean, I honestly want to turn what I'm doing here, this live stream, into a business eventually. As far as we want to advertise things on this, we want to sell merchandise. We want to grow this thing. Speaking of which, people who are listening right now, please subscribe. I'm going back into ad mode. I know this is an amazing, chill conversation. I just want to thank everybody for taking part in this. But
I remember
yeah,
the older break the rules stuff, and not to like disparage that, but these streams have been really fun to be on and to watch. I think they're definitely the best thing that you guys.
Yeah, they're excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And I like the fact that we're able to have both like chaotic streams and chill streams like this. And there's a nice undulation that happens. We're going to be having, by the way, on Tuesday, a stream about virtual reality. Whoever wants to attend that one, please let me know.
You should get FOD. You should get FOD on this one.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yes.
Yeah, you should get FODCom.
And also,
FOD was fun the last one we were on together with him.
Yeah, he with the typing, that was fun. And also, I think Helios Logos is coming on to the VR one this time.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's he's an interesting guy.
And we're
I'll
also
see if I can come along for that one as well.
Excellent. I would love to have you on. And we're also going to have Pika Petey on with his avatar of the Shiba Inu. For anyone who has seen that, that's very awesome. Like, he has VR gear all over his entire body. And when you see him walking as this furry character, it's like everything he does, including like the wiggling of his fingers, that gets transferred into this avatar of this Shiba Inu furry dog. And he's just in this costume the entire time. It's a digital VR furry. It's amazing. So, and we're also going to have Aiden Wolf on that, who designed another app where he designed this app where you can take an object that you drew and put that into an augmented reality space. It looks really cool. So
I'll save it for the VR episode, but just to give you something to think about before then, there is a really weird push in the mainstream media right now for like they're calling it a multiverse. All of a sudden you had all these stories published at once, and I've done a lot of open source intelligence, which is kind of like a wing of information security that focuses on harvesting info from publicly available sources. I've done a lot of OSINT, connecting different media outlets, and I'm going to publish this eventually, but I found that they actually have these networks of blogs that they publish stuff on to push the stories. So you have all these small sites that are owned by these larger sites to start pushing keywords into the narrative, and they really want this multiverse thing. And the people that are spearheading it is Epic Games and Fortnite. Fortnite said that this year they're going to turn Fortnite into a multiverse, and that they're going to announce more about this, but they saw an opportunity with COVID, and they want to make a multiple franchise game chat overlay where all of these different game companies come together and they make this gigantic giga franchise. And so that's something that you might want to look into before the VR stream.
Wow, I definitely will look into it. That sounds very, very intense. It reminds me of plugging Logo Daedalus' book, Selfie Suicide. I recommend everybody get that. It's a great book, but it kind of reminds me of one of those virtual reality fighting games that he talked about in that book, that like the whole world was kind of participating in, just like this mass. I mean, I don't want to give too much away, but it's like, it's a fighting game where a lot of people
check it out.
It's a great book. And one last thing I wanted to talk about is we were supposed to have Metaphysical Megan on today. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it, but I still have this window capture
She's sunning
now.
her butthole, isn't she?
Yeah, well, yes, probably. I don't know. But I still have the window capture on here. The only problem is that since Jules is not here, I am not able to do a window Oh, hold on. This is great timing, because we have Verse Laloon in the chat. Verse, how are you?
Oh, Verse is here?
Verse is here.
What's up?
So, Verse, I'm going to show...
I got my wife beater on, and I look like a...
Dude, that's perfect. That's a perfect aesthetic for a nice comfy stream with the boys.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this is Metaphysical Megan. So you guys are seeing it, but not the chat. So I have to load up simultaneous captures here in order to do this. Okay, so here we go. So this is Metaphysical Megan. and she was the girl who was famous for sunning her
That's what I
perineum.
said.
I see.
Yeah.
This is the same one that did the like period blood thing.
Yes, I heard of the period blood thing. I did not get a chance to actually see that video, but for those who know about, can you explain what exactly that is?
I don't know what it is for women, but I know for dudes it increases testosterone if you sunbathe your balls. But that's all I got.
It's on your balls, man.
Damn, she's really doing
He's
it.
going for it though.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just want to bring it back to
yeah.
the flanging thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Because Sunny mentioned having chickens. Do you have? Do you only have one rooster? Or do you have more than one?
We have one rooster.
So you probably haven't seen it, but when there's more than one rooster, one of them becomes the alpha, and the other ones are subservient to him.
I've noticed that.
It's very
I've
interesting.
noticed it at the milk farm I go to.
Yeah, the mating strategies for the alpha rooster and the beta roosters is very different, and it just kind of goes back to what we're talking about with the flanged orangutan and the ones that aren't flanged, and how they, like, you can even see it. So that the alpha rooster just walks up to one of the hens and he just does the thing, and that's it. Like there's nothing about it. And then the beta ones, they have to chase the hens around and like catch them, and sometimes they go at them like 2 or 3 roosters at the same time. It's absolutely ridiculous, but it goes back to what we're talking about. So
that's like humans, but it's a little more complex to humans in that like you can be alpha to any, well, not anyone can, but you can be alpha to any subset of women, because everyone knows that there's like some girls you can just approach versus
well yeah, but that's a little bit different. It's,
well, yeah.
It's within your punching within your weight or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard something about women where there is not a dominant man like around at all. One of the women has to kind of like take that mantle on, and she ends up getting a lot of those same alpha male qualities within the group. I haven't really looked into it.
Restaurants a lot.
High T females.
Yeah, or like you get like that matriarch, like that like,
the matron.
Like if you ever go to like a strip club or like a brothels have this too. They like usually have an older woman,
the madam,
and the madam ends up being that alpha. And the women typically hate the madam more than like the dude who owns the brothel or the strip club, because she like is more like, you know, index more of like the discipline.
Well, let's talk about our brothel experience, boys.
I've never been to a brothel, but I've been to strip clubs.
I call them brothel mongers, and if you're an aspiring brothel monger, you should read Sexual Teachings, Taoist Sexual Teachings of the White Tigress. If you want a link, I can provide that, but it's on Z Library. You should see. I'm not joking. If you
that sounds interesting.
There's like 2 or 3 girls that follow me who have like OnlyFans and stuff, and I've recommended this book to all 3 of them, and all 3 of them have read it, and one had tons of like I don't know what it was a very good read for her, and it helped her immensely with what she was doing. And if you want to read stuff on the male side, there's a book called The Sexual Teachings of the Jade Dragon, but don't read that if you're beta.
There's a book called 12 Rules for Life.
Though honestly, that book gets so much shit, but that first chapter about the lobster is very dope.
That's what verse. That's
do not
what we
read Jordan
about
Peterson, or you'll experience Wendigo psychosis. I can't elaborate on this, but do not pursue the Wendigo.
Dude, wash your penis right now.
Clean your room, wash your dick.
I have read me some 12 Rules, but
that's what you and I, when I did your show, that's what we were talking about.
Well, that's the thing, is you're prepared for Peterson, but most people don't know that he's a slave to a Hamatsa shaman cult, and he has to eat meat to survive. He only can eat meat. The reason he ended up going nuts in Russia was he wasn't eating enough meat.
Oh,
but he had some cider.
He has no excuse not to eat meat in Russia. It's everywhere. It's actually really high quality.
I'm saying that those drugs he was attempting to decouple from his shaman masters, but they're whipping him now, and that's why his daughter is initiated and she's keeping him in line.
She was hanging out with Mr. Plenty, so I can see that.
Yeah,
of Wudan.
Of Wudan, yeah.
It's connected to all the occultists in Russia are micromanaging Peterson for the black shaman in the Pacific Northwest.
This is some deep esoteric stuff. I need the links on this. I want to read more about this.
He said he's not going to elaborate.
This is oral
I don't
knowledge.
need the
This is
oral.
lore.
Lore, I got you. That's awesome.
I just pray for Jordan Peterson's health and safety, because God forbid, if he's not their whipping slave, someone else will be. So just, be thankful that Jordan
May as well be Canadian Kermit, right?
Yeah, there you go. He's their Muppet. That's why he has the voice.
That's the actual lore, is that he actually was the voice of Kermit the Frog. Like, people don't know, but that he legitimately was.
Really?
Yeah, that was his profession.
100%. Won't elaborate, but 100%.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It is known.
I've got the documents.
So, Verse, we were going to talk a little bit about relationships. I remember seeing some Twitter posts that you were making about the goings on with the female sex, and we were talking before about Kundalini, about sexual energy, about the sexual energy that females possess. So, what has been your experience regarding all this?
I date a lot. Well, not during quarantine, but historically, yes. That's was my favorite hobby in college. No, for real. I used to my
Dating
blog,
hobbyist.
Yeah, really, dating hobbyist. So my blog was always about maximizing and exploiting dating app algorithms. That's what I started with. For the most part, and in that you just experience, I've had long-term relationships. You kind of just learn some things, and you're laughing, but I'm so serious.
Drink up, he's laughing.
Hashtag I love dog moms.
Yeah, I mean, I'll link some of my on my Twitter, some of my posts on exploiting dating app algorithms, because I used to do threads on it. But for the most part, you just kind of learn that there are some
you stepped away.
Psychological differences, variance between men and women. They're not so incapable to be traversed. They're not deep crevasses, but they're noticeable enough that if you acknowledge them, you tend to have better success, is all.
I don't know why. I talked about this on the stream we did a few months ago about relationships, but I don't know what it is about women. They just, something about them, they just don't like the fishing photos. I see that get a lot of flack online about guys with fish in their photos.
Oh, it's because it's a trope for men.
Yeah, it's a trope, but it's
he's just gonna leave me.
So actually, speaking of, when it comes to dating apps, the trick is people like to treat it like it's real life, and it's not. It's an exercise. I tweeted this recently. It's an exercise in divergent thinking, right? So the point is, women, you have to think about their experience. Every single time they swipe right, they get a match, and they only see people who have high scores or whatever, right? And also, men tend to not be great at creating a public face. So most male profiles look basically the same, and they are unflattering, etc. Right? So women are mostly just picking through chads who are pretty good at it. Your goal, if you're normal, is to be divergent. So that can manifest anyway. It could be being outrageous, being overly funny, saying something that she's never seen before. As long as you stand out in some way, women are actually very prone to pick on it because they actually read your profile, as opposed to dudes who don't. So if you just say something very funny or very ridiculous, you're more likely to get a match. And then as long as you actually take them on dates or whatever, or just meet up with them and not just it's hey, how you doing? It all works out.
You're saying my main picture should be a close up of my cock and balls because nobody else does it.
No, actually, no, definitely not. My pictures are really basic, just from my Instagram, but the things I say on my profile usually are just insane.
I do alcohol class physiognomy rates on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. Just say random crazy shit, and then girls I'll get on the date with them. They're always I was really nervous to go on a date with you, but I've never seen a profile like that, so I just had to see what you're like. And I'm yeah, I'm actually really normal. But this is actually my trap. And they're wait a second, what? I'm yeah, you could trap people by saying crazy shit and getting them interested.
That's what I've.
Yeah. What's your question? I mean, I was just saying that you want to say crazy shit to capture their attention, and as long as you're not actually creepy, if you say something very, very divergent and low key antisocial enough to get their attention, you can just be normal and it works out. Because once I get them to respond, it's great.
Okay, the audio is back. I accidentally turned it off, but now everybody can hear me. What I wanted to ask you, Verse, is what do you talk about on dates? What kind of, because I like a lot of the stuff that we're talking about right now, but I don't know, like I was lucky enough, like the last girlfriends that I had, they were also interested in talking about a lot of this esoteric stuff, but it doesn't always come up. So I'm in a situation where it's like if I'm going to go on a date, like Jules always talks about, for example, how important it is to know all this popular culture bullshit, but it's like I don't care so much at all. Like, I don't wanna waste my time.
There's one trick. This is the only thing you need to do, and I know it sounds really cynical, but it's real. Just endlessly ask them questions. The more people talk about themselves, the more rapport you build, the more they like you, the easier it goes. So first date, I come with nothing. You don't have to bring anything to the table. As long as you can maintain the flow of conversation while she's like talking about herself. Because again, most dudes are just saying shit they like, and girls don't generally get to talk about stuff on dates. So you stand out again, and then you build rapport just because people like talking about themselves. And then by the next date, you're just like, oh, I like this stuff. And you're like, oh, that's so interesting, because now you've created a goal for like like a clearing for them to be like, oh, I actually don't know much about you. I like you, but I don't know anything about you.
The downside of that is that you have to listen to a woman talk.
That is true. But you can spin it if you're funny. Like I kind of just make jokes if they say something cringe. That's usually my move.
I was dating this girl for a while who everything was all right. I mean, we had problems later on, but in the interim, I remember showing her Magical Egypt. I was so thrilled to show her Magical Egypt, and she hated it. She did not want to. That's kind of like at that point I would have known. Though. Yeah,
you know, like
I think
John
that's
Anthony
good.
West, like what the fuck, man?
You want to have me, at least for me. I don't know if everyone feels the same way. I like, generally speaking, when girls have almost entirely different interests than me. I like the balance there. Like it's weird if I'm dating a girl who likes anime and fucking cryptocurrency and like that's strange. You should like, you know, whatever the fuck you like, but I don't generally like there to be much overlap. As long as there's chemistry, I don't care if you like the same things at all.
Yeah, I like gay shit like poetry, so it works out great.
Babe, tell me about the blockchain. Come on, let's go. Tell me about the blockchain.
I mean, my ex-girlfriend edited my book on Bitcoin, but she didn't know anything about it before I wrote it.
That's funny. 5 layers, the 5 layers method. That's an inside joke. Everybody listening, we're on the 5 layers right now. The 5-layer method.
What, salsa, sour cream, guacamole, and refried beans and cheese?
Yep, there it is.
Nice
I also would say with dating, I think people overthink it. It's really not complicated. I think as long as you make sure the goal of dating is to like, you know, obviously get to know the other person and to like see if you're compatible. But as long as like when they show up, you can like diffuse the tension. Just like, hey, we're just hanging out. Like I'm here for a real reason. Like I'm
totally.
You, but you want to diffuse the dating tension from the get go. So like when they show up, immediately hug them, like be like, you know, make jokes off the bat, like make it so that it's comfortable and you can just hang out. And once
you smell her hair really loud, just
a good sniff.
Yeah, you just gotta sniff it.
Yeah,
but like after that,
it's you know the phrase, like you were saying earlier, Verse. You were saying that like you can say something kind of weird or antisocial, and as long as you're not actually weird, that works. And that reminds me of Frank Yang's reason for getting jacked. He said on YouTube he did it because he realized he was fucking insane and antisocial and crazy, and so he said, in order to live in this world, I need to look beautiful. I need to look muscular.
That is true. Also,
otherwise, absolutely.
The more muscular you are, the more you get away with saying.
Yeah. So you know, he's fucking his girlfriend on a bed in public. He's like gyrating in public on a train and like giving himself a seizure, and everybody's just looking at him.
I wouldn't do that personally.
That's a trip, bro. That takes me back to fucking Misk, Frank Yang.
Yeah.
Well, the reason that works is because most of communication is nonverbal. So your physiognomy, the way you carry yourself, your body language, all of that communicates all that a woman needs to know. She doesn't care about what you have to say.
I agree.
Like she can care, but like the really important root of whether or not you're going to meet up again depends on everything else.
No, that's true. Like here's the fundamental thing is like, even when it comes to like, there's a reason why when you go to a club, you can't hear what the other person's saying. Everything is nonverbal always, right? Like it's just like certain atmospheres accentuate the fact that like, yeah, we can hook up at this club and not hear each other and still want to go home together. So similarly with dating, your goal isn't to actually understand what each other's saying. You're going to forget it anyway. the goal is to see if you're compatible, and that's fundamentally, you know what I mean. Like that's just what however you can get to the point where everyone feels comfortable and there's rapport. That's when the date starts. If that makes sense.
The issue with dating advice to me is like, and maybe it's just me being cynical, but like the people that need dating advice are the people that are just too far gone.
They shouldn't be dating if they need dating.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you really need advice on like how to like talk to a woman or how to like, go on a date, like I don't know what I can tell you.
Well, no, I mean it's fine to say, but like it is something that is very instinctual to humans. Like finding a mate. It's very instinctual, and if you lack that instinct and you need somebody to explain to you as a guide or like the dummy's guide to meeting women, I'm sorry, but like Serpent said, it's you're gone.
Pua is kind of dysgenic, and it speaks for
super
itself.
fucking dysgenic.
Yeah, it speaks for itself because I mean I used to be involved, not in it, but I used to give advice to people, and the number one thing I always found was that they were hopeless in every other domain in life. They were hopeless in every other domain in life, not just relationships, but they're also like don't respect their parents, don't have any good relationships with their family, don't have their job sucks.
They're broken. They're broken on the inside.
Yeah, and it's just at that point I had to remove myself from that kind of thing because it was just so sad to watch all that suffering. Because
Arian, I used to know. Are you talking about R9K people?
No, and I was never involved with R9K, but I met a lot of Reddit tier people.
It's all the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
Reddit,
same. That's the same crowd.
It's the same. And I would try and always give people like that advice too, but it just like you said, it's completely nonverbal. So when you're giving advice and you're telling them like just don't worry about it, I feel like maybe it trips them out more because then they start.
It does, because then they freak out. They're like, "What do you mean? Don't worry about it? There has to be some secret method I can use."
That's why be yourself. That's why be yourself pisses them off so much.
It's funny because just be yourself is like profoundly good advice.
It's the best advice because you only want people who like you as
but
yourself.
They're vile people though, so
exactly.
they don't like themselves.
Yes, they're so disgusting that if they're themselves, everyone's like,
no one would. Yeah, they have to lie.
I'm sorry,
and
I'm
also
sorry
some people aren't.
Listening.
Also, no, but true though. Like, not everyone's like the Casanova archetype anyway. Like, as a person, like fundamentally, it's like just being able to like fuck a bunch of girls is for most people actually empty and like depressing, right? So like, you don't, if you're not geared towards that to begin with, you're not going to enjoy doing that, even if you can find a way to anti-socially manipulate people. Like that's
because then you're just going to end up with something hollow, even if your magic does work, you just end up with some hollow relationship. And it's just like I had a guy talk to me once. He's like, "I want to be just like you, man," and I'm just like, "No, you don't. You want to be just like you." He's like, "No, dude, but like everything you do, man, like it's just magic, bro. It's like you get the girls, bro. You like." You're ahead in my career. It's just like it's so inspiring to see you talk, man. I'm like, that's really nice, but you need to start some self-worship. Like you need to start seeing, and you need to be realistic. Like if there's some, this is one of the first pieces of advice I always give these kind of guys. I say, just dude, sign up for a sewing class or like go to a craft store.
Do yoga class.
Yeah, because you're gonna meet tons of girls in places that you don't think about. But then,
start working at a restaurant. That's
restaurant is definitely where you're gonna meet a lot of girls. I can say that bartending was like the biggest boost to meeting women. Even though eventually you don't really want to date girls who hang out at bars all the time. But if you're not meeting girls, that's like the first place to go, I imagine.
And even if it's not just to meet girls, it forces you to interact with random people normally, and then other women will recognize that you are capable of doing that. It's very important.
Yeah, if you're obviously a mouth breather, no amount of like pickup artist tactics or pep talks or whatever are going to help you. It's just not going to work.
I know an extremely autistic guy who fucks. Like he's just like constantly on 5 layers.
Well, the only
5-layer method. And what's amazing about him is he has like that. The type of autistic kid I'm talking about that's like he's got that really barrel chest, he's really strong looking, he's got a strong profile, and he puts his chin up in the air and he goes, "Hello," like that. "Hello," and he just talks like that. You know the type I'm talking about. You've met those types.
I have a friend who's like that.
He walks into it. It's the funniest thing ever. He went to this convention and he just like walked up and he was like getting buttons off of a table or buying something, and these two girls just come up to him like, "Are you lost? Are you okay?" And they're just like doing that thing. He's like, "I'm fine. I want to buy the buttons." And, he like walks off with a girl on each arm. And I'm
Some
just
people
the thing
just
is,
have that
because he
magic.
knows himself. That's the thing. He
Mhm.
knows
Dude,
himself.
yeah.
And he's comfortable
And
with himself, and that's
exactly,
probably the number one.
completely comfortable. He's in the zone 24/7. Even if he's talking about model trains, he's gonna fuck. That's just destiny.
I know. I mean, at the end of the day, like what we kind of all touching on is like if you are like confident and like congruent in like who you are, and then furthermore can communicate that you're not a threat and that like you're like a real person, it doesn't really matter what you're saying at that point. Which is why it's always like, oh my god, he picked this girl up by talking about like that. No, it doesn't really matter. The words are irrelevant. That's not the
That's true.
The
words
real
are relevant.
the real important part is like what you communicate with your body language and like the confidence you demonstrate by approaching. That's more important, and that's the only thing that only way to learn that is by practicing that and like talking to people that you're interested in, which is you don't make money off that, but somehow people can make a whole career off of being like, hey, just say hi, you idiot. That's effectively the only thing to learn.
So well, the worst part about the giving people advice is you give these spurgs advice, and then it makes them even more off-putting, because instead of flowing like trying to be themselves, they're constantly running these like algorithms in their head, like, okay, she moved her hair to the side, okay, she put her hand to her hip, that means
like the green line.
Yeah,
exactly.
I gotta stand 45 degrees to her left now that
running
she's like smiled.
Oh my god, like remember that image that we were all posting in Discord that was like, it was like a beach photo, and there was the guy on the far left who was clearly just like comfortable, and then there were like the two like muscular dudes who looked like really tense, and they were like doing like fake poses, and like I asked Twitter, because everyone in the Discord was like, yeah, the person on the far left is probably the one who's had more sex and had more loving relationships in his life. And I asked Twitter, and it was like a 50-50 split, and all the people who were saying it was like the two jacked people were the exact type of people that would we like, as Discord, we went through their profiles and we went through every single one, and we were like, okay, this is a person who complains about not having a girlfriend, or this is a person who posts like naked pictures of women on their Twitter, and they wonder why women think
they're all beta coolers.
As a pretty muscular guy, I can 100% guarantee you, the more muscular a person is, the less sex they have.
Yeah,
100%. That is almost always true. It's like it is a real bell curve. Like you get to like mildly muscular, decently low body fat, okay, then you're up there. But if you look like Dorian Yates, you do not over. Yeah, you don't.
I think also saying, I don't want to mog anyone, but I think it's also to do with a lot of muscular guys like who are like super jack, and they're like all about the macho. Their dicks are usually pretty small.
Yeah, you get that way because you're fucked in the head.
Exactly, and
they're also gay most of the time.
And they're usually gay, yeah. And most girls don't like that though. They don't like the contrast between like a big, huge, muscular guy and then his dick's like 2 inches. Like that's.
You also have to consider that girls like being the more attractive,
yes,
they want that, right? So if you're like now more concerned with your own appearance, you've broken the dynamic there. Right?
Yeah. It's a reverse of the animal world, though, right? Like with the birds of paradise, it's the males that are like the most colorful, and the birds are just there.
Yes. It depends on not every animal, but yes, in a lot of species, the men are the ones who are like the colorful whatever ones.
If you're healthy looking, that's right. It's fine. You know, like if you're healthy looking and you look muscular, whatever. But if you're like the human foreskin, if you're like vascular, it's like it's another fucking story. Because you know, I've heard multiple girls say this. I don't want to hug him. He's too hard. He's just like
man, that hit too hard.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what if they were just bullshitting me, but I've had girls like
it's
on dating apps.
It's a shit test in that case.
I've had girls on dating apps like literally be like, yeah, like I would never like go out with you because you'd make me feel too insecure about myself. Like just for being muscular, if they don't feel like they're active or they don't feel like they're healthy, they think that like I would be like total contrast to them. Like just showing them constantly how like out of shape and ugly they are, I guess. I think that's
as long as you don't want to like break the like at the end of the day, like when it comes to like, I mean, I mentioned about the female psychology. Like I like to make jokes on Twitter, but like there is like a a dichotomy there. There's like the subject object thing to some degree is real, and you don't want to make people like women feel like you're like the narcissism of like you find yourself to be more like objectively appealing than like them. Like I know it sounds like kind of like ridiculous to say, but
I mean, if you're being
fundamentally,
metrosexual about it,
they want to
then
be they
that's
want to be
definitely not
sexualized.
gonna-
There's that white women Twitter meme, like a bunch of white girls I know on Twitter that are like they're like edging on Karen territory. They're getting to the point in their 30s where they haven't had kids yet and they're just kind of awkward and they're cat ladies. They always post that meme, don't get a strong guy, get yourself a fat fucking retard. And I think there's some truth.
I've never seen that one, but I like it.
Yeah, look it up on Google. It's funny.
I've seen that in action.
I just want to interject really quickly with something that someone just replied to me on Twitter, because I took this is one of the things that I love about Twitter, is that I took something that Berger said in the Discord that was related to what Arian was saying. I posted Jordan Peterson, Wendigo Psychosis, parentheses, do not research, which is something Berger said. And then someone named Cyber Norman replied to me and said, you fucking posted it on Reddit, lol, and now you're doing like parentheses, quote, quote, do not research. Also, you are crazy. Just not a nice way, just crazy.
People love projecting. Like,
yeah, I know. It's so funny.
It's
like,
kind of like the normie mug when the normie's like, that's so quirky and weird.
And
if you look at his profile, the profile physiognomy says everything you need to know.
Also, I think speaking of projection, that is another thing people do in dating that they really shouldn't do, and that fucks everyone up. Like, do not like vomit your like insecurities on the other person. I feel like when I talk to normal people who can like at least talk to the opposite sex, that's usually what's ruining their relationship. They're like projecting and like just dumping all their emotional weight instead of just like dealing with the shit themselves. That's actual like life advice. If you ever get in a relationship, not ever just trying to fuck some girl, whatever. I don't know. That's it.
Well, guys,
I think that's kind of a. Go ahead.
No. Please go on.
No, I was just gonna say I think that's kind of where a lot of the don't show your emotions to women kind of what's that guy's name? Jesse Lee Peterson, like never cry in front of a woman kind of thing.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying don't make them your therapist. That's
right. No, absolutely. I just mean that there is a kernel of truth in there, and
Mm-hmm.
People kind of exaggerate it. But yeah, I mean, like if you're dating a girl or anything, if you don't want to just go and like you said, use them as your therapist. They're not there to fix you.
Yeah, well, she's immediately thinking when we finally have kids and when I get knocked up, is he gonna be crying when I need him most? Is he gonna be like this? Is he gonna be like blubbering when I need him to take care of my child with me? Like that's what's going through their head, because there's so much profound stress that comes from the womb that's where the neurosis comes from a lot of the time, is that there's like this nesting instinct that's kicking in, and they're like, oh shit, am I making a good home for my child or not? Am I married to a dumb fuck?
No, this is different than just like expressing yourself, right? Like ultimately you want the person like to understand that you can stand on your own 2 feet. Like sharing intimacy and like and like crumbling under pressure are different. And people often conflate the two. Like if the other person doesn't feel like you can like handle your own shit, then they don't want to also be burdened by your it's a hard line to toe, but hopefully you understand, and like people understand not to conflate the two.
Difference between crying because your dad died and crying because you got fired and you don't want to look for a new job.
Yeah, like there's a difference between I don't want to get off the couch and something in my life just happened.
My boss anally stole my kundalini.
Exactly. Capital still in my kundalini. What do?
Give it back.
You then have to take his.
There it is. Reciprocal kundalini stealing.
You're gonna have like that Fight Club scene where you're punching yourself to get your kundalini back. And he, like comes over to you and you mog him, and you just say, "Get arrested, retard! I got my kundalini back."
I will say this about like dating advice or whatever. Like if you're a man, which I assume that you would be if you're having trouble dating,
Well, actually, no.
the bar for men is so fucking low. Like if you put any sort of effort into just like being yourself or like improving yourself in any way, you're probably already better than 90% of men out there. Like you're putting yourself far above the dating pool.
Yeah, exactly. And then when people who like say who like try and like mog people, but then they're like virgins, it always comes off as like, and I don't mean virgins like they're underage. I mean like they're in their 20s and they've never had sex and they have like the insecurity to just go out and like mog people. It's so obvious that it's coming from like this place of just like the lowest common denominator.
Yeah. You know, but again, some people just can't be saved. Some people it's over. Sorry.
Yeah, they can't. It's just over for them.
And that's why I didn't want to be around them, is because I just had to. I had to tell them over and over. Like you run through every solution, and then they just come to the point where they're like, "Come on, man, help me! I can't get pussy, man."
At that point, you have to take the Kundalini. That's it.
Yeah.
Put on the dress. Put on the dress. Take the pills. Bend over.
It's just sad.
We'll get it over with.
I remember I actually cried one time because this guy was just running through all of these different reasons why I'm not enough, man. I'm not enough. And he was just like, "Come on, tell me, what is it? Just be honest, man. Am I fucked up?" And I'm like,
my God, I've known people like that. It's like what even does that to someone where they're like,
it's
they're
like
I know I'm
self-deprecating bullshit.
Yeah,
it's
and then
awful.
It's like narcissism. It's like inverse narcissism.
It's definitely narcissism. It's like you're like the kind of person who's like kind of analytical and like I like to pick things apart, and they just turned it on themselves and like narcissistically, and so there's nothing left.
And I just told him
neuroticism endgame.
Yeah, I just told him, yeah, there is something wrong, and I don't know that I can help you. And he's like, "So I'm done then." So I just told myself.
Wait, do you guys remember that social lol cow who what the fuck, legit, what was his name? I know who
the guy who was always in our servers.
He was always in our
what's
servers,
wrong?
but he
Brian,
was really Brian. Yeah, this guy was like an average looking guy, but he
wasn't even that bad looking. Like he was just
not bad looking,
very normal looking dude, and like if you see me, probably say, "Wow, he's kind of handsome."
Yeah, but he was known on Soch for literally, I don't know, the past 4 or 5 years of just like constantly making these like wall of text posts about why he's so ugly and why no one will ever love him and blah, blah, blah. And
his first issue was on Soch, man. Come on.
Well, and you know where he worked? Guess where he worked?
Raytheon.
No, he worked at a fucking plastic surgery. He was like a consultant at a plastic surgery place.
It was like, the weirdest cope. And every time he came on, he was like, post a picture of himself and he's like, "Guys, why am I so ugly? Why do women hate me? Like, what's wrong with me?"
And we would just scream at him, and we were like, "You're
dude,
not
your personality
ugly.
is ass." And then he's like, "Nah, dude, it's something wrong with my face." And he would just always deny that he's just a shit person and that there's something wrong with his face. So his entire thing was like, what do I need to fix to be beautiful?
Yeah, that makes sense.
No wonder he works in plastic surgery.
Yeah. I had a buddy who was a decent looking, decent personality, just really overall around average guy, and he just never had good luck with the ladies because he was just always down on himself. And he'd ask me like, how do you get girls, man? What do you do? I go, I don't know, man. You just have some confidence, you know. Girls like confidence. Like, well, but I'm not confident because I can't get any girls. I'm like, well, we'll try to get the confidence, and you'll get the girls, then you'll be more confident.
Lift heavy.
Well, but then I have to go to just trapped in this ridiculous catch-22. I'm pretty sure he's still single. He's almost 30.
Well, a lot of times, guys like that, like it becomes like it all comes back to Kaczynski. Like he's talking about like negation of the power process and surrogate activities. Like a lot of times, like women to these men become a surrogate activity. It becomes like a game where they keep trying different strategies and nothing works because they don't have any like passions to themselves. Like if you're a passionate person and women are something secondary to you, like secondary to your passion, then it becomes a lot easier to sort of compartmentalize it and act the way you need to act like normally around a woman, because your life isn't depending on this girl like coming back to your place.
Mm-hmm.
Like if she does, she does. If she doesn't, she doesn't. Like who gives a fuck?
It's like
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
MDE
it's-
sketch with that. I don't remember the name of the actor, but he played a football player prostitute. Well, a prostitute who was hired, a male prostitute who was hired to pretend to be this college football player who's only thinking about the big game and thinks that she's a nerd and she's not even worth his time. I liked actually all three of them for those who saw that sketch. I also like the advice man with the Cheeto crumbs all over him, and Sam Hyde's gay dude with the boner. Those are
When you try to
really
make that
nice ones.
classic.
when you try to make that kid cool, is that the one?
I don't
When
remember
Charles
the name
throws
of it.
the fucking football at the wall, that always sends me because he's just like, "I guess I'll see you later, kid," and he just like tosses the fucking ball at the wall. That's my favorite.
I want to get Charles on this stream eventually. I sent him a message, and but I may okay. Was Charles the guy who played the Hypergenex guy in the red suit, or was that somebody else?
Yeah,
That was Charles, right?
He was the clerk.
Yes. Okay.
At Hypergenex.
Okay. Thank goodness I did not make a mistake.
And
Somebody mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will reverse my Kundalini for you if you get me on that stream with him.
I think Jules may have either met him or met somebody who knows him back when he was in Los Angeles. So fingers
what you really
crossed.
need to get the moderators of the Goon Cave subreddit on this podcast. You need to have
Oh, that would be
like
fascinating.
You need
Yeah,
to have.
and I want us here too, though.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
we
for
need
sure.
to be here
Alright.
when the
And
Goon
we
Cave-
got.
I've never heard of this Goon Cave, and I'm very intrigued.
Yeah,
Uh,
the Goon,
Like Goon, like Coomer, like Goon.
Yeah, like you know the guys who just sit and like jerk off for
Yeah.
6 to 7 hours and they don't.
There's a
count
subreddit
because-
for this. I mean, of course there is. I don't know why.
No, there's a subreddit for specifically one aspect of this, which is them taking pictures of their goon cave, and that's like imagine this. So imagine this fat dude sitting on his bed, and then in front of it is just 6 monitors with different porn on it, and he's just jerking off.
Oh my god,
That's his goon cave setup.
That's so bad.
It seems like an exercise in absolutely reducing your attention span.
I also
It's
want
like
to say
that,
that's like
yeah.
that's like a very Western versus East, like the hikikomori. Like you go to you see the Japanese hikikomori, and they have like ramen cups and like all these figurines. And I can imagine the Goon Cave is just.
I don't think they're proud of it.
No, neither of them are proud of it. But well,
No,
at least in the West, in the
not
East, in the West, they probably are proud of it. And I'm sure there's like posters and I don't know. Now I'm curious.
They probably
Goon
say
is
they
much
probably smell
darker.
the same way though.
Goon
Yeah,
is much
and
darker
Goon
than
is
hickey
darker.
culture. Goon is like they literally call themselves pornosexual. I'm not even joking.
Oh.
Yeah, they say like I'm married to this porn star, or they superimpose their wife.
It's like a
and they
waifu,
post-
but
they,
Oh
and then
my
the
God.
really
This is
dark
horrendous.
Ones, the
This
really
is like
dark
the.
ones.
That's so
Did,
dark.
did you guys? I know
This
you-
is
I know you
clustering
guys-
with K-pop fans.
Yeah, they
I know you
post
guys
pictures of
probably
their
did.
wives and stuff.
Did you
It's
see
terrifying.
that tier list of porn stars?
I did. That was so sad. Honestly, that was pretty sad.
I was like, Jesus Christ!
I
dude,
want to
that was
find the
fucked up.
best I want to find the best debater amongst the goons, and I want them to show up, and I want them to justify why. Like, I want them to sell porno dogma to me. I want to hear their best arguments for why I should become a goon.
I'll bring him on.
you know what? That'd be very interesting. We should go out each separately on our quest to find like a good gooner argumentator and be like, could you come on and explain this?
What you need to do is look at other podcasts and see which of these guys in this like porno culture have previously given interviews, and they'll definitely be here.
Look at the physiognomy of the podcasters themselves and be like,
What about the guy who inspired the Coomer meme?
Oh yeah,
Oh, I think he probably would be down actually.
I would love to have him on. That would be.
I'd
That'd
be-
be a lot
I'd
of
What
be-
about
we'd
that?
have to-
What about
we'd
that
have to
dude
word
that
it.
made the thread of like every porn star I've met up until like? Have you seen that?
That's
Or
pretty
it's-
brutal.
Yeah.
I actually know a porn star. She might be a little. She's broken now, but she's fairly famous. She dated my roommate and my ex-girlfriend's little brother before she
Wow,
became
she got around.
Yeah, she's like really famous now, but I'm sure I don't know what's up with her these days.
So
But
guys,
That Coomer guy goes to the Catholic Church near me now.
oh wait, the guy.
the official one.
Yeah, he's like a priest.
Wait,
Oh.
Wait, and what did he?
what guy?
The guy who influenced the whole Coomer thing, Mr.
No
Coomer
way.
man.
He's a priest.
Yeah, he's the priest at the Latin.
Like he went through seminary?
I don't know if he went through seminary. He might have just fucked his way to the top.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
It is the
That's
Catholic
brutal.
Church after all.
Yeah, right.
Wait, is this for real?
Of course he's a free. Like
Well,
now,
it looks like him. I don't know.
That's amazing.
When that guy shows up, you've got to like have an opening and closing ritual to protect everybody in the call against the Coomer energies, because just look at his face, man. He's haunted. He carries something with him. It's like it's definitely apparent in his face. Like the original Coomer guy that the meme started. Just those eyes are haunting.
I'm showing a picture of him right now. I wish Jules was here so that he could upload pictures, because I can't do it simultaneously. Like either the chat sees it or you see it. So just imagine him in your brain. I'm showing it to the chat right now. So yeah, and there's other guys there too. Like there's this guy with the yellow shirt. Nothing really was made out of him. He was just there. Another.
Yeah, this guy's initiated into something. I think he went to all those porno conventions. He probably happened across some like dark porno Gandalf that was like, "Come with me, I can show you the way to Goon." And he takes him away into his
It's
secret
Coom
order.
libel. It's Coom libel.
No, there's definitely something wrong with him, like
He's
on
very
purely on a
haunted.
spiritual level.
He's got that like left-hand path, like Ogori stare.
Well, the Agori are interesting in that they partake in things that other people wouldn't need, and in a way, isn't it kind of like Shiva showing mercy towards even like the lowest of the low in terms of energy? There's something kind of nice about
like
that.
they believe that everything is sacred. So like even shit, like even stuff on the ground that's been abandoned, rotten food, like and even one of the Mahavidyas, even Matangi, she's associated with thieves. Hackers in India worship her. She's associated with musicians and cunning and burglars, but she's also associated with leftover food and with things that are rotting. And so there's a substrate of that religion where it really is like reversing the traditional cleanliness that was brought in by the Aryans, and reversing the cleanliness culture of the that's pervaded Brahmins, and now the holiest thing is the most rejected thing, which is trash and waste. And
Have you seen that girl, the I am Poopro, who tries to lose her ego by smearing shit on her face?
Yeah, she's definitely practicing the same thing.
Yeah,
that's like that.
Consciously or not.
Have you guys? Do you know who like the blot fly girl was? Who did I won't tell the story because it's super gross, but look up on YouTube botfly girl.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. That's vile.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I won't even I know it. I don't think it'd get us banned, but I'm not gonna go through the actions of speaking about it. But yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah, well, I guess it's kind of satisfying when it's already out, but
No, some things are best left unsaid.
You can look it up yourself. But
it's just to make sure, it's the one we're talking about, the same one. It involves a dumpster, right?
Yeah, with the dumpster.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's vile.
Yeah.
Dumpster. I was just okay. Well, I'm gonna watch this maybe later.
Justin Wang did a good video on it. Check his. I don't know if it's still on YouTube, but check it out. That might be a cool guy. If you can get him on here, that'd be cool.
What's his name? How do you spell it?
Justin Wang.
Justin Wang.
WHANG. But he does like videos on internet lore,
interesting,
pretty cool stuff. He might be a cool guy to have on.
Interesting. I want to get him. I also want to get Chris Chan or Christina.
Christine, if you can get Christina.
Oh, that would be legendary.
Oh my goodness. Remember the time it came from the hole in its taint?
Yes.
Oh.
Absolutely disgusting.
That's.
You should get if we're just spitballing people to get on here, but my personal vote would be Lenny. If you can get Big Lenny on here.
Big Lenny. Let me see. It sounds so familiar.
He's
men?
No, he's associated. He's one of the Genova, Jason Genova.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, Misfit. He's got like a reverse Ninja Turtle.
He's the Tom Platz of abs.
There's two people if we're pitching out people, get Gothic King Cobra on here.
Yes. Oh, that would be so sick.
Get King Cobra JFS and get Luke Smith, because those are two very different figures. But Luke Smith has a channel where he talks about linguistics and technology, and he's just a really, really classic guy.
King Cobra would actually probably be right at home in here.
Oh yeah, King Cobra would be right at home here.
Nice. This is a great list. I feel so fortunate, by the way. I have had advice on how to get a house, what to look for in getting land. I've gotten guest recommendations here. We talked about Tantra. This is probably one of my most favorite streams that I've ever had, and I just want to thank everybody for being here and doing this, and also thank the audience for watching this. You guys are the ones who are making it happen, and we want to grow this thing. Like, we want to make this bigger and basically take everybody along for the ride, because this is going to be a very fun ride. I don't know what the next years are going to bring. It's probably going to be really chaotic, but I think that this is a great opportunity for all of us just to improve ourselves and learn a lot more, like fill in whatever gaps of knowledge there happens to be, and just, make something great out of this existence here. So I just really want to say thank you, everybody, and please subscribe for those who have not. Click the bell, by the way. The bell has been not clicked enough because I never mentioned it. So now I'm going to mention it. Click the goddamn bell.
I'm gonna click the bell right now. I recommend you all to.
Yeah, me
Thank
too.
you. Thank you.
Go for it.
I
My
appreciate
bell's
it.
clicked. What's wrong with you?
Any final thoughts? And let's start with Info Warlock, who has not spoken as much today. And I wish you would speak up more, because you are a beautiful Chad right in front of us here.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, I was just like absorbing it. I really agree with most of what was said. I mean, I don't really know anything about like lands. The dating advice was solid. Learned about Gooners. This is amazing. This is very, very useful. And it's been a pleasure to be in y'all's presence and learning from y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sophia.
I want to say that this was a really interesting stream, and I think that even if the superficial topics have varied quite a bit during the stream, we've actually stayed on topic, because Tantra is all about life. It's all about doing things, not just sitting and thinking and being cerebral. This was really, really fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Serpent Mound.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's fun to do the confrontative and the chaotic live streams, but I do like this chill ones too. These are just as fun, if not more so. So I like talking to you guys. I mean, most of the guys in here are pretty good friends, but even the other guys, like, it's nice to meet you, and always have fun when I come on live stream. So subscribe.
Thank you. Verse.
Subscribe to the channel, smash like, hit the bell. Outside of that,
and subscribe to Versus channel, by the way, and Serpent Mounds.
Oh, yeah.
Serpent Mound, what's your channel?
Barbell Outdoors Fishing on YouTube.
And I'm pretty sure mine's linked in the Break the Rules like associated channels thing.
Cool.
It's version 4, whatever.
Version 4 podcast.
The other thing
podcast.
is thank you. The other thing is go out and like just do things, like say hi, like don't be afraid, say hi, like this is your life. Take control. Don't be passive, and good things generally happen when you do that.
Definitely.
Sexual or otherwise.
Aryan Cowboy.
I'm gonna flash some gang signs. 5 layers. Dolphin pussy. You guys know what it's about. Kaliak. All right. Also, fuck wireheads.
Fuck wireheads.
Fuck the
Fuck wireheads.
Fuck wireheads.
Definitely legit.
Well, see, usually people want me to bark at the end of things. Like last time I said some stuff, and then it turns out that people just want me to go bark, 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 bark. So that's gonna be my last words. Just bark, bark.
Excellent. Sunny.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll read Sunny's because he can't talk anymore, but he liked the stream and it was super fun. And he asked us to please subscribe to Aryan Cowboy, Serpent Mound, Definitely Legit, Recursion Rosary, and this was my favorite cast so far.
Excellent. It was a pleasure to have
also,
you here.
Sunny would like to say that you will never come.
Thank you, Sunny.
Grib, take it away.
Well, I guess I just want to say for anybody with any serious case of blue balls after this tantric sex cast, that basically everything that we've been talking about ties to everything, because all of it's tantra. And if you're just focused on the of the sex, and it ain't Tantra.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you guys so much for watching. This Tuesday, we're going to be having a stream about virtual reality with Pika PD, with Helios Logos, and with Aiden Wolf. And whoever wants to come on, like I said before, please come. It's going to be a great stream. I'm looking forward to that. And we're also going to have this coming Friday, Free for All Friday, inviting a bunch of people. I don't even know what they're going to talk about yet. I'm going to find out later. You're all invited. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of your night. Please subscribe, like, click the bell, patreon.com/11joules. Help us grow. Thank you so much.